faster. time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles and running, never touch the brakes. See they're counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time, it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. Cause time, it's time. Wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move past your time. It's time, it has no master. Time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. It's time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move past your time. It's time, it has no master.
Faster. more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zest able to find that kill. Weapon going to be picked up. Knives popped here from Jeremy. Rushing forward. The flash connecting. Finds the first one. Darren going to be taken down. Finds himself the second. The quick pivot for the third. Crazy guy. Dead. Scary. Nothing else to be done.
Kempkin able to come in and help the cleanup, and now it's all up to Medusa, who has a lot of pressure on him. And 7-6 he gets two, and he's going to hold the plant here, and he gets a third one! He's able to clutch it out in an insane manner.
Lineups are good for now, just trying to buy time during all of that utility. And Magnet good for the first kill, trying to get the spray down. They know that they're sticking, and Magnet needs to keep going.
Oh, and they're able to stop the defuse from happening. Manya just on the back of the site. He keeps taking.
Look at me!
Time and time again, reads right through the bluff. Takes out Izu, and that's the call for the execute, but Stacks on site. Trained on Telbo. That's a 3 and an ace for Stacks.
Let's go, guys.
To T1.
In a prime position to strike them down.
Oh, the trip wire is good, but the backup even better from T1 as they're trying to back in. Never mind, Charon's backup, absolutely monumental. Racing sound goes through the crack, finds a third kill as well. One's way, all things considered. Oh, never mind. We did not consider all the things as you see the spray. And Charon, he wants to get it down. The ace through the stun.
Coming to you live from the COEX Shinhan Card RTM in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea. It's rainy, it's dreary, so what better way than to spend your day indoors with us for another week of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 2. So I hope you guys are all ready to get warm and cozy with us because things are getting heated up already. It's only week 2 of stage 2, but I mean, last week we saw the introduction of our new rosters coming in, and now things are settled on that front, but then we have patch changes. I mean, how are you guys doing? Staying dry?
Well, yes, for sure. I would hope so. I hope there's no leaks in the stadium
I got
today,
drenched when I came here.
Oh, did you? Well,
Actually, he was.
Oh.
So there were people doing yoga in the rain outside of the COEX stadium outside. It was bizarre, but I'm glad we're inside for stage 2.
Yeah, but like you said, I mean, lots of more changes still coming through with the patches, things like that, with the map pool. So I'm very excited because I feel like we're going to see newer looks once again from all the teams.
That's right. Now, Quack, tell us. We've seen 1 week of stage 2 already, but a lot of things have already happened and kind of shifted on the standings because everything carried over from stage 1. So break it down. Who's in? Who's out? Everyone's still in technically, but like who's on like that borderline? And
you gotta wrap it though, because she told you to break it down.
Break it down.
You gotta wrap it to us.
But
Darnie would be so horrified by that right now.
I know. It would be ashamed. I mean, he's going to try to make me do some beatboxing. But yeah, this is going to be a little bit dreary because taking a look at the standings right now, you can definitely feel all the changes and effects coming in. Of course, we got to think about the agent changes today as well and how that could shake up some compositions. But you know that one scene from like Avengers where Doctor Strange is kind of thinking about all the different situations and then he's just talking to Iron Man and saying like there's that one scenario. That's kind of what's going to happen to some of the teams at the very bottom of the ladder because there aren't that many chances, really. Take a look at this because at the very top, of course, you know, the RXs, Team Secret, Gen.G right now, they've pretty much made it through. RQ, Talon, Zeta maybe still somewhat middling and they could still be able to climb back up. Perhaps maybe T1 as well. But for Bleed and DFM, the likes of them, it's very, very unlikely that they actually make it through playoffs. There's like maybe one scenario. Thank you. Shouts to Opal, by the way, for tweeting that. Hashtag Red Opal. Not many chances for like Bleed to make it through. Like Gen.G in their groups, they have to like take a loss, and that's very tough.
I also just want to bring to light a little bit, because some people have pointed this out already, that if you take a look at T1, their round differential compared to their overall standing and scoreline is insane. Like this just goes to show what a crazy roller coaster they've had, but also when they do well, they're doing pretty darn well, that they're actually the only team that's positive round differentials starting from 5th place. Yeah, and they only have 2 match wins. Like that's actually crazy. So there's still a lot of things to consider, like you said, but I also just a reminder, last year we had that scenario where RQ, there was like that one very specific case where they could make it, and they almost did. They almost. They didn't, but they almost did. So not all hope is lost.
You know what's crazy? RQ's match lineup is not that different than last year, where that one chance, if they do not win today, they will face PRX at the very end. That's the last team that they're facing off, and that's what they faced off last year. So you're right. And T1, like you said, Will, that's a bit heartbreaking considering how close they've come so many times. But there they are, 8th in the standings right now. So things are a little bit on the brink there. Now, we want to talk about our player of the week. You know, we all had a chat about this, about who our MVPs were. We saw some wild performances from Wild Oreo, for example. But Buzz is definitely man of the hour from week 1.
Yeah, I was actually very torn between Buzz and Wild Oreo because I thought Wild Oreo had some crazy moments, but I'm glad I chose Buzz because if I chose Wild Oreo, my name wouldn't be on the screen right now because we only take comments of the people who voted for the majority. So, with that
You just want your name on the screen, Will.
Yeah, I just want as much airtime as possible.
And
Listen.
they put you on top there.
Heck yeah. It's not even alphabetical. I love it. I love it. Take that, Achilles, Paper Thin and Valdez. But, I mean, we've all said it, right? Just simply dominant. You look at any of the numbers he put up, whether it's the ACS, KD, KPR, any of these, absolutely dominant performance. And mind you, even on the map that they lost on Sunset, he was still the top fragger in the entire server.
I mean, Quack, Valdez had this comment here. He almost single-handedly won the series for his team last week. I mean, would you agree with that, Simeon? I kind of feel that way. I agree with what Brendan said.
Just watch the game.
Yeah.
You kind of do have to feel that because he was one of the biggest reasons why they had that 13-0, like what Achilleos is saying. But yeah, it's a lot of team effort, but also really just Buzz turning on a whole different level and just going off of domination purely. And it was just that strong. I mean, yes, he had all the stats, and that's why, you know, he is that MVP of the week. But I feel like no worthy mention, man. I'm upset. My name's not up there.
Did you put Buzz?
No, I didn't put Buzz.
What'd you put?
I put Karen.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about that. Tell us why you put Karen, because we're going to see highlights from last week.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Gen G, that match was really, really neck and neck. T1 had so many improvements, but Karen was one of the biggest reasons why they were able to stay on top. But that said, yeah, I mean, last week was just a series of so many banger matches.
Yeah, but I think the real ending is Karen had some clutch moments, but you look at all these highlights, it's like Buzz getting multi-kills, him getting close to aces, him getting clutches, but what impressed me the most is that he was actually leading by example a lot of those times. I mean, he was absolutely responsible for that 13-0, and then afterwards, he was still filling his part as an entry, a very, very loyal entry for the rest of the team.
I mean, last week, in general, was super fun to watch, and I can't believe we got our second 13-0 of the season already. I mean, this is definitely like, Pacific is the best.
Maybe we'll get one per week. Huh.
One per week?
Yeah.
That would be interesting because you know what? Totally possible in this realm because new patch is in. So things are getting shaken up again. And, you know, a lot will be changing. And I know we want to talk about ISO, but let's talk about everything, okay? Before we're going to deep dive into ISO. But let's talk about the buffs here. Neon Reina got to buff and then nerfs, of course, on Raze's movement, her blast pack, and Clove.
Yeah, for me, the interesting part is so the Reina buff, I think it is a buff, but it's not going to impact too much in the pro setting. I mean, the teams who have used it will probably still use it every now and then as a pocket pick. But the Neon one is very interesting because I think it makes her so much stronger as an individual, but not as strong in a team composition. One of the biggest strengths she had was she was a duelist who had a lot of capabilities to stall for time, to create space purely with utility in the relay boats along with the fast lane. Now that the relay boats have actually been changing, you don't get to right off the bat, that changes the entire timing of how you play Neon. Now you have to go get kills, which, yeah, you're better suited to do. But I think that puts a lot more pressure on the Neon itself, and maybe as a team composition, it's not as macro level. So I don't know if we're actually going to see it as much as maybe some of us are seeing it in ranked.
And
Macro, I feel, yeah, it might be a little bit different, but still with the mobility, I feel like there are some, you know, possibilities. There's been a match already in Singapore, Malaysia Challengers, where I think they combined breach stuns along with Neon to actually dash in. So you never quite know. The teams always are capable of doing such things. I believe, well, you had a point. We were talking about it before with Raze and how that blast pack nerf comes in as well.
So before we get to the Raze, I also just want to note that the Neon, the double dash is something to watch, though.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We just saw it in Challengers Korea as well, where it was on Haven, and in the pistol round, they just straight run it, and then double dash forward and backwards on the doorway. So there can be things like that. There can be shenanigans. But bringing up the Raze, the blast pack, I don't think it's as hard that you're suddenly like, oh, we just can't play Raze anymore. She's still very strong. Her kit is still the same, but it is slower. You actually feel it a lot when you're watching these games. And I've seen some players like Bunny, right, who used to be one of the best Razes in the world. What he's been doing now is he basically uses the blast packs from even further behind. So instead of using it to get like as deep as possible into the site, you're using it to surprise him on a timing, but just on the initial entry, because otherwise you're just not getting that same speed, that same distance. So maybe some adjustments again on how the set plays work out, but overall Raze still a very, very sturdy, I almost said unit, but agent.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think this is going to really Raze's blast pack nerf in particular is going to affect too many people. Some adjustments. Yes, Jing is going to have to adjust a little bit, but he can definitely do it. It's like Jing and Aspas and maybe Asuna. But let's talk about ISO. ISO, I think his nick is the dead lilac. That's why there's all the little purple flowers there. Now ISO, have you guys at home experimented with ISO? Because I did. I laughed with it, and oh my god.
What is an op anymore?
God. Yeah, so it's crazy. You basically get a free shield now, you know, just walking into it. How do you think this is going to impact the game? the other crazy thing is that he's only in for 1 week, so they get to have fun with it 1 week and he changes again.
So that's the big question, right? However, I think if you have prepped it, obviously you want to use it because it's going to be strong. It's only here for the 1 week. It's getting changed afterwards. But the free shield, for me, it's the overall package that makes it so strong, right? You get the free shield, then you get the refreshes, and you get refreshes like basically forever because all the kills you get, the orbs are still there. They'll be hanging around for a little bit. You can refresh out, whenever you choose. And you're ignoring the op, you're ignoring the set plays, you're ignoring a lot of these. So it creates it forces them to have to basically respect the ISO. You now basically always need 2 to 3 people to make sure you stop the ISO, which already disrupts your setups. So I think in that sense, it's very strong. However, again, I think not as strong in a team setting compared to ranked, where in ranked, like, if you're not using it, you're losing, basically. So,
yeah, free shield is really just that strong, and it really can affect. I can even see like people going in for just retake set right now, but there are also some ways to counter it. With the ultimate that ISO has, people have been using classics just to pop the shield off. So yeah, I think team-wise, we might see it this week, but maybe I'm not so sure long term.
You know what? Let's welcome our teams and see how they feel about ISO. I believe Jen's on standby with Talon.
Hello, Governor. Now that's a lot of neon on the map, but are you excited about the neon buff?
I'm very excited, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you need it anyways, but how annoying is it these days to play against ISO?
I think ISO is in a very good place right now. I think they should keep him in. I don't think the nerfs were necessary, and I think he's a very balanced character, and he's good for the game.
Sounds like you guys will be playing the ISO today.
We'll see, maybe.
Hello guys, I just stole this from our graphics team and I'm going to get Manette and RQ guys' thoughts on it. Let's go. Knock knock. Hello, hello, hello. Now Manette, look at this. Full potential, full cuteness, full warmth, full aim, but charisma is lacking a little bit. What do you think?
I don't feel great. I don't give it a 0.6 charisma.
How much would you give yourself?
Full maximum charisma.
Full maximum charisma. Hello, hello. Manette, full maximum charisma, agree?
No.
0.6? Jemkin? Manette, full potential charisma?
No.
How much?
0.5.
You took 0.1 away from Manette, but thank you very much.
Ouch. Do you guys believe in the Monyet Riz? What would you guys rate him?
I'm going to be honest. It's very funny because I thought it would be so funny if Monyet himself said 0.5 instead of 0.6, and then Jemkin straight up said it. So I rest my case.
Come on, he's cute. He had the whole moment. He was like, "Look
Cute
at
is
me."
not Riz.
Cute is not Riz. It's very
Two different
different.
things.
He's very, he's very cozy. He's very cute. I think he has charm.
Yeah.
He's charming.
Charisma. There's
Yeah, well, Riz is
charm
different.
letters.
I guess it does say charisma, not Riz. But anyway, you guys at home can vote on that. I don't know. But what Governor said is as well about ISO being perfectly balanced. Seems like they want to keep him in. Actually, do you think this is like the way it should be? Like the pro players will find a way.
Oh, I
to
thought
work
you meant
around
the
this.
ISO, and I was like, wow, I can't believe you're throwing that on the table right now because boy, are we gonna have a lot to say about that. Pro player. Well, listen, I think you definitely need to always keep the pro players' considerations in mind because they are the ones who are pushing the limit of the game, right? So sometimes they're going to break things that maybe you didn't even expect, and you're going to have to start to adjust around that. But at the same time, there's a lot of us playing Valorant. So it's a very, very careful balance. But I think across the board, everyone's kind of in agreement about ISO.
Yeah, I think so. I think anyway, like you were saying, Quack, that they have been finding ways around some of these buffs happening. Now, on the screen right now, we're seeing the two coaches.
That's a taser.
This is why the Talon players and the RQ players apparently want to win, because of their coaches. This seems like a very healthy environment. Coach Frost and his mold, and then the taser.
Listen, I'm just going to say, if I was a player, I probably would get more motivated by Coach Frost than an actual taser, okay? So I'm sticking with it.
There's
Think so?
inspiration from Coach Frost, maybe, and then fear from the taser. I choose the taser.
Wow. You must have a lot of faith in your aim, because I ain't aiming for jack squat if I get taser. That's for sure. But anyway, obviously, both these teams, it's been very clear that they are rosters full of potential. I think everyone's agreed on that for sure. They've had very shining moments. But it's the same story for all the teams that barely make it in, or maybe not quite make it into playoffs, is the fact that how often, how consistently do you execute on a team level, right? What you've practiced. And I would say RQ, the jury's still out for a little bit, just because, roster change itself. Whereas Talon, not entirely a huge roster change, but a little bit disappointing in week one compared to how they ended stage one.
Fully agree. I mean, that's why these two players have been highlighted for this specific matchup. I mean, if we track the progress of the teams, right? The new changes coming through, Monyet now on RRQ, you can feel his impact already in week one. Granted, the opponents are different, but still, I feel that Monyet, a bit of that pressure is taken off of him now that he's on a different role, on a different team. He's a lot more comfortable, and he's making these wild, lovely plays off of timing, and he's able to catch his opponents off guard. Meanwhile, for Talon, Surf, when he was on that duelist, it was like the opposite. He had so much pressure that he was kind of afraid to, fight sometimes.
Now, I have to talk about this. We didn't talk about it in the patch update because we have an old map that's newly back in. It's Haven. It's been a long time since we've seen Haven. How are you feeling about it coming back into the map pool, Will?
I love it, personally. I
Yeah.
mean, I think
I'm glad.
getting to play Haven again is great. I think getting to watch Haven is great. I think Haven, the reason it's used to be around for so long is because it really helped evolve how set plays are, seen in Valorant, etc. So I hope so, especially because both of these teams I actually think had pretty strong Havens even in the past. Cruz's calling was always pretty reliable on Haven in the past, and then RQ, they were one of the better Haven teams last year, even pushing DRX to the limit. So we'll see. We'll see if either of them challenge each other on that map.
I mean, I could definitely see, Neon being back into Haven, like NRG style.
Sure. We're seeing ISOs on Haven out in Challengers America as well, so in North America, so there's a lot of considerations to be had. Absolutely shakes up how you view the map.
That's right. And we have our two coaches here with their IGLs. Let's see if they're faster than the Gen G map pick.
Oh, everybody's faster than the Gen G. Potter could do a whole skit and she'd still be faster than the Gen G squad. All right,
okay.
Talon. Talon's always had a lot of confidence on the Lotus. What I like about this Lotus pick is it already plants the seed of doubt of, well, is it a Neon, right? Because this team has played Neon before. They like the Neon. So RQ now has to consider, is it going to be Neon? Are they maybe pulling out the ISO? Is it the Chamber with Bant? There's already mind games going on just from the pick itself.
And they have to kind of be prepared for that. But I think that's why, as a counter, Ascent, Age-old classic, you're probably not going to mess around too much. And it's something that RQ has looked a lot better on. Granted, they did take a loss to DFM, so it's a little bit worrisome. But, judging by how they look and how they're feeling, the performance thus far, it's still pretty good. And as we head on over onto the last decider, what do you think? I mean, Icebox, RRQ, it went in overtime and stuff, but they look pretty good. I feel like they had some good ideas going into it.
I mean, I think RQ leaving Icebox open is not too surprising, despite them almost giving up that map last week to DFM. I think they probably think, okay, we were just a little bit rusty. Also wanting to maybe not show the Haven as much, or maybe even giving respect to the Talon as a team that has played well on the Haven. So I think it probably went somewhat as planned. However, I'm going to go ahead and say, this is probably a draft that Talon could kind of foresee coming to a certain extent, right? You're picking the Lotus, and I think the Ascent pickup is a nice attempt at a target here against Talon.
How are you feeling about this, Quack, going into Lotus as our very first map? Talon picking, and again, like we said, not super surprising, but very curious on which comp they're going to be using here. Possibly neither one of these.
Possibly. I mean, maybe the ISO comes in here. You never quite know, but that's where RRQ really has to adapt, and that's where we have questions as well. Maybe RRQ is the one who picks up the new composition, because some of these players, like Monyet, for example, has played Neon before, and you're never quite certain what could show up. But that said, I do feel as though, judging by these two teams, I don't think RRQ is going to be that unprepared for a map like Lotus. They have played this several times before in the past, as we can see, just maybe the win rate not as high as you'd hope.
Yeah, and I think part of that win rate is, first of all, the Sentinel has to play very differently, right? On other maps, Xfero can play a lot slower and then slow creep towards the flank. On Lotus, you have to be so self-sufficient as a Sentinel. You have to be absolutely sturdy on the anchor, and you have to be much more proactive if you're going to go on the lurks. On top of that, Estrella's calling is once again going to be challenged here, because this is a tough map to call. You have to be so active in the comms. So I think in all things considered, Talon, a pretty good pick here to try to dig into the weaknesses that RQ has shown in the past.
That's right, and to be honest, these map ban picks make me feel a little bit more confident about my predictions for today. I don't know if this changes your predictions, but let's talk about predictions. Ta-da!
Oh, that
Here
timing was so
we
good.
go. Oh, it's nice. Ooh, it looked like you liked did that. All right, so Mika and I, it's just you and me, in the words of ISO.
But then only one of you can get out alive. Who's going to get
I don't know.
Okay.
Now we're getting too deep, man. I just wanted to quote ISO. RQ, why did all of you guys pick RQ?
Okay, so I'm not putting too much weight into last week's matches for either of these teams, to be very honest, right? I think both of these teams probably prepped a lot for 8.11. And coming in, I just thought that the roster upgrades for RQ, I rated it very highly. However, for Talon, like Surf not being able to even find timings, let alone frags, things like that were just the things you had, the strengths you had weren't even shown at all against PRX in the opening week. I think that was slightly disappointing for me, regardless of patch. But I agree with you. Now seeing the map draft, I think it's very well as might be just like a 60-40 for Talon, perhaps.
60-40, Will? I'm still a little bit like 70-30. I'm not gonna lie.
70-30 for RQ.
For RQ, yeah. I was really on the fence.
I can't wait to talk to Coach Frost in a second.
I know he's right.
They're gonna
there.
win
I'm
with
sweating.
Monyet Riz.
I was really on the fence, right? I was thinking, Governor on the Neon was something that we really loved when kickoff started, right? But looking at last week, maybe we don't want to place too much emphasis on it because it was against PRX, but judging by how some of the players felt, again, it's just like some mistakes and not having that confidence or not being able to, make things happen, make plays happen, it's just something that you don't want to see. Meanwhile, RRQ with their power, friendship, there might have been mistakes, but their potential, you can definitely feel a lot more for that team, and that's why I think it's going to be RRQ, 70-30.
I think there's no doubt for RQ that there is friendship power happening in there and the power of friendship, but...
And Riz.
And Riz apparently, well, no, apparently not. No, there's no Riz. I'm actually judging talent based on what we saw from stage 1.
Sure.
I don't know. I do want to talk to Frost, who we will very shortly, about their performance against PRX last week. But I don't know if that is a good indicator of how they'll be performing the rest of stage 2. Because the end of stage 1, they also got
against
13.
Team Secret,
yeah. So besides PRX, they looked great against
Yeah.
all the other teams. And RQ,
100%.
I think they're still figuring stuff out with like Estrella on the IGL role, with Monyet coming back in and with the power of friendship, but still they need to adjust. So I'm not fully convinced by RQ yet, but either way, it's going to be really good games. And with that, let's invite Frost and get his thoughts so that we can be swayed one way or the other. So welcoming Coach Frost. from
Welcome.
Talon.
Welcome.
Welcome back. It's been a while.
Yeah, we switch it up every time.
Hello. Hello. You're the only coach who shook
I
all
know,
our hair.
right?
Are you guys gonna pick Talon now?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick Talon
actually.
Well, I should not say things that I might not keep promise.
I've been well trained.
There you go.
Happy Mother's Day. Every day is Mother's Day. All right. How are you feeling since last week? Can you tell us a bit about your performance against PRX? And is that a good indicator of how you guys will be, what happened there?
What happened is we needed to make a decision because, okay, that was a very astute question. I have to be very sensitive about what I'm about to say. But I
You're
feel
known
like
for that,
it's
sensitivity.
really unfortunate that when we play Gen G, we have 36 hours. When we play PRX, we're playing on the wrong patch. But we have to prepare for the majority of the season on the new patch.
Mm-hmm.
So if you saw Surf was playing Jet because we weren't really going back to some of the same things.
Sure.
So it's just like, hey, Surf, instead of integrating you on this map, for instance, playing Sentinel, just play Jet. You played Jet before.
Right.
Because now Cruz is on Sova. So it basically, the whole prep week for PRX was scuffed because we had to decide what do we do with 8.11 as opposed to 8.10. And it's very unfortunate because it would seem like we should take that game very seriously, but the truth is they beat us in points anyway.
Yeah.
And the people we're competing against are T1, RQ, Secret, who we basically have, if we win today, we will have the tiebreak on. So we have to focus on the rest of the year to qualify for champs, not our ego about PRX. It just sucks that, like, you know, you're supposed to play free, and yet I don't think we really played all that well. So that is certainly disappointing. But 8.11, I think, is, you know, for me at least, where we've been putting all of our focus.
I do want to ask a little bit more on that then, since you just spoke about the circumstances and then also maybe still some disappointments you had. Because one thing that I had noticed when I was casting and watching the game was that it also felt like, just in general, the team was a lot slower, right? Just a lot slower, a lot more hesitant. Was this? Could you maybe tell us a little bit more on, was it, again, because of the circumstances, or is it maybe PRX playing a lot better than they were before?
3 role swaps. When you get rid of your Sova player, you have to find a new Sova player. So then someone that's not a Sova player plays Sova, and then your duelist becomes a 2, and then your 5 becomes a 1.
Right.
So it's just like, you know, and we only have to do that for 1 week.
Right.
And it's kind of just weird because
it's
the
all over
system
the place.
perpetuates this, and it was just like unlucky because some regions, for instance, if I was back in NA, I don't have to deal with this problem. I play 8.11 and I'm totally fine. Instead, now I have to jerry-rig an entire new system, or just keep the old, which gives them a massive advantage because, you know, you're just playing right into their hands.
If that's the case, right now you're back to a 5-man roster. Back in stage 1, you know, you were all about 6-man roster. Are you still? It sounds like you're still a big believer in the 6-man roster, or no?
It depends on the team and the people. For us, it's I mean, it's very difficult to find good Sovas in APAC. I don't necessarily think you have this problem, for instance, in other regions. So I think that, you know, when you have a Sova that can IGL, it's also a very good tactical advantage. Now, there are other really big advantages for having Surf play Sentinel, you know, and obviously the connection he has with Cruz, who I think is the best IGL now this season because DRX decided to get rid of Stacks for some reason. I think it just obviously gives us an advantage there as well. It just became a thing where everything that we're doing is in preparation for champs, right? So if I had it my way for this season, obviously I probably wouldn't have, you know, pushed the button. But if the goal is champs, we obviously believe that Surf gives us a very powerful element that you need at the Sentinel spot with a lot of these mechanically gifted teams.
Right, that said, I mean, what can we expect for Stage 2 and how you guys will make playoffs and ultimately champs?
I think versatility is probably the one thing that you can expect because I have a duelist and governor that can play every agent. I have Ban that can play every agent. I have Cruz. At the moment, he's playing Sova, of course, but people need to know Cruz can actually play every agent outside of duelist.
Oh, he's very controlled.
Right? So I have the ability now to add Surf on duelist if I wanted, or continue to play Sentinel. So I think that versatility and this new meta allows us some freedoms that I think gives us a good advantage.
Well, thank you so much for that insight, and I think this is definitely the way to move forward. Teams need to be more flexible, and you know, with so many players on your team like that, I wish you guys all the success today. So good luck on your match.
Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
All right.
Good luck.
Cool. Well, words from Frost. Very, very interesting insights there. What was some of your key takeaways from that?
Listen, first of all, I totally agree. I do want to put this out there that it is unfortunate that, you know, some regions like us here in Pacific have to deal with, you know, the triple map pool, the patches, etc. Now that we've aired that out, obviously that's the reality now you have to deal with. So I still actually have a little bit of faith in Frost being able to battle through that, as muddy as it may get, just because of what he's shown us, his willingness to get creative, get a little experimental in Stage 1. So I'm excited to see what talent has to show in 8.11.
same sentiments. I mean, we love that confidence from them from the ending of stage 1, right? That's the talent that we need to see again. And now, you know, with a lot more versatility, that's kind of what I'm excited for. Can they change up their compositions? Are we going to see some role swaps that really, really give talent the boost that they need?
Yeah, absolutely. With all these changes happening week by week, being this flexible, it might be the key to success. I mean, we see PRX doing that all the time. We see DRX even starting to do that. And Talon, they're already working on it. So this is a really good long-term play. And with that, we are going to start with our match 1 of today. This is going to be a good one.
Talon Esports.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to go. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy, watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone, yeah. Go to the fire, the breath.
Walking out to our undefeated soundtrack. I kind of miss Crew's little dances coming out that he used to do last year, but now we got Talon versus RRQ, and both of these teams are big contenders for playoffs, and every single match from here on out is super important for both of them.
Yeah, it's very, very meaningful that Frost mentioned that, right? That you still basically have to kind of win all of these matches to make sure that you're getting into playoffs again for across both teams here on stage, because there's no easy way out for either of them. There's only a limited number of spots, and playoffs will basically help determine who's making it to Champion Seoul. So this is a very, very meaningful matchup.
Exactly right. Both of them tied up 4 wins each. If they can take this series home, they will get that leg up on the other one. But at the same time, that's why this first map is pretty important. RRQ, they have to show that they are able to adapt.
Now, on the side of Talon, one thing that Coach Frost had talked about before in the coming days leading up to this match, he was talking about it on Spike Talk, the little podcast he does with Baby Bay, is he mentioned that he has a secret weapon that can play ISO really well. He thinks this player is suited to play the new ISO really well. We only have him at his full strength here this week. Who is it going to be, and will we see it in this match against RRQ? Because in my head, I'm wondering if he's like hyping this up as a secret, could it possibly be the likes of Jip Boys, who is very, very capable of taking these 1v1, 1v2 fights no matter what agent he's playing?
Could it even be Ban or maybe Surf? We'll have to see. But meanwhile, for RRQ, that secret weapon has been revealed. Monyet coming into this team showed us the wild swings on Icebox from last week. Hopefully that consistency will carry through this week.
This is going to be very exciting. We also saw new things from RRQ, not just their roster, but Jemkin on the Gecko for the first time. And I'm very curious how both these teams are going to rework everything considering the new patch and, of course, the new map. All right, we're going to go to our first match up today. Let's go to our casters, Achilleos and Valdez.
Hello and welcome. It's good to be back. Week 2. Here we go. Bangers all across the board here today on a rainy afternoon in Seoul. Starting off, though, Talon versus RRQ. Both of these teams vying for a position in the playoffs. We'll see which one can get the win.
Hey, you mentioned it was a rainy afternoon. It took me almost 2 hours to get here, so I hope that the games do deliver and that we don't just have a 2-0, 2-0. I don't think today could possibly bring that, honestly. Just the matchups that we do have do seem to be relatively close, I would say. You know, obviously some of the predictions leaning towards one team rather than the other, but we've seen upsets before, and I would say even if that other team that didn't get the predictions wins, it's not even necessarily an upset.
No, not at all. I think that both of these teams are going to be fairly closely matched, and both have had some rough starts to the stage here, but oh my goodness, what a complete and utter shift here for both squads. Xpero playing Omen with Monyet on Neon, so we get Neon v Neon heads up. That's not exactly surprising, but the people who are piloting all the other picks, that's a little bit shocking. Cruz as well, bringing out Sova, which is something that we haven't really seen on Lotus since I mean, Jesse bashed last year.
Yeah, it's just very strange, and you know, it's a new patch. It's a new meta essentially for these teams, and they're going to be trying some new stuff here in their first match on this patch, and it's exciting to see some of the shifts around. I think both of these teams are primed to try to make it into playoffs and try to really make that big push here in stage 2. So, you know, we even saw in week 1 some big changes happening with the teams that did play there, and now here in week 2 continuing with that.
Monyet getting some more reps in as a duelist, seemingly RQ, wanting to utilize his flexibility. And how does he look here on the Neon? It's not something that we've seen in a very, very long time from him career-wise. You know, around 20-ish games played on Neon. So, not the most played by any metric. That, of course, is going to be Jet for him from forever ago. But this is an intriguing agent selection. I can't wait to see how this is going to be playing out. Elmimore as well, moving back over into this, you know, Sentinel role, put it in quotation since it is a chamber.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. I think this first map is really going to tell us a lot about what we're going to see for the rest of this series. You and I did predict RRQ for this one, but Talon certainly could come in and make some waves here right on Lotus, as does appear you're getting ready for this first round. RRQ on the attack.
Very slow start from him. Recon going to be going in towards A lobby. Will expire, not going to be cleared out, but now here, that sprint coming through as Relay Bolt going to be sent over towards Connector, but instantly the headshot going to be found at Chip Boys, taking down Monyet. Right now it's just going to be Talon filling the kill, Phoenix Pharaoh able to trade one back. Now suddenly it's Elmimore on his lonesome, does have 6 Headhunter bullets. Can he put them to use?
This is his moment. This is his moment to take down the pistol round in a big way.
Governor just skirting on the edge of the wall there. It's okay. Only more fun in the first. Screen's going black a little bit there. Not sure if that's happening on the audience side. Hopefully not, but if it is, we'll try to get it fixed ASAP. Either way, Talon able to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, he did get the 1 kill, which is not bad, but at the end of the day, 1v4 a little bit too much. You see on this entry, just trying to all run through the smoke. Obviously, for the Neon, it makes sense, but the fact that he went down so quickly just kind of meant that the rest of the dominoes did fall relatively quickly here. And Talon, we're ready for that push. Let's see what's going to happen here in the second round. Governor starting off pretty happy. You know, you had some stuff to say about ISO, but also obviously the Neon a big pick for him. And here in the pistol round, starting off very nicely.
Yeah, Elmimore right back into it. Does take down Cruz. That's going to be a weapon on the ground. Didn't quite get to see what he had in hand. For the most part, across the board, I mean, fairly heavy investments here. But it looks like, okay, Guardian, I believe, scooped up by Ban. Now, once again, sight's going to be turned over towards B, where Surf holding close, Stinger in hand, takes a couple shots, doesn't get stunned up, the slide through. Monyet, able to go ahead and collect that weapon.
I mean, that's just a fantastic entry, and they caught him so off guard. Surf just goes down, and now Governor in the back here gets 1 kill, but Elmimore does trade it back. And RRQ looking to pick up an early eco in this map.
What a turnaround here. Weapons now going to be scooped up. Spike already planted. Shots flying on the Guardian, but Van only able to find 1. And that is a huge swing round here for RRQ. Winning out in the eco. Solid setups. And I mean, Elmimore just forever being so damn accurate when it comes down to it. I mean, we know he's just goated with the Sheriff. That's how he made a name for himself. And the Headhunter, no different for him.
Yeah, and then this follow-up play as well on the Surf. I mean, he was the only one on B. They immediately get that fault line in, and he's just screwed. I mean, there's nothing really that he can do. He gets isolated and killed by a Classic as the Neon just slips on in after, you know, he just get hit by the utility. So that's the end of him, and then the B site goes over, and then that just makes the perfect scenario for an eco round win for RRQ. So not to be outdone, here is RRQ at the start of this map.
Of course, wanting to have as much success here on this attacking side as humanly possible. As Elmimore creeping forward, Vandal in hand.
Just checking everything they can, spam the box, coming out here towards Mount. Looks like Governor was able to spot them. Obviously, they're making a lot of noise here anyway, and it looks like they will back out. 3 members of Talon currently sitting on the C site. Might have to rotate here as they have mostly Classics to try to get some kind of miracle hold.
And Smoke to try to keep them interested on C, but with that deep push forward from all 3 of them just facing out, they don't see anything at Mountain, so now the full rotation going to be beginning. So Talon going to be ready to go ahead and try to catch this aggression coming over into A as Ban pushing up, gets the reveal onto one, but not ready for the shot. Was setting up the cyber cage at the same time.
Yeah, the relay bolts, and Ban looking to push through, but immediately does get taken out. He was the one guy with the Sheriff. The rest of this round is going heavily in favor of RRQ as they clean it up. Jit Boy's the only one to get a kill.
Yeah, solid. I mean, Xvero, he goes down, but weapon's still going to be recovered, and he's got plenty of cash. There's 7,800 to spend. No real economic damage dealt here. Now we get to see pretty much our first full rifle round here between the two squads. See what kind of damage Talon can do as they try to turn things around. Get some rounds picked up here on this defense. Odin now in play for Cruz.
Yeah.
Does leave him at half armor.
Still do have a couple of Guardians left over from that last round here for Estrella and Jemkin.
It's been building in popularity, so I don't mind holding on to those.
True. As we do see some A pressure, 3 members of Talon trying to get over, but they are coming in from behind. Xvero is going to pick up that kill, and the push is coming in out to C quickly.
Good to be able to get the instant trade, but Jimplay's now going to be spotted and dealt with as Jemkin finds the headshot. Getting those Guardians in play, as long as you're accurate, you're going to have a good time. Swing out from Governor, going to be shut down. Cruz able to find Jemkin at the same time with that Odin. Now it's just he and Surf to try to turn things around in a 2v3. Yet holding close just around the corner. Elmi Moore, the hard line, does get taken out, but there's the swing, and there's the finisher. Moniette with 2, RRQ with 3.
Now RRQ very nicely done on that round. Just the Omen ult into the back line, just not really expecting that, and the quick kind of fake, that false push towards A, really getting a lot of pressure in, and then they immediately transition over to the C site, and they get in there very quickly.
One enemy remaining.
It's solid stuff. And I mean, again, RRQ more than happy to just go ahead and trade off one another. They know that they have cash aplenty, that still several members of Talon quite far behind on trying to get these ultimates online, critically Surf as well. I mean, he's ahead of Estrella, but still only halfway to that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Governor here. Maybe looking to zap some people down. We'll see if he saves it for a future round or if he wants to make some waves here. Elmi Moore, as always, looking to pressure outside towards Rubble. The rest of the team actually looking to pressure in towards B. But there are a couple of members of Talon waiting here as they will be spotted. In goes the Neon.
And there's that sliding accuracy on full display. Moniette looking clean with it, Governor, at the same time. Sliding forward. Ult in play, is able to find one. Elmi Moore going to be taken down.
Spike planted.
Fast lane set up. The swing forward, but Xvero quick to shut that one down. He tries to push forward. Denies him access. 2 players left, Cruz. Vandal recovered, but Thrash in hand. Jemkin sends it. Dives forward, gets the detain. Van now swinging out. Good timing for him, but can only find the singular kill. Decent damage dealt, but again, it's going to be RQ now stretching the lead.
Yeah. Honestly, not bad from Van in that position to just get what he can in kind of a rough spot. But yeah, as you mentioned, this is just, you know, this is Neon on this current patch. Like, you're sliding in, you're hitting headshots, and it just doesn't matter. There's not much that they can do. And then Neon is just showing off her strength in this one, especially for Moniette, who looks very comfortable on this pick.
Oh yeah, well, that's going to be a timeout call now here. As Frost pumping the brakes, not wanting them to get further ahead, but you can see fairly animated in the coaching booth, frustrated with how things have gone thus far. And granted, map has swung back into being a bit more attack-sided here in Pacific compared to last year, where it was very much defenders win rate. But letting them run away like this on the attack is certainly not something that you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, the eco really just put an end to all that momentum, and then a couple of rounds went RQ's way, but then that third round that RQ got was just very dominant, and then again a fourth one as well. Pretty obviously going their way, and you know, it's already attacker-sided, but when that Neon is just sliding into B and nobody can shoot her as she's sliding and she's hitting 2 headshots, it's like, what are you going to do? Especially when you're down on firepower, it is pretty rough. So now Governor is going to hop onto the operator.
See what impact he can have. Able to find that singular kill with the overdrive in the last round. But set up at the moment just outside of stairs in a good position where there's a lot of presence on the opposite side of the barrier from RQ. The Odin as well. Provides some covering fire. Curious to see if he opens up immediately or if he lets them come forward. No, okay, we'll just go ahead and pull the trigger. His first op shot. Going to be a bit of a whiff there as Governor. Trying to reposition, gets himself set back here on the site. In the meantime, Cruz just fishing, sending out this spray here from the Odin, trying to see what kind of damage he can deal. So far, it's going to be Estrella who catches the worst of it, down to 71.
Yeah, Governor going to be kicking himself for that. At least he does get out without much damage, actually no damage done to him, without a scratch, and will be able to repeat, but immediately traded back by Jemkin.
He's traded back, but I'm surprised he almost had the collat. Seemed like he had the lineup, but just not quite coming to fruition. Would have been solid damage dealt, but instantly traded. Cruz, though, still entrenched here at Tree. Gets the reveals. They tuck back behind rubble.
Yeah, and they're just going to throw some smoke in his face and maybe look to rotate out of this one. I mean, we still do have Jemkin pushing in.
Double push up. The timing here. Oh, redraws out the Vandal, but not going to be able to recover that one. Ends up getting taken down. Now the neural depth in play. Surf trying to delay them on this approach into B. You know that Cruz still sat here.
30 seconds left.
Smoke coming through. So we go ahead and take out the wingman. Does so, but Xfero with the counter spray takes him down.
Yeah.
Now we're into a 3v3.
And there's plenty of time. I mean, that taking down the wingman there, just I suppose trying to delay and trying to get your team over, but now they're just able to replant, and now you don't have Cruz in that critical spot in Tree, as everybody else on the side of Talon just has to push. But they do have this play in on Rumble. They are going to be able to take out Estrella.
Estrella getting caught. Now just leaving Jemkin and Xfero. Cosmic Divide coming through. Jemkin trying to hold a Tree. Snappy with the first. Can't quite line up the second. Jit Boys down to 85, and now it's all on Xfero to try to clutch it out. Pushes up into the smoke and ban, able to claim it. Still a fairly costly round for the side of Talon, but a win all the same.
Yeah, it's good to get that under your belt. You know, you have a timeout, you get yelled at a little bit, some discussions, and
any
play it out better.
Uppers?
I think he did.
Okay, they got it. Okay.
Yeah. Just pick it up, hands it back over. Looks like that's going to the side for Jit Boys here. Pretty critical to isolate Estrella first, and then they do double push into Tree. Jit Boys trades it back, and always trading up essentially, as they were one member ahead. And no big cheers, no big celebrations just yet. They know they have a lot of work to do, and that round was also pretty close. So still must feel like RRQ are kind of breathing down their neck here.
Like a mound crunch getting ready to come through here from Talon. How aggressively they want to try to push this. Seemingly very. It's Governor rushing forward. He had a stun off his own relay, but was just trying to see if he can get any ping reveal off that Sova Dart. In the meantime, we'll take it by Surf. Rolling Thunder now online.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty critical. Just in terms of, even if they do go push A, he's got that on the opposite side of the map for a retake. Elmore going to be spotted here as well, having the operator of his own. And now it's actually Bam, the sniper I mentioned before. He's trying to hold the angle, but he immediately gets traded back by LB Moore.
Yeah, and they know that he's been playing this site pretty much alone. Crew's going to be spotted there on the peak out at stairs. Still, RQ slow to scale forward. Jemkin just going to be taking the orb, gets himself a thrash.
Spike dropped.
And it looks like they're going to use it to try to clear out the site.
Monster on the loose.
Actually already backed out of here by Talon. They have left this site empty, just going to look for the retake with the Rolling Thunder.
And Surf missing each other. He hears the neon, but neither's checking. Xfero has not turned around. Now the reveal is in. Will get taken down in the instant trade out, but it's going to be Moniette dead because Xfero just simply didn't look right. They're looking for the catch, gets a little bit of damage down. Has to pull back, but now he himself going to be caught as Jit Boys arrive from the side. Looks at the headshot, finds it. Hunter Sphere from Cruz takes out Elmore, and this round is completely spiraled out of control.
I don't know how they weren't able to handle him on the back of the site. Jit Boys just surviving forever as, I mean, there was a lot of chaos. We did have the Hunter's Fury coming through, and yeah, Jemkin has identified the situation, knows he's not going to push in there, and will just save. But yeah, nice hold from Talon. Not quite what I expected. And they are going to hold on to that Rolling Thunder as well, I believe.
I mean, still more money available here to RRQ. They have at least another buy-in, but curious to see if there's a timeout call here from Ewok, and it looks like that's going to be the case as the timer does get stopped.
30 seconds left.
Not a bad idea. You see Jit Boys just able to take down Xfero before he even realizes what's going on, and yeah, nobody really is able to tag down Jit Boys, and the Hunter's Fury is coming from the opposite direction, so Talon, or rather RRQ, not really able to handle the multi-pronged approach.
So timeout call, still ahead by one round, but yeah, the round like that, getting away from them, being that scrappy. Xfero not checking that opposite side of mound. Ewok, plenty to say, plenty of stuff to go ahead and remind his team that they should be checking corners.
Yeah, definitely does feel like more than one thing was kind of missed on their entry there onto C. It felt like RQ were in control of that round, and then they kind of lost a handle on it, which is, I feel, a great timing to go for a timeout and just try to calm everybody down because it can be a little bit tilting in that moment. Frost also having a lot to say, very aggressively, as he oftentimes does. Just wants to get the point across before they do go into the next round. But yeah, a couple of good wins over to Talon. That first round win, not the greatest, but hey, a win's a win, and then they're able to string 2 together.
Talon in a decent position, try to run this one back. Elmi Moore going to be bringing the attack operator into play. They're trying to stack up some cash so they still have a buy going into the next round, so it's still half armors.
That was a lot of damage onto Estrella. He is at 30 health. I mean, he almost died.
Keeps eating that Odin damage.
Gotta go.
Yeah, especially if Cruz is on a buy. Gotta be careful about that one. Ban gonna get the info that they do poke in through B.
Okay, Overdrive not gonna be popped in money yet, able to take down Governor. Down on that aggressive push forward. Now Ban gonna be spotted, head noted. Clear out on that tripwires. Ban stunned up here at the back, tries to find the headshot by Moniette, able to get ahead of him. Finds the kill, now seeking more targets. Try to keep getting this energy reset.
We'll see if he can do that. Elmi Moore back at the spawn, just waiting. And only 3 members left here from Talon up against the 5 of RRQ. It's a pretty clean entry here onto the site once again by Moniette's Neon, and it does look like Talon are not going to take the risk this time around. They're still holding on to that Rolling Thunder. And certainly one of these rounds they will decide when it's a little bit more even to actually use that and try to get in onto a site.
Well, this round just getting away from Talon, having to save now. Not much of a hunting opportunity here for RRQ either, though, so won't be able to take any of these other weapons out of their hands, so those will be retained, but RRQ keeping themselves separated here, not allowing for Talon to tie things up.
Yeah, not going to happen, and I think that's a pretty good idea for Talon, just waiting in this position. But yeah, Moniette able to come out here, get very aggressive, takes down one, takes down another, just very aggressive out on the site, and they could not handle the singular Neon zapping them all down, and that does kind of solidify RRQ's lead at this point in time. But big committal to some big guns in this round once again. Governor going back to the operator.
Spray again, this time it's Elmi Moore taking the brunt of that. Down to 9, it's okay, off shot's gonna be whippy on both sides. Trap wire, spotted, cleared out, but Elmi Moore dead. Governor able to find that kill. Now Surf swinging out over it, Connector taken down. Moniette able to find that elimination. It looks like they know that they've allowed a decent amount of time for rotations to potentially come through to surround this B site. So they cut noise and they back out.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. A lot of taps on the spike and stuff like that, trying to fake that they are actually going to commit to B, but it is not the case. And they're actually trying to get in onto Cruz, who is going to get this information, but now blinded. And in kind of an awkward spot, but he does have Governor, but it's Jemkin.
It's so close to nailing the flick. Can't quite have it, but Cruz, he should be able to hold this all down, but Estrella does find the headshot. Picks him off, TP forward into the A side from Xfero. It's going to get cleared out.
Cage triggered.
Once again, separated here, away from his teammate. Smoke set up, but this is going to be the B pivot in all likelihood here for RRQ, but see Chit Boys closing the distance, wrapping around in from behind.
Yeah, he's going to get in here pretty quickly, and
Spike
they should be able to have kind of a 2-pronged retake in this kind of situation, but we do see already Estrella trying to push up towards the tiny door. Ban and him are going to butt heads here.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but that's going to be Xfero taken down, and Ban able to win it out. Big round win here for Talon. Keep themselves very close alongside RRQ. Potential now for them to tie things up at 5-5. They can win the follow-up. It's just grabbing that operator. Now the defuse comes through, so one off another Cosmic Divide here is Jit Boys. Very swiftly building that back up.
Yeah, honestly, not a bad position here for Talon. Already 4 round wins on the defense of this Lotus, and you just see the way that this one goes. Governor gets this first pick on the Elmi Moore, and then Cruz just gets so much value just hanging out in this corner. I thought they would be able to isolate him and just util him out and eventually just trade 1-for-1, but he gets 2. And then Jim Boys, as we mentioned, he gets towards the B site very quickly. He's in position before they even recognize he's behind them.
I mean, Dizzy just not going just a little bit too shallow. Doesn't clear that angle behind the box, so he ends up getting taken down. Flashes out, though. Feel like maybe a swift take on that C site, where right now it is only Chip Boys to try and defend it. So quick rotation call going to be made here as Governor starts shifting his way over.
See if they actually fully commit to this one. They have a smoke in the way, and here we go.
We do connects.
Yeah.
But with that grab well, they know that they've slowed up the entries. Again, it's going to have to be a back away from RRQ.
Yeah, not really. I mean, there is some utility, excuse me, some smokes, of course, in the doorway and stuff like that, but yeah, besides that, not too big of a deal. They still have two guys towards the middle of the map that can easily rotate over towards A if there is a full committal here from RRQ, but RRQ swinging back and forth. They're thinking about C, thinking about A. Now they're going back towards C, just trying to cut sound and pretend like they have rotated, and currently 3 people on A here for Talon, so.
They've taken the bait. And his Governor needs to have some impact here to try to slow things up. Flash coming out, catches him fully in the face, sets up the fast lane, but Moniette quick to try to hound him down. The slide in, the shutdown. Governor cannot escape. Aftershock early, trying to lay the plan, but they'll just go ahead and change up the position, moving back over to a bit more of a default here. Just quick slide down. I mean, Moniette so snappy with the movement. And it could just be clashing Rolling Thunders on both sides. There's one going to be opened up, Moniette pinged. The Rolling Thunder not connecting on anybody in Australia, still now holding on to his, sending it. Goes in deep, catching 2 players here. Things coming down the cyber cage to try to keep him protected. Moniette spotting some at Waterfall. Paranoia coming across. Elmimore with the backstab, arriving, finding Surf.
One enemy remaining.
Is this just going to be a cleanup call now? Jit Boys going to try to hightail it out, op in hand, but Moniette fast on his heels. Drops the weapon, trying to bait him out, draws out the shorty and shuts it down.
I mean, you were talking about Moniette's movement. It is so clean. He's just hopping around, and there's just no chance for Jit Boys there at the end. And yeah, the initial Rolling Thunder to try to get onto the site, I mean, it didn't really hit anyone, and you know, there wasn't really any push that did come in. They tried to just get position on the back of the site, and it all starts out really well for the side of RRQ. They take out the fellow Neon Governor there on the opposite side, and then eventually Moniette's hopping around and being very annoying in space and does shorty him down. But yeah, the retake didn't come in, and then it's just held onto the site there by RRQ very, very nicely. And now 6 rounds under their belt. Not a bad attacker's half so far here for RRQ.
Scanning ahead.
Guard at the ready, up over the top. Big revealed on the one. Jemkin shredded down low. Six Sparrow as well. Finally going to be finished off. Governor able to find that kill. Solid start here once again for Talon. They get themselves to 5. They're in a really good spot on this half. As Cruz looking to deliver it. Srayet taken down. Moniette able to find Governor. Slides his way forward. Shorty not going to cut it.
Yeah, Cruz is pretty healthy too. 44. Staying alive.
Expecting him to be a little bit closer. As Jemkin needs to get this but shoulder shown. And Cruz with 3. Looks to keep them in this half and get them to a very solid spot. Tap onto the door, but Elmimore, I mean, not swapping over to the Headhunter, not seeing much of anything as they ring around the Rosie. Cruz plays around the door. Self a 4-piece to get down to 5.
Yeah, what a round there from Cruz, just lining him up as the vision, and he's just able to do his Odin stuff. And it does feel like RRQ has really struggled to, you know, lock him down and not take damage from that. He's getting so much value out of that one position from Tree with the Odin, and he got the most value we've seen all map so far on that last round. So getting a kill, a bunch of damage. Governor gets that initial kill himself, and then eventually Cruz ends up with 4 kills, and now he's on top. So leading the team in more ways than one.
They have so many ultimates to try to utilize here in the last round of the half. Yes, there's the ping, there's the Hunter's Fury. Governor going to be forced off an angle, Moniette getting tagged up. It's a rush forward, Surf, however, sights turned in towards B. Again, it's, you know, a little bit of space taken, some scaling from RRQ, but then the immediate pullback.
Yeah, they just don't want to commit on in there, and again, they get some vision. Cruz just shooting forward and saying you're not allowed to come towards A. And already there's a double stack on B and a double stack on C here for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it was an intentional ping there from Moniette, allowing himself to get recon, trying to sell that they're still maybe over on this side of the map. Then cut sounds and leave Xpharaoh in a bit of a lurk position. Now that the Thrash is being sent over here on towards the C site, Talon should be well aware that this is where the spike is intended to end up. As the sun comes across, Jitboy's able to collect two. Governor, a two-piece of his own, and McSparrow cannot get the backstab. A flawless finish here as Talon tied things up at 6-6 at the half.
Well, that's a pretty good way to end the half. They just get a flawless, and nobody covers Jitboys. They just essentially, Jitboys has the the fantastic timing to just poke around the corner, and they thought they had cleared out every single corner of that C site, but not where Jitboys was, and he just gets so much value there. Able to peek out at the exact right time. RQ pushed off of the A site, not really finding a lot of luck over there the last couple of rounds, and yeah, Talon should be very happy with their position, able to keep it tied here at the half. You see that the win percentage currently 59% for them. The chance to take this map down.
It's given how the latter half of the first half ended up going. Talon running back several rounds. I mean, you think about it, 4 of the 6 that RQ got were within the first 5. They got that eco win and then just were very streaky, but from there on, very inconsistent. There was some sloppiness on display.
Spike down, C.
Talon finding their footing, and Cruz having a nice little laugh saying like, yep, I read this one well. I expected this.
Well, they absolutely did. They were so ready for it. Let's see what this second half is going to look like, though. Can we see the same? I mean, early on, Monette looks great on the Neon. They're finding great entries onto B. They had some decent luck on C as well. A couple of plants there and wins in the rounds. But the latter half of that first half did not quite go their way. So I am curious to see how these entries are going to look like for the side of Talon with the Sova on their side.
Things coming down again, looking like some early pressure on towards B. A-site completely abandoned here by RQ. So they're going to start rushing forward out of mound as well. Paranoia as the door gets opened up. Governor able to exit through that fast lane. Monette dazed up, cannot find that kill quite just yet, but Elmore swinging onto the corner, comes up with 2. Governor and Surf both going to be taken out. Monette down to 6. Potentially easy kill pickup here for the side of Talon, but they are taking their space now in C.
Yeah, they're going to get onto the C site for free, and there are some low... I mean, it's basically just Monette who is barely alive here, 6 health. And now we got Jitboys.
Finds a headshot, and that's how More dealt with. Van now trying to hold here at the top ramp, gets himself another headshot as well. Jimkin can take it down with Monette rushing forward, gets it on top of Jitboys, and now Cruz a world away, but still 2 shock darts to play with. It's both Jimkin and Monette at risk. Sends out the first. They split off of it. The second one lobbed in. Estrella, knowing that he can go ahead and tank that damage, just goes ahead and sticks it, and RQ will get the round win.
Yeah, I mean, just that play outside of B was really what this round came down to. Talon actually did get onto the C site pretty well, and they got those first initial kills. I like how Jitboys was aggressive there outside of the back of the site. But yeah, just the power of this chamber and the pistol round, able to come out, take a couple of heads off, and then eventually just get the man advantage and get the defuse.
That's unfortunate for Ban, because if he decides to just go for Monette there in that exchange instead of Jemkin, he puts the team in a much better position potentially, because Monette then can't swing the corner and get Jitboys. But the pressure of the moment, trying to pull that off is so damn difficult. But Elmore with a great adjustment, understanding the Neon movement so well, and finds the shot.
Yeah, that was very impressive. I feel like Governor did not quite expect that to happen to him. He was going to do a dance and do the Neon thing and get away scot-free. It did not quite work out that way. And now you see a full rotation coming out from Talon to go towards the A site. They do have one Sheriff here in the hands of Ban, who is actually going to bring up the rear on this one. Jitboys trying to poke his head in first. But Monette is waiting on this corner from the tiny door with his Bulldog, and he's just ready for this pressure, just playing it safe, bringing in some Mutil, giving them space, knowing that they can go for the retake if they want, but this will be a decent amount of money picked up with this plant here for Cruz.
Plant bonus here for the squad, everybody clustered up. Pushing over towards drop. Setup that you see often whatsoever is to push forward, not quite ready for it, tries to go for the no-scope. It's going to be Jemkin pushing forward. He's able to find himself some eliminations, and just like that, they're able to flush them out of the A site. defuse going to be handed over to Jemkin, who's now just one away from that Thrash, and RQ will take a 2-round lead here in this second half.
Enough of that.
Yeah. Pretty nice idea, I would say, from Talon, you know, especially after they lost Governor so early on. They're already on the eco, just trying to stack there towards A. They weren't met with much resistance, and this shot just very nicely tracked to get that one down. And eventually, you know, Talon, they kind of got the most they could out of this round. They got the 1 kill, they get the plant. It's not so bad, but RQ once again on the board after their pistol round win.
Bonne chance, that works. A bit of a must-win round here, it would feel like, for the side of Talon.
Go, go, go.
RQ, get it. Conversion here, very devastating against the Talon's opportunities to try to turn this one around. Site again abandoned. As RQ thinking that they were going to have a read, going to have a clutch. Not yet, it's just not paying attention to A lobby at all. Ban able to come away with a free kill.
Yeah, and now Spike is already planted. They got to get in here right now, but Cruz is just so crisp with it. Going to take his head off.
It's one after the other. Lemmings to the cliff side. RQ falling to pieces here in the round is straight up peeking, or Elmymore rather, trying to peek out, trying to find that shot. Does get taken down. It's going to be a flawless to deny the bonus conversion. Much needed here for Talon.
Yeah, you were talking about how this was a very important round for Talon. That went about as well as it possibly could have. As once again, Cruz is putting up some big numbers, you know. It starts off, though, with Ban getting that initial kill. Monyet just not looking in the right direction. And yeah, Cruz just hanging out here with his buddy. They're both peeking.
Good job.
And says good job to the team. Just a very solid round to the side of Talon. And RQ, they need to get something going here. Still in the lead, but that round was kind of devastating.
Only more though, up in play. Ooh. Had the shorty in hand, is and sent out the Thrash to try to get the detain. Have been able to do so, but Jimboy's there with covering fire. Elmymore rushing forward to try to find that limb. It ends up costing him dearly. Girl Depth now going to be invested. The Hunter's Fury crashing across. Jem getting in a bad spot, able to dodge out the second shot. It's a glass one, not going to be able to find him, but Jitboys here's out Monyet. 5 members strong versus 3, and RQ going to have to make the call to save.
Yeah, they just don't have any money. I mean, they got to desperately hold on to what they have, and they already lost a couple of rifles, so just going to decide that it's not worth it. Makes a lot of sense in this case, but it's a couple of really solid rounds to the side of Talon. RQ only getting, well, actually getting 0 kills in the last couple of rounds. So
yep.
That's
flawless into flawless unless they can take down one of these players that's going on the hunt.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much all of them. They all have plenty of cash. They know that these remaining players, the Thrash was just used to stray out only 2 charges. So if they give up a kill or 2 but are able to find the weapons in the end, especially that operator, it is very much worth it.
Oh. Ban.
Just on the opposite line, so weapons will be retained. But now tied up at 8-8. Now with a chance to break away from RQ and take the lead for themselves.
Jitboys has just been so fantastic all map. I mean, he's shooting through Ban, able to get the headshot anyway, and he gets another one on Amanyet. He has just been so reliable, so consistent. They've got him, and they've got Cruz, who's putting up huge numbers already. So, in terms of members carrying their weight, they certainly got a couple that are doing that in a big way. And RQ, after those initial kills, they just didn't have much left going in that round.
Gotta go. Dark, dark.
Quick exit, not going to get caught there. Ford Elmymore in a very aggressive line. The TP is set up just behind the box. The drone in, still goes for the peek, but can't quite nail the shot. Boys, lucky to be alive as Monyet pulls back. Never cage forward. Elmymore has to go ahead and evacuate this position, but Governor sliding up, trying to take some space, trying to scale forward. Shut down by Monyet with that sheriff in hand. Now the overdrive available to him. Nick Sparrow unnoted behind the box, but cannot find the shots. Cruz just strafing right ahead of that crosshair.
Yeah, nicely handled by Cruz after being caught off guard by that one. And it's going to send forward Recon Dart, but they are not going that way. You see 3 members of RQ on the C site, and they've got Elmymore on B, but this spike is going A. So you see right now maybe trying to isolate Cruz, maybe trying to get some information, and they will be able to take down Cruz and say, hey, he was the only one here. So they should get some early information that this one is going A.
That would be a weapon recovered, but Monyet had already cut his way over to B, so will not have that rifle, so might have to just go ahead and invest the ultimate here. Tools for the retake. A couple of them. Wingman to try to clear out an angle. Fault line, aftershock. One singular flash.
Here we go.
Fault line in, overdrive popped. On yet. Waiting out that fault line. Spots one, spots another. That's going to be Jitboy's taken down the swing forward. The flash fully connecting on the serve. Banned. Suspected on the angle. It's taken down. 4 players alive, and that is going to be RRQ turning this round on its head.
Well, we knew this match was going to be close, but, you know, 9-8, and it feels like anybody can win any round, even in a devastating manner. I mean, 4 members alive there on the side of RRQ this time around, even with 2 sheriffs in hand at the beginning of the round.
That's a great reply after having, you know, being flawless twice in a row.
Yeah, no, it's massive, and it all starts with Monyet. He gets that first sheriff kill, and then eventually, you know, as you mentioned, he's able to build up to the overdrive with that kill, and it ends up being critical to just clear out the site and tree, and that allows Elmi Moore to step up as well and get that aggressive operator kill to put an end to the round. So, nice response here from RRQ.
Go, go, go.
Relay bolt for relay bolt. Governor sliding back, but it's a face full of Dizzy there. Puffs away behind the pass lane. The slider from Monyet, accurate once again. Finds that headshot mid-slide. Readjust from Surf. Man here to try to offer up some covering fire. They're able to fire back. Well, the man advantage very much here in their hands. Low HP on 2, but a 2v2 for them. Only more likely going to have to abandon the operator if they actually want to play for the retake. But as Surf gets ready to plant, there's also going to be a rolling thunder.
Yeah. They are going all the way back towards C, and they might just kind of hold their position here on the map. Just a lot of aggression there outside of C, and it doesn't quite pay off for the side of RRQ. Talon is able to meet it very nicely. Everybody's ready for it, and they hit their shots. You know, Surf hasn't been putting up the biggest numbers, but he was able to hit some headshots in a critical moment, and once again is going to be able to tie up this map here for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, Surf being asked to be, you know, as flexible as humanly possible here. Crew's very much the same. I mean, Frost was talking a little bit about it on the analyst desk with our coach interview, saying, you know, we don't have a Sova player anymore. Someone's got to take Sova. Right now, that's been Cruz, and overall, not too bad. You know, Hunter's Fury finding some impact when he's been able to pop those. But Surf as well bouncing around. I mean, playing Jet last week, you know, playing a hell of a lot of, you know, Sentinel, Viper and stuff, whatnot in the past. He's been bouncing around quite a bit, so I think it's going to take a little bit of time to really find his footing with things like this. Breaches. Estrella losing out on that weapon is absolutely monstrous. I mean, Cash, for the most part, is there for RRQ. That is still another kill going over towards the side of Talon as they tie it up 9-9.
That's a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, you just take a look at how this happened here. So Governor, he pokes out and they try to isolate and punish him for being a bit aggressive, but eventually it's just a 1-for-1 for the Neons, and the entire team of Talon is there on the opposite side of that smoke, and they're just able to shut down anyone who does peek out of that, which unfortunately for RRQ was a couple of members. And that is going to spark a timeout here for them, and that will be their final timeout. 9-9. And that round's a little bit dicey, so gonna stop the clock for now.
Doesn't really get any closer than this. Still money to be spent, so it ought to be a full buy. I believe there's only Xfero on the team at the moment that is going to be lacking funds, but with the operator carried over, the money in Elmi Moore's pocket, more than enough to go ahead and handle rifle over to their Omen player. Plus he does have that Tour de Force available on the backside, so maybe even a double op setup if they wanted to try to run it. But something tells me not going to be the case.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide on here. Ewok gonna take some extra time to just say what he's got to say here, because that will be his final moment to actually say anything to his team before we do get into overtime. And, you know, we absolutely could hit overtime at this point in time. I feel like the economy right now, you can see it's pretty heavily in favor of Talon, especially able to take that extra gun out, as here comes Elmi Moore.
Okay, staying stagnant, wanting to see if he can get the weapon recovery, but does have to back off. Fast lane through, trying to get that no-scope shot, but Governor able to take him down, push up into the smoking Sparrow, dealt with. And this is brutality here from Talon, right off the rip. I mean, now, with the Cash very much not on your side, RRQ already making the call to go for the save.
Yeah, and they just saved in the last round. I mean, this is absolutely going to be hunting season for the side of Talon. They're going to be looking all around the map as soon as they identify that RRQ are not going to be going for this. And Yeah, I mean, once again, you know, pretty brave from the side of Elmimore. He tries to go for the punish, tries to stop the aggressive push from the Neon just by himself, and he just gets taken out really quickly, and that's a lot of their pressure on the C site, just eliminated just like that, and an operator as well. So here they are pushing out slowly. They're being pretty safe, not going to push all the way towards the A site.
Yeah, doubtful that they'll be able to get a catch. Seems like, once again, weapon's going to be saved over here. Elmimore likely going to have to just go ahead and pop that toward the force to keep an operator going into the next round, but Talon, once again, in a position to have the lead. It looks like Vandal's purchase still going to be coming through.
Yeah, we take a look at this replay. So it's Governor who comes to the fast lane, and, you know, he gets the sight on him, and it just gets behind him. Like, Elmimore, he's not superhuman. He can't quite pull off the 180 no-scope, and, yeah, he just kind of gets Neons there, essentially. Nice play from Governor, identifying the situation, and Elmimore's risk does not pay off. They get that extra pick, and that eventually just leads to the round. There's no more action as RQ make the call to save. Now, looks like some pressure outside of B.
Monyet going to push forward, gets a little bit of damage down, but there's Governor pulling the trigger, rushing up. Going to be both Neons now traded out. Only more here at Mound, dealt with Jitboy, snappy with a headshot, finds that kill, and that opens up the C site quite a bit. Cosmic Divide now going to be invested as they try to pivot their way forward, but Xpharaoh, rather, getting himself up in front of this, but is still going to be dealt with. Jitboys now 15-9-3.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is having an insane map. Cruz is trying to outdo him with his tree play and with the Odin and stuff like that, but Jitboys has just been super crisp. Extremely high headshot rate.
Two players on the opposite side, he can't get either of them, but still, man advantage here for Talon. Cruz rotating around the back. Coming down, swing out. As they know that the spike didn't end up on C.
Now the plan comes in, he's going to back up to his teammate here.
This is nigh impossible for him. Fault line at the ready. Cruz still with a recon. Pick up on the Dizzy. They're reading this upper position. Estrella able to collect that one, but now full line across the rush forward. It's Jemkin! He finds them both! He was stunned!
What? How did that happen?
I need to see the replay, but Jemkin he just nails the headshots on both of them.
Someone who was going in there to kill the one member, he got the first kill and then he put his gun away. And he just got shot, and Jemkin just kind of went one and then swung over and hit the second one.
In the hell? This is a great round from Estrella. I mean, he reads the positions of pretty much all of them. But yeah, I mean, weapons taken, and then Surf is just swinging out. He doesn't have the weapon drawn anymore.
Yeah. It's almost like he didn't know there was a second person there, but...
Maybe he saw, maybe he just peripheral vision saw a kill pop up in the feed and went like, oh yeah, my teammate got him.
Yeah, well, it's possible. I mean, they knew he was stunned, probably. Like, it's like, okay, this is a free kill. Maybe just assumed.
Well,
and you know what they say about assuming. Did not work out for them this time. And immediately now, Cruz is going to go down.
Monyet.
So,
he's pushing out, peeking in towards attacker spawn, finds that kill. No recourse available to get a reply kill. Well, RQ in a strong position as they miraculously tied things up at 10-10.
Yeah, this could have been 11-9 with RQ on a really bad economy and, you know, attacker side for Talon. Like, they probably would have just been able to close it out, but now it's anybody's game. Like, anybody can take this map from here.
Pivoting over here towards A. Just Jemkin. Lingering back over in towards spawn. Thrash at the ready. Ban going to be trying to go for a bit of a backstab angle as, oh, they miss each other. Doesn't matter. Double face forward. Ban dealt with. A 5v3 now. Rolling Thunder still in play here for Talon, but do they want to try to commit that here?
It's a really...
Jitboys can open things up a little bit more, but there you go. 2 kills. This is Estrella and Jemkin both fall. The Thrash now no longer a concern.
Spike planted.
That makes the call much easier.
And it does. Boys again. Wide swinging across Xpharaoh, unable to find that punish. The slide forward, but Monyet with a third. Rolling Thunder now, crashing across. Much connecting on the damn near. Everybody's the push forward. Governor able to get the fadeaway there onto Monyet. Takes him down with the overdrive. 2v2. Had spotted Elmimore.
Blinding.
Flash at the ready. Quick turn on that one. Elmore coming away with one, and it all comes down to Governor, who's good with the 4-piece.
You're done.
Talent. They rescue the round. They reestablish the lead.
Gotta go.
Yeah, really nicely handled there right at the end by Talon. They know the pressure is coming in right from that angle. The flash right through the wall from the breach, and immediately they both peek it. And eventually, you know, even though Surf does go down, it is their round going to the Neon. And it starts off with a really nice pick from Jitboy's. Governor gets one for himself, gets his ult down, and then eventually, yeah, he's able to put the cap on it there, even though Surf does go down.
Well, now there's 4 ultimates to deal with on the opposite side. Only more, though, just a Bucky in play. I've been seeing it get a decent bit of value when it does crop up from time to time. Surprised to see that Monyet doesn't just pass the Vandal over and then use the overdrive here in the round, but
yeah.
That's the ability for that instant tap. Governor on the jiggle peak. Getting on the relay bolt. Able to find the stun. That would have been a hell of a shot from Elmore, but he cannot make it happen. Instead, he's going to eat a little bit of damage.
Governor's just going to throw some stuff on a C, hit the door, and not commit. They're just going to take the orb. Spike is still at the spawn.
Clear out on the cam. Monyet eats a little bit of damage.
Nowhere to run.
Hunter's Fury opened up. Pings here onto Elmore now in a rough spot. Drag in, but Xfero covering fire, able to find the trade out. 1 for 1, and Ban spotted moving forward here over towards Rubble.
Very nice reaction there from Xfero to get that trade back. Otherwise, could have been a disaster for RQ.
For a second, I thought Elmore was going to be able to get the mid-grab well shot. Jemkin now trying to hold the line, pulls back into backside. Thrash at the ready, send, dives forward, detain, out on the 2. Easy clean up, no, not so easy, but Jemkin on the reswing is able to find it, but now Jitboys picks up the spike, still not planted, and they have to commit to this site. 15 seconds remaining. Tries to send this one out, the Rolling Thunder crashing across, forces it back in towards Tree. The overdrive popped the slide in, the headshot, Jitboys take it down, and Cruz just does not have the opportunity to get those kills. 11 to 11, these teams inseparable.
It's insane.
Make a wish.
We had, you know, 8 to 8, 9 to 9, 10 to 10, and now 11 to 11. And Xfero's there to trade this one back.
The last match from RQ, you know, opening map of Icebox ended up going 15-13.
Yeah.
We could be in for another long OT between these squads.
Enemy remaining.
I welcome it. And yeah, I mean, Monyet, he's able to go overdrive and clean this one up right at the end. They use the breach ult right at, yeah. They use it to just clear out the site, and Jitboys is like, well, I'm probably not getting this one down.
Oh, 3 ult commitment, but Governor knocked down the 12 with the op in hand. Cannot confirm that kill, but obviously no skies in play, so that is just unrecoverable damage dealt. And checking around, nothing behind the box, at least that you can note. Clear on the drone, Elmore TPing out.
Yeah, let's try to reposition. We do have a big committal over towards the mound for now. Just 3 members, a couple still in mid though. Ban gonna be pushed out.
Jitboys forced forward. Angle not quite cleared out. Tap on the door, peek in. Nothing gonna be spotted. Less than a minute remaining now. Curious if Xfero just pulls the trigger on his ultimate to try to just go ahead and check an angle, try to see if he can spot out the stack, but seems like he's got a decent idea about this ending up over at C. He's got the paranoia at the ready to support Elmore.
Yeah, there's a bunch of spam out there. I mean, there's only 35 seconds left, and looks like Governor's gonna start it off.
Does manage to slide across, flash
30
timing.
seconds left.
Pretty decent. Governor's still at risk. Blind spray, not able to find him. So for now, still alive. Set up on top of box, op in hand. Jitboys, the monstrous backstab opportunity. Monyet, though, slides forward, draws out the weapon fast enough to find the kill. Now the relay bolts, they're trying to hold him at bay. Time dwindling. Ban opening things up here at B, but now they're committing into the C side. The neural depth coming through as Ban finds himself a second.
They're actually going to get this planet on C. Just pulling RQ from one side to the other.
Absolutely astounding. Is out the swing in. Jemkin, attention pulled in both directions. Ends up getting taken down. Cruz flushed out. Surf trying to hold his ground, but Elmore comes up with a second. Governor on a hard line, but only 12 HP, and Estrella finds that kill. Now suddenly it's all on Ban. The swing out, Estrella finds the headshot. And RQ take the round. Operator can be taken as well.
Not your day.
And they get themselves up to map point.
How did they manage that? That was insane. I got to see this replay. I mean, Elmimore just coming up huge, just essentially taking a couple of 1v1s himself and a couple of headshots.
It all comes down to this.
Yeah.
Monyet, if he gets that kill, if he doesn't get that kill, rather, I mean, sure, the other players, they have enough time to react, to pivot, to turn around, but I mean, he's no longer in play. The Jit Boys is still there for Talon, and they'd like to get the round.
I think only one of our analysts has come out just yet. They're expecting overtime.
There we go.
Here they come.
Yeah,
Okay.
Choper's walking back over to his seat now.
I don't know.
Saying,
This is going
okay,
overtime.
maybe
You guys
it's done.
Stay
so.
over there. Like,
Hey, I think that this overtime, very much possible. The Jit Boys with the Cosmic Divide can find a lot more value compared to Xferos here.
That's pretty much the one ult.
All the pieces are, there's Monyet just jiggling on the corner, trying to put some shots through onto Ben, but find any connections there.
Cage triggered.
Trademark cleared out.
Yeah, just trying to clear whatever util they can, just trying to push in. But now we see the rotation coming over towards C. There are 4 members of RRQ on the site. They are ready for this push if it comes, and it is coming in.
Stacking this wisely. Fault line going to be set. Xfero just blind spraying across, has to backpedal. The Governor able to hound him down, swings into the corner here. Finds himself, but not quite a second as Estrella will finish him off. Monyet is just running at him. And he gets absolutely mauled.
30 seconds
It takes out one, but now it's all on Elmimore. Jump. The attempt here, the blind shots, just a hair off. Has to get a connection onto one. But now it's only 3 bullets remaining in the Headhunter. Trying to see if they swing out. They do, and Ben finds a headshot. Strap yourselves in. We've got overtime.
I told you guys. It's happening. I don't know. It's just destined. I mean, doesn't matter if RRQ is in the lead and they could have just ended it there. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be that we were going to have overtime. Governor gets in. The second the wall comes down, he is ready to take out a Sparrow. And yeah, Monyet just kind of sending it. And it nearly worked out. I mean, you know, I can understand on New Neon. Makes sense. You know, you slide on in. They're not expecting it. You just kind of line up the headshots, but
if you
very
have
aggressive.
If you have a Phantom, I'm more about it.
It was very confident.
Or a Spectre, you know, something like an Odin.
Optimistic, perhaps.
But with a Vandal, you know.
In we go.
Looks like we're going to have 2 glass cannons, though, in play. Armorless for Elmimore and Governor. As I just, here comes the Odin spray.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the attack side. Jiggle, peek across. Monyet rushing forward. Governor able to avoid that one. Paranoia also gets dragged out. Hell of a util dump coming through. He gets reset on the line, but Jimkin able to find that kill. Governor now dealt with. Still some decent damage there onto Elmimore. Could be an easy target for him, but man advantage for RRQ at the start here of this OT.
Yeah, there's a bunch of... Oh, Bam. Able to trade it back. That is pretty huge for the team to make sure they get on even footing once again.
4v4 with 2 players who are basically dead.
Yeah. Still has all his util over towards C, and we do see that RRQ is just going to travel over towards A, where it is just Cruz with his Odin. They haven't had a lot of luck. You remember at the end of their attacking half, they were just kind of getting shredded by that Odin. But as we do see, Cruz is way back on the site. He's not in tree at this moment as they look to push towards A.
Scanning ahead.
30 seconds left.
That's certainly very suspicious. Does look like this push is coming in.
All right, well, Thrash built up. And sending it forward. Catches him here in the smoke. Cruz maybe trying to find a timing. Either way, all he finds is death. Surf on the swing out, catching Monyet unaware. Snappy with that headshot. Plant going to be coming through all the same here from the wingman. 3v3. Still an op-v-op. Creeping forward down here in towards the stairs. But Elmimore on the hard line has the advantage. Mosh still available from Jemkin. Spot on the one. Surf dealt with. Jit Boys now. Everything to do. The time working against him. Another tap. The Mosh now drawn out. Jemkin rushing forward, looking for the readjust, the reload in, but Elmimore. He's got the crossfire, he's got 3, and RRQ have map point.
That they do. Very nice round from them. You know, some aggression on a B gets traded back by Ban, which is pretty huge towards the side of Talon. But eventually this push onto A just gets so much value. You see the initial kill to Jemkin, but again, he's able to get his ult down, gets the thrash. They isolate Cruz, who is not able to hold down the A site as he's detained, and then Elmi Moore just gets way too much value with this operator in that exact position. Picks up 3 kills on the round, and that will be the attacker-sided win to the side of RRQ. So now it's Talon's attempt. Will they tie it up again?
Like I said, 15-13 the last series. Elmi Moore, knowing that he's going to be spotted out, has to just go ahead and
destroyed.
rendezvous out to safety.
They're just going to push on to C here, it looks like, although not a full committal. They still have Ban over. No, now he's going to group up with the team.
He wanted to try to push forward, get some more information over at A, but the one-way setup comes through. Fault line connecting, Elmi Moore just really trying to pull back. Still the only person at this C site for the moment. Now is also going to be smoked off. Governor just wrapping around, getting himself situated up on top of the box. Land coming in. Spray, not going to be able to find the connection there. Cruz drops down to safety.
This is going to be a full 5v5 retake. Elmi Moore.
Ult's available. Cruz finds one. He does get himself a Hunter's Fury. See if that can come into play. Here's Jim Boy swinging across, able to spot out one. As there's 2 kills found. Jemkin and Elmi Moore both going to be dealt with. Monyet, shorty in hand, finds one. Still, though, do they read that there's going to be somebody up on top of the box at the moment? They're not paying attention to it. There's a drop down. Governor strikes. But not before Jim Boy ends up dying. Sprays up into the smoke, finds himself a second now. On Estrella, the swing out. He's dead. 13-13. We keep on going.
We keep on going. Just the beginning of this overtime, I have to say.
Can production check what the all-time record is for overtime in VCT? I forget what it is.
Yeah.
It's something ridiculous, though. Let's see if we can break that.
It's nice to think about breaking records. You know, they just essentially get on to C for free because they clear out the back of the site with Util, and they get the plan for free, and then RQ decide they want to try to go for the full retake, but Governor just holds that angle so well. He's able to pick up, I think, 3 for himself. But yeah, essentially just kind of giving up the site, and Talon will take all that room and take the round.
Push out Odin in hand here. Elmi Moore still committing to the operator, committing to that glass cannon setup. As Monyet taking some forward space, clears out the cam. Has to remove this dart. This plank gets ready to come through, but Shock Dart a little bit too deep on the bounce. Doesn't find any damage, so Jemkin for now healthy, and Aftershock buys them some additional space. Drone leading the charge. Wingman sent out to try to go for a daze. Gets quick cleared.
They're just trying to buy a lot of time on that back angle, but it does look like Talon have to push through there right now.
Jemkin finding one, but Jim Boyce and Governor, fantastic reply kills as that's the cleanup. And Talon now get themselves up to map point themselves. The pop-off coming through from Surf, rather.
Yeah, you know, he's had mostly a quiet map, but able to pop off when it matters most at many times in this map. And yeah, essentially they use so many things to try to prevent and delay this push from coming in, but eventually Talon were going to full send with all 5 members, and you know, they see barrels. Nobody's checking this angle. I mean, Jip Boy's getting huge value. Surf comes in, hits a couple of headshots, and it's just a full cleanup. It does look like RQ were a little caught off guard, and that's going to get the timeout out of them.
The final one burned here. Let's see, though. Can they keep this one going? Either make it a 16-14, close it out as swiftly as possible, but right now RRQ at risk. Dropping this opening map here, the same scoreline that they were able to beat DFM on Icebox.
Yeah, this is it's kind of intense. I mean, Talon, the retake there on B was very nice. I think that Talon did a great job to just leave the site open and then eventually go for that retake, and RQ were just not ready for it, so Ewok has to try to coach them for this next round, which is not going to be attack. They're going to have to defend this one, and we'll see if they can do it, because you remember Talon's last attack, they just went onto the C site. They cleared out the back of the site with some utility, and they were able to get a free plant and essentially just hold on to it with 5 members. So Maybe Ewok just going to say, okay, we need a little bit more aggression, maybe some information peaks, and try to get themselves better situated for a push, which could be coming in towards B.
Oh, well, Alvin Moore trying to swing out, not allowed any space whatsoever. Quick taps from Governor. Shuts down the chamber. Well, that much more unlikely that we can even come close to trying to break the OT record. Googled it, 24-22. Wow, back in 2021. Pre-franchising, but, you know, FPX versus Forza over in EMEA. Now, see, going to be taken here by the side of Talon. It's going to have to be a retake, but still Xfero a world away.
I mean, this is going to be rough, but they're going to look to push earlier rather than later.
Hold line in, oh, Monyet just holding down the spray. Does get rewarded with a headshot, but Ban quick to trade it out. Advantage maintained. This is Estrella now gone. Talon want to bring this map to a conclusion. It looks like they're going to be able to do so. Just 2 more plays to deal with. Xfero noted, finds the first one, but I don't think he's going to read this position whatsoever. He's not going to be snappy enough now. It all falls to Jemkin, who will fall down. Cruz delivers the final shot, 15-13. Talon win their map pick of Lotus.
I mean, what can you say? Tooth and nail battles, so close, so back and forth between these two teams. Some massive maps here from the side of Cruz and Jip Boys to really carry their team across the line, and just excellent stuff in the overtime as well.
Unreal. Well, solid perseverance from Talon and a great recovery after a very shaky beginning from them. Got plenty to talk about though, so let's pass this over to the analysts who have been waiting for quite some time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, kicking off week 2 with an overtime from RRQ, and Talon wasn't really sure which way that was gonna go. And we looked at a graphic earlier with Coach Frost and Coach Ewok with their respective punishments, and I'm pretty sure both of them were very stressed out just now watching this game.
I mean,
go
maybe
on by.
Coach Ewok just needs to buy more AA batteries. Like maybe,
Maybe
they just ran out.
They're solar powered, but it's raining. And it's like, no.
I mean, RQ just can't get away from these overtimes, first of all, which we can talk about that later. But both teams struggle to close things out. I think that's for sure. But also, I think having Neons on both sides, etc., a lot of chaos, throwing them a little bit off balance throughout this entire first map.
That's right. I mean, what did you make of this Quack? How do you feel about the Neons in general?
Well, I mean, it's clearly a little bit chaotic at times, but you can see who, has a little bit more impact on the agent. But, again, when you zoom out and look at the game overall, it's that chaotic, sense that just really throws everyone off. And at times when you go for a huge team fight like that, it's not going to work out too well. You need to have those strats. You need to have the tacticality just to pull yourself over the edge. I think that's kind of the summary of what happened overall. I mean, Talon with the timeouts being called at sometimes, you can see Coach Frost really hammering down to them. You want that C site.
Yes, I think there was a lot of chaos. It was definitely a lot of fun, but a lot of moments that made you facepalm. Like, why did that happen? And I think a lot of this was happening back and forth, and it was just, yeah.
Well, let's talk about the good things,
yes.
which was Monyet, right, on Neon. I mean, those who have followed his career and followed APAC before VCT Pacific, the partner in these, came through, will know that his Neon was already pretty darn good, and he comes right back, never missed a beat, right? 28 kills, 292 ACS, and a lot of first kills, which is very meaningful for a duelist. So I think you definitely give credit where credit is deserved, that RRQ has now showcased that they have this flexibility. You have the guys who can rotate on and off of the duelist. Jemkin seems to be putting in a lot more time into the Gecko. I would say, again, as an individual, the Gecko looks better today than it did last week, but team comp-wise, you really needed to make every moment count for RQ's composition because you chose to bring in the Chamber for extra firepower. Whereas on the side of Talon, you miss a couple, you still got a little bit more leeway with the extra util. You have a little bit more leeway on things like the flank and the lurk with the Cypher. So I think Talon perhaps set themselves up better for success in terms of the agent composition.
Yeah, agent composition, you can definitely see some of the effects. I mean, the Cypher allows them to kind of sneak through. Governor wasn't too shabby, right? I mean, yes, Monyet kind of eclipses him with that, 28 kills. But Governor, he was playing with an operator in the first half, and he wasn't doing too badly with it, also creating a lot of space for his team. But the one player that I really do want to highlight for Talon is none other than Jit Boys. I mean, it's been a while since we see Astra, and he's actually able to provide a lot of value. Always consistent with the frags, always there for the trades, but ultimately, the way that he places some of these smokes post-plant is what throws RQ off. They are facing so many more obstacles, especially with that one, when they want to retake the site. Yes, you have the Neon, yes, you have the Breach, but you can't really break through it that cleanly because, I mean, Jitboy just places these site smokes that really block up way too much, and you're thinking about the 50-50s when you push out of those smokes.
I really like that you mentioned the Astra as well, because we've always known that Jitboy was a reliable player. He has a lot of clutch potential, one of the best, quite frankly, etc. But Astra requires a lot of teamwork, right? This is why Astra is a very hard agent to play when you're solo queuing. So to be able to play Astra at this level and provide that impact, I think is a very, very good sign for Talon fans, because one of the biggest weaknesses this roster was working through was the language barrier. They've talked about it, that Jitboy is putting in the work to make sure he's caught up, to be able to comm smoothly in English, and perhaps they now feel that they're at a comfortable level playing things like the Astra instead of the Omen.
That, in fact, might have been the factor that helped carry them over this very close line here. Now we're looking at our two Neon players today, which is who are Monyet and Governor. Do you guys have any overarching thoughts about their Neon players?
I think the headline we take away from this is simply that, okay, Monyet's Neon is to be feared, right? I think Governor, again, both of them had some mistakes. It wasn't the most clean game for either team or any of the players, quite frankly, out of the 10. But I would say Governor was playing in a fashion that really his team needed him to, right? Really be that pure entry that's trying to create space, etc. Even if he gets caught, he's trying to just be the distraction and the bait. Whereas Monyet, sometimes he felt the need to go in and get kills, and that he did. So the fact that he has that free agency, that he got the firepower, he has the movement on the Neon, I think that's all good signs here for RQ.
It looks kind of fun sometimes. Loosey-goosey, I think, is what RQ goes for, and it does work out, but sometimes it's not the best thing either, right? Sometimes that's what lends to that chaos. Sometimes you see maybe Xfero or Elmi Moore, Monyet as well. I mean, not really sensing where their opponents might be, and that kind of leads them getting punished for it, and that's ultimately also sometimes what puts what puts Talon on top. But for Talon, I mean, yeah, Governor doing this is something that works really great, but I think that's kind of what sets up for Ascent, because are we going to see, any composition changes? Maybe not, but at the same time, Monyet's impact is still felt. I mean, that's why we had that key player highlight from the start of the day. I think that's what I want to focus on, is that Monyet is still just that good. If Talon's Ascent isn't able to, adapt to these changes, or they aren't able to find that kind of way to punish RQ, we might see a third map.
Well, like you said, we are going to be going to Ascent, and I like what you said about Monyet. I do like how he's coming into this stage 2 with RQ. We saw him last year as a controller, had some really awesome plays, especially on Split, but this stage 2, I feel like he's gone flashier. It is an absolute delight to watch him do
what 3 months on
crazy
PRX can do for you.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Like you feel that energy,
passive
right?
player, just send him to Coach Alex for 3 months. He'll get him fixed up right away.
If I stress you out a little bit.
W Gaming, you gotta do this. Push.
Yeah, and when he gets it, it's like, wow, that was pretty cool. And that's really PRX style being brought into RQ. Now we're going to Ascent. RQ, let's go overtime on Ascent as well. I don't know if we're going to do that today, but like you guys, like everyone at home, I'm very excited to see the potential of a new comp. Now, we don't get to see the agent picks yet, which is going to make this question very difficult for our guest in game. We're all so high ranked right now at bronze. And the question is, which team will have the player with the highest ADR in map 2?
Oh. Okay. So the player with the most damage, essentially.
Yes. So for context, stage 1, it was Jemkin and at 151 and Ban at 137. Ooh. The thing is,
close.
With the comp changes, potential role changes, things could be changing here. So higher. Oh, this is so hard, actually. This is actually really hard. Easy? All right, you guys show it. I'm going to choose based on your arguments. That's how I'm going to do this. Oh, I was going to pick. Okay, make your case.
Well, I mean, we just saw it. Monyet, secret weapon. He just does everything. And at the same time, you also mentioned Jemkin was the one with the highest damage from stage 1. So, RQ.
Yeah, I just think the way that RQ plays is going to lend to one person having a lot more of a high ADR win or lose, whereas Talon, what they just showed on Lotus was a very util-based team style. And I feel like Talon might bring out the Deadlock Cypher comp as well, which has been starting to run rampant. So that would take a lot more ADR out where you have to kind of just each get one kill.
All right, well, I'm going to go... I'll do Talon. You guys are wrong.
Why
What
do
do
you sound so
analysts know?
sad?
What do the experts know? I'm going to...
What do we know?
That's the thing.
What do we get paid
They
for?
might get the ADR, but whether or not they win the map, that's a whole other story.
All right, well, I hope you guys are rewarded for your guess because in terms of comps, we're sticking classic with the team comps today.
Oh, yeah,
but this is different for Talon.
Yeah, because Ban's picking up the Jet here. So he used to be playing the KO in Stage 1, but it seems like Governor's picking up the KO a bit more wherever they so need a bit of a shift. Surf gets to stick to a Sentinel role, which he's always been great at, and Ban. Now, even last year on T1, whenever he picked up Jet was when Ban shined the most. So I have full faith that Talon Esports should be able to slot right in. The real question is Cruz's Silva, how good is it now on Ascent?
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, Ben has been playing this on Split, but I'm more curious, is Estrella's calling going to be good for RQ on this map?
Oh my goodness. With these two on the Jets, my prediction might be wrong for the Guessing Game game. All right, we are going to go into Game 2. Ascent between these two teams. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and Valdez.
Thank you very much. No overarching changes, still some standard compositions, but still shuffling in the roles, especially for the side of Talon. Now, we haven't seen them play on Ascent since week 1 of Stage 1. That was versus Genji. They kind of got blown out of the water. That was when we were seeing Governor pick up this KO. Never mind. I was wrong. Governor was playing the Jet, my bad.
Okay.
But that was when they had Lenny in the team still. That was him playing the Sova. So because Cruz is the one picking up the Sova, the roles get shuffled around a little bit more here. So Ban's back over onto the Jet.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that Cruz did a pretty good job. As we do already have some action, they just run into B main and die. And RQ will take that very happily.
They certainly will. Monyet, well, for those who predicted for RQ to have the highest ADR. Off to a roaring start. Collects himself 2 kills. As it's going to be a long lurk here from Jit Boys trying to swing his way around in towards B main, but turret still set up to note him. It's going to have to be cleared out unless he can a bit of smoke to it. So it's going to be Monyet dealt with a Surf. 2 quick taps. Shock Dart not going to connect. Suddenly, a 2v3.
It's definitely doable. There's not that much time, but...
Jit Boys hanged out there on the recon. Grabs himself a ghost, but time is working against them. The drone to go ahead and check Paranoia. Going to be connecting onto all 3 players here as they tuck back into Bones. Spot onto 1. The flash now, however, getting the full catch. Call on Jit, and he just can't get it done. Jemkin with a finisher there on 2. RQ collect themselves a pistol round win.
Yeah, I mean, this round nearly brought back by a little bit of heroics from Surf, from Spawn, but at the end of the day, it really just comes down to this. I mean, everybody's watching this angle. They have a big stack over here, and Talon just try to send a flash and try to get over there.
Why we become like Talon, guys?
What was that supposed to mean?
Must be good, right? Yeah, must be very positive. No,
they have a solid record at least. So.
Yeah, I mean, they did just lose the first map to Talon, so couldn't be that bad, I guess. But yeah, not too much to analyze from that one, as now Ban just trying to get out here, and he will take some damage already. And there's the Seraph shot. Huge from him.
For a second, but it's going to be LB more, but now Jit Boy's getting involved, and it looks like history's going to repeat itself, albeit potentially inverted here. Xero tries to rewrite the timeline. Now at risk of losing their own anti-eco round here, RRQ.
This should not have happened this way. Estrella low, but Xero able to hold on to that angle with the Vandal. And that's going to make things very difficult for Surf. I mean, if he isolates Estrella in this 1v1 and just right-clicks him, maybe. But now he's taking some damage. And
could still do a little bit more here if he finds the kill onto Estrella. That would strand another weapon.
Yeah.
Vandal, of course, the most crucial one for them to carry forward, as both players get tucked back in towards main. Seems like Surf just going to make the call. Knows that Estrella's low, would love to try to go for that kill, but Doesn't want to give over any more ult charge because Xfero is already just 3 away from having that lockdown online. So we'll just go ahead and opt to die to the spike.
Yeah, some little fun there as well. But yeah, RQ able to hold on to that. Definitely did not start out very well for them, but that one Vandal that Xfero brought into the round ends up paying in dividends. Starts out with Ban, just a quick, sharp Sheriff shot, and then a stack. As you know, you see RQ trying to force push into that one, and they're met with a lot of resistance, maybe more than they were expecting. And then Xfero essentially, as I mentioned before, he's able to hold on to that Vandal. He holds on to the angles and keeps the round together. So no eco victory, no thrifty this time around, and RQ will start off with 2. Jemkin versus Ban. Who do you think is going to have higher ADR?
Right now, probably Jemkin, as he is able to find the kill. Governor going to be taken down, and that's going to be a weapon picked up for Estrella. Oh, yeah, still with a Sheriff in hand. Jip Boys tucked back behind Paranoia, not going to connect, nor with a flash. Jip Boys collecting 2, looking for that third, can't quite make it happen. Jemkin keeps them in the lead. Oh, and Xfero. He plays this so perfectly. Cruz now with everything to do, but he can't get anything done. Snappy shot from Elmore. That's going to be a bonus conversion as RQ start things off 3-0 on the attack.
Yeah, 3-0 on the attack. It's a bonus, and they keep 3 people alive. It's a really clean bonus round from them. I mean,
Spike down.
Essentially, they just push onto the A side. Xfero, as you mentioned, he's in the perfect spot, just ready for the rotation, and then Elmore. Everybody hitting their shots, just multiple headshots across the board, and a really crisp and nice round for the side of RQ. Got to be happy with that one if you're Ewok or any fans watching, because just very clean stuff from them. You know, outside of that push into A, I guess, in the second round, but this third round, can't really complain.
The slower start here, RQ respecting the thrifty potential as Governor. Oh my God, he's just lined up on him. The
just
smoke
click.
about
Just
to dissipate. He tucks back. And all noise cut across the map.
Just hanging out in mid, just hoping that someone will jiggle peek. We did see that Ban was just a little bit, but he didn't really commit to a lot of information. And now he's over here in B main.
Your fault.
Snappy with a headshot still. Sparrow taken down. Weapon going to be snatched up. Vandal now in hand as RQ for the entry. Paranoia nicely timed, but Lumber unscouted. Cruz able to find one, draws the weapon. Jemkin going to be taken down. Fan now able to find Elmore. Suddenly it's all on Monette. The TP forward. Monette finds the first headshot. Rushing forward, the 1v2. Plenty of weapons recoverable here.
I don't know why it seems like the rounds where the opponents don't have weapons. Oh, he's going over to A.
This is so good. He knows that Chip Boys has already used his ultimate. Now TP's across the map, suspecting that he was going to be surrounded. 0 point is well committed.
Cover going out.
Monette with a fantastic reposition. The door now going to be shut, and he actually gets in front of it. If he clutches this, this is one of the most brilliant rounds that I've seen.
I think he must have heard that, right?
Ping's coming down, though. He's about to double face into them. Governor is able to find the shot. There you go. Ooh, what a rescue of the round here from Talon.
Yeah. Again, I mean, they made the second round really difficult for RQ, and they made this fourth one difficult. They came into this one with, I think, a shorty and 2 sheriffs, and they're going to pick up the thrifty this time around on the defense. And just starts off with Ban. You know, he was checking a market at first, and then Cruz is hiding in the corner, and nobody checks it, and it's just confusion. You know, he's looking all around, doesn't know where Cruz was. He picks up the Phantom, I think it was, and just picks up a second kill. It's just way too much value out of 1 sheriff and 1 shorty.
Oh boy, dueling Odins, here we go.
It's Achilleos' favorite time.
Yeah, I love this so much. And look at the lineup on the opposite side. There's the opening spray, and there's Elmore dropped. Answering Odin fire, finding absolutely nothing. And Xfero also falls. Cruz comes up with another one. Monette wise to the angle here, suspecting the push out. Does find Ban, so puts the operator down on the floor. The man advantage still very much here for Talon.
Oh boy.
And Jit Boys all the way up at top mid.
Spike down mid.
Peeks out, Monette not ready for that one.
Yeah, I mean, They win the Odin duel, and then picks up a second one with the Odin, and we did see, yeah, Ban goes down, but then immediately Jitboys is just so pushed out, taking so much value, and now he's going to pick up Estrella, and it's only Jemkin. I mean, he's taking so much of the map down, and RQ, they just kind of got holed up in this one corner, especially after losing that Odin duel. Doesn't feel very good for them now.
Here's the footsteps as Governor just going to be grabbing the orb. Now 1 away from having that null command online. The push forward finds it, so null command going to be gifted in death. Jemkin would love to recover the Odin, but doesn't want to push forward, doesn't want to put himself at
30
risk.
seconds left.
Smoke down, wary that somebody could be lingering up through that one, so if they hear the pickup of the weapon, they could just swing out of the smoke and try to find the kill.
Yeah, just got to play it patiently. Maybe if this is solo queue, he pulls out the knives and tries to go crazy, but there's no reason to do that here.
10 seconds
In this
left.
point in time, we're getting a nice little view on that operator on the ground in the middle of the map.
Yep, in the last few seconds, Surf gonna get a smoke to go ahead and work his way across to recover that. Can be carried forward. And it's gonna be Talon getting themselves 2-round wins in a row. Cash shaky now on the side of RQ. Stabilized for Talon.
Yeah, and once again, really just comes down to this. Lineup wins against Elmimore.
God, it's such engaging gameplay.
He is the better Sova, and he does it again, blind.
The Odin King.
Odin King, Achilleos.
Yeah, king of a hollow crown.
Here.
As far as I'm concerned. But, you know, it's in the game. Might as well take advantage of it. RQ, just we're not prepared.
Well, he's practiced that, I guess. Or maybe he just, you know, picked an angle and just got lucky. And it works out in a big way. And that's really all we highlight from that round, because that was the biggest part, that he's just able to get 2 blind Odin kills and put them very far ahead. They all get...
Okay, for a second on the silhouette, I thought he was pushing out in towards Pizza. Ban, though. Chancy peeks out, looks for the flick, but Estrella with a nice headshot. Shuts that down.
Saw he didn't hit the shot, and he was about to start the dash. I feel like I heard the noise.
Oh, there's the reveal, and here we go again. No, cannot overstay. No, the pressure is coming through. He will get hounded down. Surf now surrounded, dealt with. Governor as well, dropped to the floor. As it is suddenly just Jitboys left. Will peek out Estrella there in front of him, will be able to claim it. That's going to be flawless here in response as RQ get themselves a 4th and stretch the lead even further.
Yeah, they got that initial pick and then eventually just push in towards B, and enough utility into the members that were on that B site, especially Cruz, who did not get any value out of his Odin this time around. Starts out with this initial pick, and then eventually, you know, they shoot through the wall. They just essentially swarm the site, and then Jitboys actually does peek out here. It's the RQ viewing party in Jakarta.
Ooh, wherever that was, that place looked neat.
Looked pretty cool.
Some nice classic movie posters up on the wall.
Yeah.
Spotted Casablanca there.
And a timeout already, 4-2.
Casablanca.
Casablanca.
But yeah, timeout going to be called here from Talon.
Do you think I've seen that movie?
I know you haven't seen that movie. You still haven't seen The Godfather.
No, I have. That's the one that I have seen.
Have you seen part 2?
I don't think so.
It's the best one!
I think I only watched the first. It was good, but then, you know, I had other things to do. And, yeah, I mean, this is already 4-round wins for RQ on the attacker side. And they're showing their dominance. They won that pistol round, and it's really helping them stretch that lead. Talon got a couple in a row, but then that last round was really one-sided, obviously being a flawless. So, decent time to call a timeout and try to calm them down.
Op again once in hand. Once again here in hand for Ban. The peek out over in towards Tiles. 0 point going to be noting him. They should suspect that there's going to be an op in play. Double setup here at bench though. This is going to be a trade back. A lot of damage dealt over to Monyet, down to 17 HP. Continues to swing out wide and gets a spot on the Surf. Making his way in towards Market. Overall, Talon getting the better of that exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. Jemkin also very low on his EC.
The Odin Cruz now in a bit of a rough position. Top of his own team's Nano Swarm, but Ben catching a glimpse, able to find the shot. Only more going to be taken down, but now the lockdown in play. They're flushed out of boats, ends up falling, and Ben just going to have to back away, keep himself safe. Stop himself from getting detained, but still opportunities here for this 2v3 to come to fruition. Both Manya and Jemkin have been tagged up.
Just gonna start playing this one slow.
One op shot, another one. It's Jit Boys. Creep his way forward, but ready with the backstab is Xfero. If he hears anything.
Oh.
Drop down into the site. He swings out, but Jit Boys with a readjust. Finds it, and suddenly that much more winnable. Smoke drops, Jemkin able to find one. This is all on Chit, and he just can't quite line it up. So close to being able to find Monyet, but he will be the last one standing.
Yeah, I mean, just waiting in the smoke, pushes out, and then immediately just gets 180 no-scoped in the head. That was kind of the craziest moment, but a lot of rotations coming in. Starts out with a straight here on top mid, and a lot of swarm grenade damage that does come down. The aggressive lockdown as well, and then just some really sharp angles. Manya barely winning it with 17 HP.
Nice Gocha.
And 5 rounds already for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and the more they rack up on the attack, the better set they are. Going over to that defending side. Cruz dart at the ready. Start pulling away for a brief little moment. If he reads where the dart comes from, could get some quick spam across. Except we'll just have to clear it out. Cruz able to back away. Hunter's Fury ready to go, but bold time to try to use it here while they're in this thrifty round.
Xfero just pushing ahead, but no committal just yet. But we do see the rotation coming in from the entire team over towards the outside of B main. And it's going to be all up to Cruz here. Let's see if he sends Hunter's Fury in this spot.
I think he only spotted one. Seeing the Killjoy doesn't really tell you too much.
Yeah.
Flash over the top. Now should have a decent idea about it. Shock Dart sent. Just looking to clear out the KJU tilt. And that does take out the Nano Swarm. Cruz suppressed the null command, not allowing him to even try to use it should he have wanted to. Spam into the smoke. Push forward. Does manage to find one. Ends up getting dropped. To be able to ramp it. Yep, Jemkin having line of sight. Takes him down. Jump peek. Some damage dealt here over to Monyet, but Widely going to be fine in that frenzy at that range. Not going to be able to do a damn thing. Governor picks up the Sheriff. Gets the headshot. A follow-up onto Xfero. That's some fantastic damage dealt. Does he have more? Weapon now. Hand delivered. On the spot. Seeing one over at boats. Fragment going to be sent in deep. Jemkin Howard pushing up behind the boxes, and he cannot readjust. Some nice snappy shots, but not around win. RQ now up to 6.
Yeah, and it's just desperation. I mean, he's alone back there with the Sheriff. He does get a couple of kills. It looks very nice, but it's still a very dominant RQ round win. And it starts out with Cruz getting a little spicy there in boats with the Shorty. But eventually, you know, just gets cleared out by the Odin as well. And Governor, you know, credit to him. Very nice shots, but even able to pick up the Vandal, not able to do it. And Jemkin does take him down. So 6-2 now for RRQ.
Flash.
And holding. Committed my updraft to get into this position. I'm not going to drop down that easily.
Sova's going to spot each other in a way. Ooh. Okay.
Okay.
Monyet's dead. Just like that.
Governor heating up. Another null command on the way, just one away from that. Good amount of ultimates to utilize here for the side of Talon. Lockdown, you can counteract Elmimore's Hunter's Fury with one of your own there from Cruz. But the Odin's going to keep doing things.
Yeah. Takes down Surf. And immediately that, you know, they already did have Ban over there, but now he's the only guy on the site. And there's 3 members of Talon over on A, but as we know, it's just Ban to try to stop the entirety of this push that is coming in right now.
Flash him off the angle. The re-peek is going to be good. Xfero going to be taken down. Moving in before that fragment comes into play.
30 seconds left.
Damage taken here from Ban, but still no closer to really making their way into the site. They don't have any smokes to try to just cut off this angle. Other than that cloud burst, but that's going to dissipate very soon. Second one going to be sent in. They'll be looking for the timing shot, but there you go. All out into the open, all taken down. Talon, they'll break the win streak, get themselves a third round win.
Yeah, RQ really got themselves into an awkward spot there. They didn't have a way to really get the spike to the plant zone, and ends up, you know, even with that Killjoy kill early on, it didn't matter. Van was able to hold his angle, and they didn't really have an answer for him, as you were saying, and eventually through market as well, they were able to shut it down. Starts off Governor's pick off,
One enemy remaining.
and then eventually they push in right as they know RQ are going to commit, and it's a really clean cleanup there from Talon. Best situation for them is that they tie it up and try to have a similar attacking side. Still advantage RQ here.
Oh, good boy spotted out there. Going forward, full flash connecting, and Jemkin able to find one. The peek out from Ban finds one. Cruz covering fire. One before getting traded out. Ban on the re-peek, another one. Looking for the third. Oh no, Tailwind's forward.
One enemy
But somehow goes unpunished until this very moment. Munyet finding one with a shorty, but Governor able to just go ahead and clip him right through the floor. Talon starting to run things back, looking for another 6 and 6 half.
Yeah, a lot of flashes sent onto the site, and they do get a couple of picks, but Talon were ready for this push. As we're going to see here once again, you know, Ban, second he gets on flash, immediately gets out of there, and gets a second kill. And eventually he does up, or rather, tail it straight onto the site, but still he's got some teammates to back him up. He already did pull his weight, and so RQ going to take their first timeout after a couple of more rounds going the way of Talon. RQ are still in control, but yeah, definitely a couple of very dominant rounds here to the side of Talon.
Yep, the last two have been very solid. RQ getting a little bit scrambled on these entries. That operator's starting to cause them some issues. I mean, they're dealing with it quite easily in the first bit of this map. But Ban has been heating up. He's been finding more value. Governor as well, very much coming online. As there's always plenty of emphasis behind Frost's words.
Yeah. You say, give them some credit there at the end. He's like, oh yeah, you know, that was pretty good. But yeah, I mean, there's always stuff to improve on. So regardless of if those rounds looked very clean, still a lot to talk about. And man, going to pick up that operator once again. Economy in a very good spot here for Talon. As I mentioned before, you know, if they can close this one out with 6 to 6, it's not that bad.
And it's very possible if they win this round. Money-wise, RQ still going to be in a bit of a weakened position. I mean, you see it straight down to 800. Full loss bonus will be coming into play, but let's see what the game plan looks like here for RQ. For now, one-way setup. Jit Boy's just peeking off this. It's ready to set up the next smoke.
Yeah, and we do it again. But big rotation over here from the side of RQ. It looks like they do want to push towards A once again.
Back off the angle. Newmore was considering sending out the drone. Opts to hold on to this one, and now smoke dissipating. Four-man creep up here into A main. Fragment to try to buy some time. Jemkin there on the entry, but Governor.
Oh,
the Fragment actually takes down Elmemore.
Yeah, not sure how he managed that, but
it wasn't like he wasn't even paranoid, so just ends up falling. Plant will come through all the same. The lockdown available from Surf.
Planted.
And Elmemore dead. Only have any way to try take this one down unless Estrella has a lineup. Fragment does go out. Will it get the clear out? It's riding on top of it. Gorgeously set up. Lockdown completely nullified.
Yep.
Oh, spot on the Cruz. He's able to drift away. Push out of the smoke bomb yet. Going to be taken down straight as well. Falling. Xfero holding here at main. Sprays through Surf. Getting tagged so very low. Jemkin pushes back up towards Heaven. Spots one. Spots the both. The Jemkin with the 3K. Will get RQ up to 7.
Well, that's one way to do it. I mean, they just anchored themselves on the sites. You saw Xfero with the Phantom getting huge value there through the smoke, nearly taking out 2 members. Gets the first one and then nearly gets a bonus kill, and then Jemkin on the site. This is this first one. Gets the guy running through the smoke, and Jemkin just hiding in the smoke himself, peeks out, and nobody's covering him. They don't even realize he's in there. And yeah, he's just able to do just huge stuff for his team. He's now up to 15-5 on this map. So I asked you before, Achilleos, about who's going to have higher ADR. It looks like with all of those kills, almost definitely Jemkin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking like it.
Push forward
Get
here.
out of my way.
I managed to get this KO out in the mid. We know that there's going to be someone there. Avoid the flash ban. Playing that beautifully. Finds one, but Jemkin continues to push forward with the knives in hand. And strikes him down. That's going to be a massive trade up here for RQ.
I mean, that's gigantic. And they want to send it into A right now.
No command going to be spotted. Jit Boys able to find Monette. Straya just tucked back for now. Jit continuing to peek forward, swings into tree, finds one, avoids the knives, but Estrella eventually able to find him. Odin spray, went across, just trying to find what damage they could deal. This plant will come through.
Spike planted.
Up over the top,
One
the dink,
enemy
into
remaining.
the kill. Now all on the IGL Estrella. They try to close things out. They know that it's going to be back gen. Wants to swing. Odin spray will dissuade him, and for his sake, Estrella, that's probably a good thing. Spotting the shoulder, it's going to be Surf who takes it down. 7-5 at the half. Talon keeping themselves in with a shout.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, keep in mind this was 6-2 at one point, and eventually 7-5. It's not fantastic for them, but they keep themselves within touch and distance, as you mentioned. So RQ, though, a very strong attacker side, just getting a lot of momentum very early on. They get that bonus round win. They were up at 3-0. Talon did fight back, but then 3 more rounds did go RQ's way. So Talon certainly starting off pretty slow, and we do have some data that Talon have not had a lot of success on the attacker side here.
Very true. 70% not a number that you want to be seeing, but I also think that Ascent hasn't been played much for them this year. So there's not that much to pull from.
Yeah.
Take a quick glance at it and see exactly how many games. But again, you know, I hadn't played it. Only played it once in the entirety of Stage 1, and that was versus Gen G. Granted, early doors, just after Madrid, so Gen G, that was when they were in their kind of shakier form, but was still a 2-0.
Yeah, Talon still struggled there. And I always love looking at the coaches, just trying to feel the vibes, you know, kind of a sheepish grin on the side of Ewok, and Frost kind of doing Frost things as always, not a big mix-up there. Do see similar pistol round wins, but we have seen it kind of go both ways so far in this matchup between Talon and RQ so far today. RQ did get huge value at the beginning of this map with a pistol round. Let's see if Talon can match that.
Now that I think about it, I think that 17% doesn't kick off into the equation. I think it's just Stage 1.
Yeah, it did say Stage 1 and Stage 2.
17% on attack win rate versus Gen G. Not going to paint that big of a story for us. But overall, on the year, they are 1-3. Last time they had a win was back at the beginning of kickoff versus Team Secret, I believe. Governor, though, quickly taking some space, working his way down Cat. Monette just behind the smoke. Peeks out as it dissipates, and Governor able to find the kill, but quickly traded out. His band comes up with 2. Jemkin and Xfero both going to be dealt with. Tailwind over to the side, trying to keep himself safe. Peeks, catches a glimpse of Elmore, takes him down. Surf will find the finisher. That's going to be us tied up at pistol rounds 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Just holding some really nice long angles there with some ghosts in mid. Also, the fight one outside a tree, and then immediately traded back. But it really just comes down to Ban hitting some nice shots, picks up 3 kills on the round. And we're going to watch his view. 1, 2, and then eventually, I love this as well. He puts up the cloud burst, but he knows exactly where Elmore is going to stand and just knocks him down, headshot through the smoke, and then Surf does finish it off. So Talon, that's a really good start for them. Sure. Could make this map really interesting once again. Overtime a second time, perhaps?
Why the hell not? Swing out, Jimkin swings wide, Ban. Walking the challenge, but not quite getting the angle, but ultimately the turret's still not cleared out. So the mission from RQ failed here. Jit Boys just jumping up over the top. Moniette trying to peek and see if anyone comes through that smoke.
Jit Boys. Oh, saw the barrel, saw the guy.
He's gonna re-peek him. Yeah, an absolute menace, but yeah, will get taken down as the double swing comes through. Elmore was able to find one. Weapon, however, not picked up. No chance, no time to really go for that one over in B main. So just have to start rushing their way over towards this A site.
Yeah, they clear out every corner. I mean, they clear wine. Elmore though, another one.
I mean, this guy with sheriffs is just something else. Does get picked up, shot starts dropped up over the top, and that's just going to be the shooting range set up here for the remaining players of Talon. Overall, not too bad. Got on maybe a weapon. Plenty of money banked up, and that's us now tied.
Yeah. See how this bonus goes. If Talon could also match a bonus win. I mean, they already won the first map. It still does feel like, even with RQ's strong attacking side, that perhaps Talon have the momentum as, yeah, easy kill right there. But eventually, yeah, they just have to try to peek all together. And they just get mowed down by some rifles. And it's not very close. So let's see how this round is going to go.
Player setup. Quick clear on the turret. I think Sparrow pushing forward. Nano at the ready. Only more off the angle. Try to send out the dart. Waiting for one as well. And so far, Sparrow unnoted here at switch. Now decides to strike. Swings out, finds one. Paranoia crashes across. He's in a bit of a rough spot, but there's no way for anybody trying to pay attention to him. Very swift and clean response here from RQ. Themselves on the board on this defending half.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is, you know, they're trying to push into B. They don't have much firepower, and the smokes are in their face. They don't clear out switch, and then there's just way too much value. Elmore also getting that kill on a ban who's in the cloudburst, and yeah, just X-Pharaoh as well, just sitting at switch, unaccounted for, and you're just being fired at from so many different directions that it was kind of over before it began. You saw that RQ was very well prepared for that push to come in, so Talon gonna have to reconsider their options as they go for their full buy themselves. We'll see how this one does go for them. They are looking to go down catwalk here early on, but immediately as I say that, they decide, hey, let's not do that, and maybe look to go towards A, where there are 3 members of RRQ waiting nearby.
Still has a 0 point. If you opted to send it, it would just be the tell-all. Oh, is he going to swing off this? Goes in solo, but bad. Right out in front of him, able to take him down. Now null command going to be invested here from Governor. Charging his way into this A site. He'll push out through tree. They want to take a glimpse over in towards mid. Nothing going to be spotted, and plant can now come through.
Spike planted.
All commands expired.
Here.
4v5 on the retake, going to prove to be quite difficult here for him. Door now broken. And is backing away. Playing right here in hell. Why does Church Mouse ready to strike? Shots are going to be lobbed in, but Jit Boys comes in with 2. Jemkin now here on the site, cannot make it happen, cannot find that follow-up kill. It's only Jit to die. It's Talon, once again, keeping things neck and neck.
I mean, Ban just kind of running around on the site, you know, throwing cloud bursts. There's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of chaos, and he's once again able to put up some huge numbers. So maybe he heard us talking, he definitely didn't. But anyway, he decided he really needed to turn up the heat here on the attacker side, and he is playing that duelist role excellently. He gets flashed, doesn't matter. Full flash still hits the headshot. Gets onto the site. He's got some support from Jit Boys. And then eventually he's just able to stay alive the entire round underneath. And they hear him the whole time, doesn't matter. Just a very nice push onto A after they get that initial pick.
Arthur's Fury being popped here from Elmore. Fishing for something, but nothing going to be spotted. It's just around the corner. Dash is about to expire. Rushes forward, sends it the right click, but Elmore still standing. 2 HP. Couple shots in, but it's going to be the shorty that ends up claiming him. Doesn't manage to put some good damage down on the Governor and Jit Boys all the same. That's the one player without a rifle dealt with on both sides.
Yeah. Cruz with his Odin, maybe looking to push towards A by himself. The entirety of the team is moving over as we speak. Decent B main stack from the side of RRQ, but that's not going to be where this push comes in. Estrella, are we going to have some flashpoints thrown in this
got the
time?
one.
Yeah.
Does have a 0 point. They're going to use the recon just to check over in towards one as the smoke starts to come down. 0 point catches onto everyone. Flash sent out, but a blind spray through, puts him down to 5. Monyet now, TPing on top of the fragment, I believe. Ends up taking quite a bit of damage.
30 seconds left.
Swing out there, and Estrella able to find 2 quick kills. Instantly dealing with him, and Cruz now in an impossible spot. As RRQ, pendulum swings back in their direction. They regain the lead.
Yeah, I mean, essentially they were able to do so much in terms of doing damage to Monyet. They also were able to do a bunch to Estrella, but the fact that they kind of lost Van early on certainly did hurt them. And then they kind of slow push through the smoke, trying to cover every single angle, but then eventually, you know, right when they go for the swing on the side of RRQ, that's just, you're not going to be able to cover every single angle, and saw that they were able to get the drop on them as that slow push did not work out at all for the side of Talon. RRQ were able to get over there in time because of how slow that push was. So now, Talon, maybe they will commit to the catwalk push this time around. They do have the spike with them, and maybe some mid pressure this time around.
Throwing the check here into mid. Spot out Governor. Just back away for the time being. Tailwind at the ready. Swinging here from Ban. He finds the headshot. Does take a little bit of damage there on the entry, but still standing. Sphere gets cleared up, and now Xfero, only one here on this B site. All of his util already set up, already burnt. Ban taking quite a bit of damage up over the top. Xfero able to find the headshot anymore. He's from Alley. He's just spamming into the smoke and finds 2 kills. Spike's now stranded backstairs. Surf, however, I believe has gone unscouted, but he wants to drop down. Yep, noise is going to be made. We're pushing forward now. Noted. The drag across. Xfero eventually stabilizes it. And once again, it's 4 players alive as RRQ get up to 10.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do about that? They're trying to push smoke. The initial part of that push was great. I think they get in onto the site pretty well, but they don't clear Boathouse, and they're not able to clear Alley, and eventually Helios' favorite part of Valorant, Elmimore just kind of spamming through, and nobody's able to deal with it.
God, Odin plays like the Citizen Kane of Valorant gameplay.
Yeah.
Just doesn't get better than this.
And they're going to call a timeout after that one. I mean, yeah, I feel like these executes could be slightly more decisive, but overall, I feel like Talon are doing pretty good at the start of the pushes, but not really able to kind of swing for the fences towards the end of them. So they start off well, but not able to get the round wins. So kind of tough to tell what they want to go for. They've tried a lot of different angles as well. They haven't pushed too often into B, but when they do, you know, Ban's up in the air and he gets his head taken off, and it doesn't go all too well for them. So maybe reconsidering.
Yeah, really nice adjustment from Xfero. Util timing on point. Forces Ban to have to updraft off the Nano. Just overall, a very, very nice setup from him.
Placing swarm grenade.
So now we'll see if that timeout does help them at all, because they have lost a couple of rounds in a row now. And yeah, not too much in terms of firepower this time around. They do have a couple of Vandals. Do Talon. And that is about it.
Jemkin just going very far forward. Only the turret really set up for any notification about a push. Drone, though, from Cruz, very wise to the potential positioning here, and that's going to force him away. Ban in the meantime, entering over towards A, finds the first shot. Monyet going to be taken down. Spike, however, is still on the opposite side of the map. It's still in Cruz's hands. They can't just go ahead and take the site.
Yeah, again, just they get this pick, and from here, Talon, they just really need to lock down. They need to be able to check those corners, not get killed by some Odin spam as they make their way onto a site, and they're pretty much golden. Again, as I said before, I think the early parts of these rounds have been good. They've been getting the picks. They've been having the right peak timings, but getting the utility very solid and onto the sites is going to be the next important step.
Well, now that 0 point tells Jemkin that ban is going to be set up over towards Wine. Usage there is Cloudburst to try to work his way out. Paranoia connecting, so Jemkin can't peek off of that. Nice recon value, but now with 30 seconds left, Talon scrambling, start working their way over towards B. TP forward, but Xfero already able to deal with one, clears at the Nano. He doesn't TP into the site, he TPs into B main, and now Jitboy's held at bay. 15 seconds remaining. Smoke set up, he tries to get ahead of it. He's not ready, Jitboy's finds that headshot, takes him down. Keeps him in an opportunity to try to win this one out. Straight out, last man standing, swings out, finds a headshot onto one. Single shot from either would do the trick. And Jitboy's just misreading the approach. Estrella will bail them out. He'll clutch it up, and RRQ will get to 11.
Yeah, that might be the nail in the coffin. That one was getting pretty close. I mean, he was able to clutch it out, it says, but, you know, there was a bunch of Sheriff kills that went their way, and they were held at bay here, even 5 versus 4, just by Estrella and Xfero towards this side, and eventually Estrella. Very happy with the way that one went, and perhaps a lot of relief as well with that reaction.
Euphoric moment for Estrella.
He certainly enjoyed it quite a bit. So now a bit of a split now, maybe looking for, you know, they have been getting some nice peeks onto A, but a bit of a switch up in terms of RRQ's defense, actually. Xfero over here towards A.
Oh dear, Van is just dead. Come on yet. Just reading that beautifully. Jitboy's now spotted. Xfero just dancing around. Bricks here. Start at the ready. Just again, angle a little bit too off. Jemkin working his way forward and cannot find the shot. Surf able to win that one out. The rare Killjoy taking down the Jet with the op in B. As Surf finds more damage dealt. How many more going to be taken out now? That's going to be 3v4 advantage here for Talon.
Sweet node and revenge as well. Just trying to peek that one in, and Surf just holds the angle. He's able to take it down, and so yeah, lockdown coming in, and this is going to get them to B site. This could be huge. Clutch from the side of Surf to bring Talon another round and a chance in this map.
30 seconds left.
Plant now coming through. Cruz trying to hold the angle here from behind. Estrella going to be noted. Recon over the top, going to have to be cleared out.
Enemy down.
It is not, but Cruz winning out the fight. Estrella on the ground. Monyet now challenging forward, puts him down low on HP, but cannot confirm the kill. There's still 3 players to deal with here on the site itself. Swing in, Jitboys again softened up, but not dealt with. It's going to be Surf. He's able to find a third. Gets taken out, but Jitboys with the finisher will bring Talon up to 9.
Yeah, and again, that I don't think that round was supposed to go the way of Talon, but Surf just kind of lurking in B main. They don't expect him there, or at least Jemkin is expecting, if there is a Killjoy, that he would win the duel. But he just gets his head taken off, and then Surf, he knows somebody's going to recheck it, takes Elmi Moore's head off, and he picks up a 3rd kill as well. So really highlight on him to bring that round over to Talon and save it for them and keep this map interesting and give them a chance here. Thought RRQ were just going to close it out. I didn't think that was actually going to happen, but all credit to Surf. As now, Ban, you know, he's had a couple of rough rounds, but he's going to open up with another big pick.
The ping must have been there. Gets the shot across. Xfero taken down. Huge kill to be found. Swing out, Jitboys. Catching a glimpse, just wants to back away.
Yeah, don't mind that. I mean, Elmi Moore's out here. He's just trying to jiggle peek it. Here's the drone, has to run away. Talon gonna hear that as well, as they look to push in pretty quickly.
Oh, what a shot! Dead on entry. Jemkin finding the headshot as well. That's disgusting. Surf now tagged low, the Odin. Tearing him asunder. Peek out, Jemkin finds himself another.
Spike down, mid.
Cruz dead, Spike dropped. Hunter's Fury now crashing across, but Elmi Moore a bit off the mark. Window already broken. No alert system here from Monyet, so he gets taken down. Straight nearby, but
30 seconds
swing
left.
in ahead of that one to try to find that kill. Surf now lingering. Waiting to try to see if he can find a backstab. Chip Boys gets dealt with. Spike still over a tree. Footsteps heard. Elmy Moore conscious of this position and finds that headshot. Everything to do for Governor, but Jemkin finds himself a third as RRQ want to take us over to Icebox.
It's looking very likely at this point. I thought that Ban's initial pick and then the follow-up would have been good enough, but eventually Jemkin just shut the door in their face. We got to see the first one, right?
Yeah, come on.
What? Oh, are we really not? We're not going to see the first kill. We see number 2 and number 3.
The file was corrupted. It was too disgusting.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it in the highlights later on, guys. But yeah, as you mentioned, headshot as well. Just insane drag on over from him.
Okay, well, Elmy Moore being called by full flash. That's just going to be a kill gifted over to Ban effectively here as Xmeo cannot steady the aim for another one. Ban down to 2 HP, however. Still puts him in a very rocky position, but man advantage found for Talon. As they need 3 consecutive rounds to take us into another overtime.
I don't quite see it happening at this point, but hey, you never know. You never know.
Can't zoom in with your telescope.
Yeah, I can't quite see. We're going to see this drone over here just to re-clear out B main. And
okay, yep. That's the double check. Fragment in the smoke, just try to bail him out. Jemkin positioned over in wine.
That was
off Ban.
Yeah, Ban was 2 health.
Okay, well, you know that he's going to be in boats. Estrella, however, trying to stop the spike from even getting into the site, but can't find the follow-up. Surf and Chip Boy still at full HP versus Jemkin and Monyet.
Never say never. 2v2 here, Spike is planted. Will this be the spark that starts the comeback from Talon?
Must win round already. Cash lacking here from Talon. They keep themselves in the map. Huge for them. Fake on the TP. Baits out some spray. Still don't know Surf's position though. There's the swing forward. Jemkin finding him. It's all down the Jit Boys. Jemkin low on HP. Shots flying. Boom! Another Red Bull clutch delivered by Jit Boys, and Talon stay in the map.
Unbelievable. I mean, they do come in 1 by 1. They have to clear out boats, and they got to do it quickly. And he just doesn't miss. I mean, Jit Boys is just so on point today. It's kind of insane what this guy is able to do. Yeah. I mean, how are you going to beat that?
I've said it multiple times. You clone Jit Boys 4 times, you have a world beater team. The guy is just insane.
Yeah, and Iraq's going to call this one early. He's not going to wait for 12-11. He's going to say, okay, calm down. That was... Take a deep breath, everybody. Jit Boys, some insane stuff there. But again, you know, they had to kind of get into Boathouse really quickly. They had to peek in 1 by 1, and Jit Boys just doesn't miss. Like, you can't take anything away from him, and he's able to clutch it there right at the end. But a very back and forth round. Talon, I feel like, just barely clutching at the straws to get that round in their favor. And the timeout could take that momentum away from them. I like this call from Ewok, just to make 100% sure we see Icebox today for this match.
See if they can deliver on that. Stop the run back here. I believe RQ, their own economy, not particularly fantastic. Especially if they lose out on this round. It would be the setup for that overtime to come to fruition, but they've got the null command, they've got the lockdown, so some critical ults here. Governor with a well-timed null command of his own, though, could prevent this from coming into play for a while.
Yeah.
As they are both situated on B.
We did see some success from Talon pushing through mid before. I think they actually lost that round, but it worked initially, and they might return to it right here. Looks like it.
Jemkin suspecting the push-up. Cloudburst pretty much tells all. Now the null command going to be coming through. Spray going to be sent, fragment up over the top. Governor trying to flush things out here. Sparrows, he's stuck on that right-hand side of Jemkin. Able to just spray through the smoke, finds that kill, puts the bot down. Opportunity of a recovery, pretty much impossible.
Scanning ahead.
Start gets sent. Surf does get pinged. Pulls away and Governor bleeds out on the floor. Now answering null command. At the ready, that lockdown still can be used. as Jemkin is ready for the push-up, shuts down Ban. Shit boys, that much more pressure put on him. Some shots across Cruz, eventually able to find the kill, but now the lockdown coming through. They have no way to clear this out. They have to push forward. They have to go aggro. Just try and destroy this one. Swing in, and Shit boys cannot get it done. Cruz now just rushing his way across mid.
Revealing area.
He's gonna try to pump fake back over into B. It seems like that's gonna be a yes. Recon sent up over the top. He gets the spot, but he doesn't have time to play with. Grabs the weapon. He's gonna sprint his way back into the B side. You have to plant.
Yeah, he really wanted one initial pick first. It's just not gonna happen. He doesn't have time, so he has to plan it. And
where
now
do you
he's
just
got a
gotta
1v4.
How do you position for this?
This spot worked for him earlier with the shorty.
It's gonna be Lumber, but I mean, this is still so risky for him to get into the site. Then he's gonna have to play retake, and now the bot is set up as well. They know that he could be anywhere. There's the drop down. Yep, they suss it out pretty damn quickly. Moniette will find the final one. As the defuse comes in, 13-10, RRQ. Extend this series, and they take us to Icebox.
Yeah, really nicely done from RRQ on Ascent, especially their attacker side, able to make that 7-5, really just putting the pressure on early in this map and not giving Talon much room to breathe. Talon sticking in it. You know, they almost came back there, but at the end of the day, RRQ were the better team on Ascent and will bring us to that Icebox.
It's been an exciting series so far. Plenty of action, plenty of tight-knit play between both of these squads, and I think that very well could continue on Icebox. But for now, let's go ahead and give the players a breather as we pass it back over to the analyst desk.
RQ brings us the distance. It's not a very long distance, but one map distance into the Icebox. So nice box there, especially with how they played everything out. It was, it was quite clean, especially in that first half. Bringing it to 7-5, like Valdez was saying just now, and it was a little bit back and forth in the second half. How are you guys feeling now? Now, going from that very first map that was very scrappy, and now seeing how this was played.
I think we're gonna get like 5 overtimes on Icebox, no matter who wins. That's my feeling. Yeah.
The next guessing game. How many rounds overtime? Because it's definitely gonna be an overtime.
It was very close. But I would say on Ascent, you could tell, I think both with Lotus and Ascent, you could tell why each team picked it, right? It was very clear that there's going to be a little bit more discomfort from your opponents on these map picks. I think RRQ was much better prepared on playing a bit more of that decisive, a bit more aggressive style here in Ascent. Their communication seemed better. Whereas Talon, I would say that they maybe had a couple more rounds where I thought the overall macro play from a team level, like the timing on both sides of the map, things like that, were maybe better than RQ at times.
Yeah.
But once RQ really picked up the tempo, Talon just wasn't able to keep up the entire length of the whole map.
I think that's what that was. It's kind of like keeping up that consistency, because it's not like super streaky, but there were these moments, especially at the start of that first half, where RRQ managed to chain up some rounds. And of course, with that, towards the end, once Coach Yuwa called that timeout, I think it's one of those things where Talon just wasn't quite able to anticipate what the play was, where that Odin was going to be, and RQ was able to gun them down as soon as Talon tried to approach the site. But that said, not too bad from Talon, right? Like, ban on that jet is, kind of what we've seen before from him. He had some impressive moments with the operator as well.
Yeah, I think a big thing we just saw on that previous screen was the 14 first skills from Talon. So, again, it wasn't anything to do with, clearly Ban 8 of those 14. So, more than half of the first skills on your team you got as the Jet. Ban fulfilled his duties more than enough. However, what that tells you is that RRQ is winning rounds with 4v5s, that they're trading their positioning after that initial duel is going to be a little bit more successful. And I think we saw that a bit with Talon, where the follow-up or the trades perhaps not as good, or once they did lose, Ban or Surf, on one of these extreme ends of the map, it starts to fall apart just a bit here on Ascent.
Yeah, that's right. We can also see the ACS right now. It's probably going to hint towards the ADR. We'll talk about that later. So here are some of the highlights from Ascent just now.
I mean, I think Will has a really good point. It's really what that is that sometimes Talon's game plan, starting things off with either the opposite end of the map, or at least on defense, I think that's where, Ban got a lot of his first kills. But once that starts to get going, once they start to try to go in for some of these firefights and trades, it kind of starts to fall apart because RRQ is just able to kind of play around the site a lot better because they're able to figure out and suss out the positioning at that point, and it's just that much more difficult from Talon. And yeah, it's just you're not really quite feeling the impact sometimes, especially on a map like this where RQ's able to figure things out, to play around some of the rotations and timings, trying to set up some of these pushes, split pushes as well.
Yeah, again, a lot of relying on the default to push and pull across the entire map from Talon on their attacking side, whereas RQ, again, a little bit more focused on setting up for those entry kills to go in, get the spike planted, and then focus on the post plant, because you know if Talon's going to have to play default, you're going to have the numbers advantage when you're on the attacking side. So a lot of it, I think, once again, comes in from the preparation that RQ had on how they want to play the attacking half. Obviously, as we saw from the highlights, I don't think it was necessarily like an aim diff or anything like that, especially, again, on the side of Ban. I mean, he slotted right back in on that jet.
That's right, and I definitely want to, have some predictions about Icebox and how this is going to play out. But first, we need to cover, I guess, in game and see if we rank up or rank down. Gosh, you don't have to rub it in like that. Jemkin with 200 ADR. Not surprising? Nope. None of you guys are surprised.
Were you surprised? Were you surprised, Victoria?
I'm not. I'm really not.
I
did say it going in that I kind of regretted it. So.
Yeah, I am curious who was the second. Like, I am curious about that. Not sure if production's going to be able to pull that up for us in our ears, maybe. But
was it not banned? I assume
it will be.
Yeah.
But Victoria, that doesn't stop you from ranking down, so you can go ahead and do that while we wait for that answer from production.
Look at what's below Iron, though. He's gonna catch it.
All right. Oh, it was banned. It was banned.
Yeah, it was banned.
I just got told it does seem like there was a bit of a difference there in terms of the overall gap. So Jemkin Jemkin had so many highlights. Really his positioning when it comes to these firefights. This is what really carried him through the Challenger scene last year, and he's getting to showcase that once again here on RQ.
Yeah, and we definitely want to see more of this going into Icebox now. Jemkin, well, according to Monyet, is the best Russian duelist, so again, also not surprising. But going into Icebox
forced to say that
now, there's a taser right behind me. Going into Icebox with the patch changes, what do you guys think? We've heard whispers on the streets that people want to change things up. Now, RQ, historically, a very short history of this year, has performed well on Icebox, but they've come close a couple of times. How are you guys feeling now, seeing both of them play the first two maps?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see comp changes on both sides, probably, but I think much more drastic from the side of Talon. I mean, we got told, first of all, the rules they played last week was kind of, okay, we just have to work with what we had. So Surf, you used to play Jet, let's play it. We heard that from Coach Frost earlier today. So that's definitely not going to happen. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is the map where we maybe see an ISO show up, right? This is a map where we've often seen Reyna comps pop up every now and then to try to take control of pipes over on the A site. ISO could, if anything, ISO could do it better now because you have the shield before you go out instead of having to heal up afterwards. So I am imagining that Talon may tinker with this. Coach Frost has been hinting at an ISO popping up at some point. On the side of RQ, I don't know if we go as crazy as ISO, but again, like we saw Monyet on Neon, like there's some options here.
Yeah, actually, RQ showed their no duelist comp last week already. I don't know if they're going to be shuffling this around with, factoring in the patch changes already. It was the first time we saw Jemkin on a Gecko and like that potential there. What do you make of this, Quack? We are going to go into Agent Picks really soon, but like any thoughts as we go in?
I think basically Will said everything, yeah. Just ISO, there's that chance. I don't know if Neon will show up. The bigger thing is just that RRQ has to, be prepared for whatever Talon might throw in store. Because if they're not, everything still looks that scrappy, like that match against DFM. I don't know. I mean, we might not even see that 5 overtime that Will was talking about before. It might end a little bit earlier.
I want to see 5 overtimes with ISO ults every time.
Every
5 overtimes with ISO ults, kill contracts. How many overtimes, Quack, if any?
Oh my gosh.
Baby.
They're doing it.
There it is.
They're doing it.
So Ban. Okay, so Ban used to play the chamber as well. So now going on to the ISO, very similar style. If anything, you have a bit more agency in being aggressive. Governor continuing to flex around, but again can be aggressive. So no dive here from either side. But Talon, correctly identifying that RQ is also going to run with a no dive. So them having the ability to trade better is going to come hit pretty hard.
Yeah, this might be a huge comp diff right now. I mean, ISO, you got the Clove, the Metal can do so much, and at the same time, you still have Chip Boys on Harbor, who's always solid.
Yeah, the only thing is it's that Harbor, right, versus the Viper. Now, obviously, Viper's been changed a little bit, so you're not as flexible, but I do still wonder, solo Harbor comps can sometimes get a little wonky if you're not really getting a lot of control off of the initial utility.
Oh, this is going to be a good one. I feel kind of good about my predictions. I hope Mika's feeling the same. I love spicy stuff here in Pacific. All right, we're going to go to our third and final map for this first match. Let's go over to our casters. Tell us how you're feeling about this brand new comp.
I'm not sure what to feel. To be honest, I mean, we have to see it in play.
Yeah.
This is a big gamble from the side of Talon, bringing out a composition that we obviously have never seen, given that it is ISO's debut here in Pacific and pretty much globally. Haven't really seen much of the agent at all, but with the changes, Talon wanting to try to take advantage of just how powerful this agent can be.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a spoiler, I think, when Jen did her interviews and Governor was talking about, oh yeah, you know, seems like this
is really strong. Don't nerf him.
Totally fine.
Revert the changes.
Making cover. And man, just gonna push on forward. Get that wall in front of him. Yep.
As that's gonna be a plant coming through very quickly here. And shielding will get broken. A little bit of spray across there. A little bit more at risk, but let's see how RQ now fare on this retake.
Yeah, I mean, spending a lot of time just waiting, and now they're going to push in, but big setup here from the side of Talon already.
Starting to flood. Governor eats a little bit of damage there from that fragment, but eventually able to find one. Estrella going to be taken down. Jemkin dead. Elmi Moore as well. Traded out as now suddenly last player standing is Xfero, and it's not for very long. Governor will find himself a second kill as Talon win the pistol round.
Yeah, they essentially just ran onto B. They put up a wall in front of them, and it didn't seem like, you know, the side of RQ wanted to charge through that harbor wall, and so they got the plant down, and just a really nice setup there defensively to keep hold of the spike. And eventually, one by one, they did fall as they flood in onto that one. So Talon starting off pretty nicely here on the attacker side of Icebox. Gonna maybe send towards B once again. We do see Clove and the ISO over there looking to potentially push, but taking things slower this time around and trying to push up and get some information is Elmi Moore, as it is only Cruz to try to make some noise and try to sell that they might be pushing towards A, with 4 members of RQ sitting on the A side.
Just the turret to play contact over at B, with a linger from Xfero over in kitchen. Ready to strike. Smokes coming up. There's the contingency pushing forward as well. Now plant onto the corner once again. Jit Boys
Spike planted.
trying to fast track that ult quickly as he can. Had taken quite a bit of damage as well. Down to now 30. For RQ, question is, do you try to play this out at all, or do you just cluster up, wait for the spike to go off? Looks like bow in hand. They are going to try to make a play for this. Recon cleared out, not going to be getting any pings banned. Able to find one, then gets dropped. Surf Governor, however, yeah, just hold it on wide. Get a good glimpse of everything going on here. There's the man. Down to 20 HP. Will end up falling. Cruz able to clean it up. Just one player lost, but Vandal recovered. Talon starting things off 2-0.
Yeah. Essentially, you know, you send the blind forward and you just try to push off of that. If you get a couple of initial picks, maybe you roll it into something else, but the second, you know, a couple of kills go the way of Talon, you know that this retake is kind of over. Holding the long angles here, even picking up a couple of ghost kills was served. Not even needing the rifle. And Cruz getting a ghost kill of his own as well to finish it off. So 2 rounds over to the side of Talon here to start off Icebox. Feeling pretty good about this so far.
Well, spam out. Does go ahead and just deal with that double tap very quickly. Chance to refresh it if you can find a kill. so far not being able to really put the full effects of this new ISO on display as far as the snowballing and around is concerned. Still has an undercut available to him, trying to get that vulnerable across here onto the players of RQ. Thrown up over the top, will be able to scout him out. Shock dart at the ready. Quick damage not really going to be found. Flash and Dizzy going to be sent in conjunction with one another, but Ban able to find 2 kills. Pharaoh and Elway Lore both going to be taken down so far. Chris the only casualty to swing in around the cove, and Ban will be able to find himself a 4th. Now suddenly on for the ace, and he's got it! Welcome to the stage, ISO! The ace found, and Talon convert the bonus.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? He is just putting on a show already on this ISO pick, and essentially it's just the stickiness. It's so hard to get rid of him once it gets going, the snowball nature that you did mention, and initially it's just, you know, a couple of kills. But then, he's got that extra shield, stays alive. Stays alive, gets this kill, just trying to, you know, poke through the cove there, and eventually does pick up the ace.
Hello?
The classic BAM maneuver, the hello across the stage. And here he comes once again. Has that double tap up and ready.
And also does have now that kill contract built up. Do they read the Monyet is actually lurking within this smoke?
Nope.
So far the answer is no. Does have a sheriff. And what? Oh, okay. Well, some whiffy maneuvers. Yeah.
I don't know.
Moving on.
Oh, well, at
Cruz
least
is dead.
At least he did get 1 kill.
Pharaoh finds one with a sheriff shot of his own.
It's you and me.
As there you go, 1v1. Doesn't have the shield. Pharaoh gets the first shot in. Wall falls and Pharaoh wins it out. Our first gulag doesn't go the way of the ISO with Pharaoh. Can't quite find that 4th. He ends up running out of bullets. Governor barely left standing. I mean, very solid damage dealt here all the same from the side of RQ, especially considering how things began. But it is going to be Talon 4-0.
I mean,
don't. No.
I kind of just want to erase the beginning of this round from my memory. I mean, yeah, he's bending over, he's planting the spike. It's kind of an awkward angle, so you kind of understand. And then Xpero, he wins the 1v1 in the ISO duel. Big Sheriff.
Oh, what a
And then
what a
he
round.
gets another kill and nearly clutches it for the Thrifty, I think it would have been. But doesn't matter. It doesn't happen, and it's just a clean 4-0. Nothing to see here from Talon. Sarcastic, of course, but yeah, they're still in the lead. They're still feeling pretty good about their position.
Over there.
Yeah.
All things considered.
And look, people would be like, "Are these pro players?" Ultimately,
yeah, I'm sure chat's going wild.
Yeah, I know. Chat, you want to get involved. You want to talk some smack. These guys are still worlds better than you. So, you know, Dizzy and the Flash going to be going through, but Ban able to recover from that one. Non-Pink's going through as wall goes up. Sends out the vulnerable. Jimkin still tucked away. Opting to send that thrash forward, but it's going to be instantly cleared out just from the spam.
Breaking them.
And they're just going to back away. I mean, they get that initial pick, but they don't overstay their welcome. They see the retake coming in. I mean, retake, they didn't even plan it. So just going to rotate over towards B with that pick in hand and try to make it work on the B site instead, where they have had a lot of success already.
Spot him to 1. Governor going to get dropped, but he does have not dead yet. Pops it immediately, but can he find a killer and assist is going to be the question. Have that much time. And RQ, being aware of this, can just play back and allow him to bleed out, so Clove will just fall. Leaving them on the ground. Smokes can still be offered up, obviously, from beyond the grave.
Revealing area.
Always providing that value. Clove. There it is.
I suggest you move.
Oh, Monyet, wide swinging out. Flips there, up and Shock Dart going to be sent by Cruz. Re-swings, finds 2 headshots. Tell me more and Jemkin both get dropped. Pharaoh now arriving at Pat Green. One gets dealt with and Jit Boys has the angle. 5-0 start now. Talon running away with this attack half.
Yeah, 5-zip. Again, they get that pick on A, and from there they just control the round. They back off. They move towards B. And initially, Monyet, he gets a couple of picks of his own. This is his first initial one from Jit Boys up top. Very crisp from him, just able to readjust very quickly. And then Cruz lines up a couple, stop the defuse, and picks up 3 on the round. He's having a hell of a time so far And that'll be the timeout here called by RRQ. Waits until 5-0, actually, to go ahead and call this one. Hoping that they could kind of settle down and pull this one back, but so far 5 kills, or 5 rounds rather. More than 5 kills here in the lead for Talon.
So we'll go ahead, slow things up. I'm curious to see what the economy looks like from RRQ. Didn't get much of a glimpse before the round had ended. See what they have to work with going into this one. And right now, Talon got to be feeling great. And they need, overall, you know, these rounds to get racked up on this attack. Because defending win rate, not good for them in the times that they have played this map. So the more that they set themselves up on the attack, the better they will be.
Yeah.
Some critical ultimates available here for the side of RRQ. Lockdown, Pit, Hunter's Fury, all ready to go. Because they do have that KO in play once Surf gets his own lockdown. They do potentially have a clear out, especially if it's going to be for a standard pipes lockdown.
Yeah. I will say, from what we can see from the ISO so far, it does feel like Talon's pacing with this pick has been, it's been what you kind of need to do with the ISO. You know, you send the shield forward, you've got one on yourself with a double tap, and essentially you're creating a lot of space and forcing your opponents to either back away or to challenge in a spot where you know you're going to have the advantage just because of ISO's kit. And Van has been utilizing it to a really high level so far from what we can tell. Very nicely practiced. And now he's kind of lurking over here with his teammate. It's a fake push onto A. They do not have the spike here. The spike is going towards B.
He's rushing up and a hell of a lot of space and now being rewarded for it. Will get traded out, but now the strike coming through, but oh, the whippiness, striking again. Governor eventually able to find the kill.
Look at his face.
I mean, he was asking his teammates earlier if they were whipping. He's got to question that himself, but eventually finds the kill, keeps himself alive, and also does have that pick-me-up to go ahead and get a little bit of that overhealing going through.
All things considered, still a very good spot for Talon here.
Come on, yet. Dead. Jemkin able to find a second. Spray across. Jitboy's going to get tagged low, but now is all on Jemkin in a 1v3. Round once again, getting away from RRQ. The timeout not working its magic here for Ewok. As Jemkin just has to try to hold on to this weapon. He's making noise, pushing his way up in towards Kitchen. Might have been out of audio distance, but a chance to maybe get a catch here onto Jemkin if he continues to swing out, but instead he's just going to tuck back inside of the spawn. Drop down Cruz now starting to run for it. We can't see, but Cruz can. And he can see a 6-0 lead.
I mean, what can you say? It's just a very nice play from the side of Talon. They push him with 2 members. You know, they got the Sova there for a little bit of eyesight from the top, and Van able to peek, and that just leaves, you know, it's very whiffy, but at the end of the day, it's still Xfero totally caught unawares. He thinks the push is going May. He has no idea. He goes down, and that just opens up the B site entirely. And eventually you see Cruz really happy with that kill at the end as well, just to add insult to injury.
Already had 113-0 on this map. DRX versus Zeta. Talon looking to join the club. There's double tap shielding coming through. Full push under tube. Jitboy's lurking his way into it. And Surf, okay, we'll have the timing swing there. Jitboy's, however, able to gun down 2 off screen. Governor in the meantime finding Monyet, swinging in the corner, Elmi Moore dead, and that's just going to be the round over. Surf's the only casualty. Cash aplenty. Talon now 7-0.
Yeah, they are so rich at this point. I mean, we could go towards the end of the half, and maybe they'd still have some money left over. Well, at least here on the side of RRQ, you know, that round they weren't on a buy, but now they've gone full half armors and Vandals. They have 3 ults.
Oh,
you see, just popping out here.
I remember there's a window there. Very solid round again here from Talon. And for RRQ, I mean, you know, you desperately want to be able to, you know, use that second time out to try to readjust. But having committed already 1 in the half, the decision to fire off the second one
you and me
becomes very difficult. As here we go once more. This time the shield is built up, broken instantly. Monyet able to find the headshot. Ben not able to win out here in the gulag, it would seem. This Cove does provide a little bit of cover, but now Monyet out into the open, wins out the second fight. Governor going to be taken down, but Monyet falling down to the Hunter's Fury. Man advantage here for the side of RRQ, and it looks like they should be able to get themselves on the board, barring a monstrous clutch from Cruz.
Well, he doesn't have the spike, and he's expected to be rotated on, so he's looking Well, I say that, and he does not expect the positioning of Xfero, who does take him down and puts an end to this. We don't have to wait a minute for the save to come through. So finally, RRQ, they exist in this map, and they didn't even have to use any ultimates.
They have all 5
to get it done. I mean, they essentially just read the push on the B, and starts out with Manya winning in the 1v1, gets another kill, dies to Cruz, but at the end of the day, the rest of his team is right there.
Round by round, guys. Let's go.
Round by round.
Round by round, indeed. That's what it's going to have to be. I mean, 7-5, the most that they can hope for, but even then, not going to be a bad scoreline for them on the defense. As Thrash to start things off on the hunt over here towards B. Chasing forward, Detain going to be found, but there's plenty of covering fire. Monyet decides to swing, still finds one. The shield in, cleared as Monyet collects 3 kills. Tell me more with another, and now it's all in Surf. Now 2 for his troubles. A third. And 6 HP. Does he have his ass in a moment? Expecting that he's there in 2, but Xfero eventually will swing out. Decent damage dealt. They're stopping the economy from really scaling up on the side of RRQ, but still a decent amount of cash for them going into round 10.
Yeah, we just saw the push come out of the B site. Monyet's right there. Knows there's pressure, and they push at a mid at the same time.
Just isolated them all so perfectly.
Yeah.
Got 3.
Detain obviously really helping as well. The ISO not really part of that. Just able to double tap him down. And now Talon are going to call a timeout. They say 2 rounds, that's too many. I don't like what I see, says Frost.
Yeah, don't mind it too much. You're in a very solid position overall. We'll see how they fare. Just wanting to make sure that they have as dominant of a half as humanly possible. A 10-2 still very much in the works for them.
Yeah, it could definitely happen. I mean, those 7 rounds were very dominant. There were many times where RQ looks like they didn't really have a chance. 3 members, 4 members left alive. Plants getting down very consistently for Talon from the attacker side. So really it does feel like the pressure is all on RQ, even though they did pick up the last couple of rounds pretty one-sidedly. So let's see what Talon have prepared here after their timeout. Still 4 ultimate abilities left, and RQ haven't really had to use many of them outside of the Thrash, which we did see Jemkin get value out of in that last round. Just throwing it out and isolating the ISO with the Detain.
Still 4 ults to work with here across these last 3 rounds. Recon gets a ping on a 1. That's a bit too shallow. I'm not going to find much of anything. Flash just to try and deter the push forward here. Slow up this approach, but look at RQ. Misreading this, suspecting that there's going to be some more mid-presence, so they evacuate the A site. It's completely now handed over to Talon, who could have a very solid post-plant lockdown in play.
Making cover.
Yeah, just going to smoke it off. They have the harbor wall as well, and they even have this lockdown just to 100% make sure.
Coming through just to try to go ahead, play this one out. Lockdown gets destroyed. Ult for ult, but can they get Xfero into position? Because Governor is up over the top and he's able to find kill on the gem kit. Once again, ult at the ready. Surf in the meantime holding things down. The lockdown still committed, but they are falling to pieces. It is now just Estrella left. The jump over and Governor mid-air, classic click. Estrella falls and Talon, they call the timeout. It might have seemed unnecessary, but it gets them up to 8.
Yeah, and it could be the difference between them, you know, kind of struggling and having it be even, and potentially them just kind of closing it out from one side of the map. So Governor's here, goes down, gets the res, and that's really rough because, you know, pressure's on RQ. They have to push into him, and he's able to just, of course, get so much more value out of that res because of the timing of it all, because they misread, because they push up through mid and leave the A site entirely open, and Talon, you know, they take the information they're given, they say, hey, nobody's here, let's just go ahead and plant it. And they really put the pressure on RRQ, who are not able to rise to the challenge.
Window able to be watched if Governor continues on that push. Manya just taking some pot shots up into it, just in case. But yeah, I mean, RRQ just clearly struggling to get a sense of how this composition is going to play, where these players are going to want to try to rotate around to. So, call them. Evacuate that site in the last round. See if they get a better read this time around as Governor in a bit of a rough spot, sends out the vulnerable. So he will just be able to make his way out to safety. Trying to skill their way forward here into this B side. The Reckoning still at the ready. Xfero just around the corner. 3 peeks out. Governor sends some shots. Xfero confirming the presence here of that Clove.
Making cover.
Ban still hanging out. Still gonna send the wall forward. Just create some havoc, and the spike is over here as well.
Swing onto the corner. Ban. Some damage down. Finding Jemkin. They look for a little bit more. Cove now going to be broken, and Elmore out in the open, and Pan so snappy with a headshot. Another ult going to be sent this time, not getting a catch. But it's just Xfero and Monette left standing. The last round of the half, Cash in a bad spot. They're going to have to make the call to go ahead and save these weapons. Governor will get pounded down. Xfero able to jump out of the window, but it matters not.
Yeah.
Talon have so much money, and they're going to get themselves up to 9.
9-2. Not really expecting this from the side of Talon, but they have brought this comp in, and they have executed to such a high degree, and RRQ have not met the same level of play as we have seen. Monette and his buddy, they're on A, but they are being hunted down. Ban.
One enemy remaining.
He's still so clean with it, though. And any damage that they find is monstrous. Xfero taken out, and that's no weapons retained. Talon very well poised for a 10-2 half here on Icebox.
In the half.
That's looking very likely. I mean, take a look at their money. Like, they'll have
half armor buys.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
I mean, full armor hasn't mattered. Talon has just been so crisp with it.
That shot was insane, and the Ban gets the third.
Hello, Monette.
Yep.
Just a friendly wave.
Hello. He's just greeting him. Nothing bad behind that. I think Ban is just having a huge map so far, and he knows it. And
for sure,
he really wants to swing this home run right now. He wants to put an end to it.
Here comes the peak. The double tap shielding set up, but with 2 players facing, they're able to clear that out very quickly and collect the kill. RQ
Spike.
praying for a 9-3 and praying that curses are real. This Governor going to be spotted, but undamaged.
No peeking.
Well, they're going to get onto the site here. It's only Xfero who is waiting nearby.
Xfero asleep at the wheel. Maybe watching the mini-map either way.
Yeah.
Does get taken down, and that equalizes the numbers.
Poison's off.
Yeah, I mean, he's had this pit, but has not been able to get into any position whatsoever to utilize it. As Jit Boys, suspecting they'll rotate around the back, is able to find one. Elmore going to be taken down now. Cruz trying to hold the line. All eyes paid in this direction. And all players falling on the side of RRQ. Monette on top of the spike, clears out one, finds another. The swing. The 1v1. To clear on the recon. The orb comes up. Shock dart lobbed in. Just looking for the timing swing here. Cruz makes his way around the opposite side. And now time dwindling. Working against them. Cruz. The jiggle peek. The re-swing out. Monette finds it. But does he have the time on the defuse? I don't think he does. Monette accepts his fate. As RRQ cannot find another round win. It is Talon way out in front at 10-2.
Yeah, not very close in this half. Talon just dominating them, hands up in the air multiple times, celebrating after their dominant attacker side. And I think you mentioned it before, no duelists here on the side of RRQ, and they got to try to make it work on the attacker side of Icebox. We'll see how that goes for them, but right now, the mental damage has been done, as well as multiple rounds in Talon's favor. I mean, you see the live winning percentage chance. I'm surprised that RRQ is at 27%, but attacking on Icebox. We'll see if they can get some momentum going. It's going to start with a pistol.
I mean, and it has to start there. Talon out at the moment, out in front with 3-2.
Well, Ban is on ISO, so I guess you have to buy the Talon bundle. That's the way it works, right? First part happens, so second part, you know, comes in next.
Well, the call to make Ban be on ISO would be for the coaching staff. So I guess the second message is also directed at the coaching staff, who I would hope have already bought the Talon bundle.
Definitely.
But if they haven't, buy it.
Yeah. And it's Ban and Governor up there at the top, playing the 2 newest agents in the lineup. that are on this patch, and it's been looking pretty good. Surf also putting up some good numbers. Started off a little bit slower today, but had some big clutch moments on every map and has been very serviceable, always doing his job. Everybody having a good KD just because Talon is winning to a high degree at this point.
Shock Dart vulnerable combo sent out. No one getting clipped by it. Good to see these little set plays ready here from Talon. They'll put a decent amount of time into this one. And Ban on alert forward, just looking to clear out the turret, but can't see much else. The turret's still standing for now.
Will he peek out again?
Yes.
He will, yeah.
I got the spike.
The end of his double tap. Does double tap the turret down, and the push is coming A.
Bot set up. Rotate around the back here from Cruz at the ready with a shock dart once he hears the plan. Flash does connect, but Surf able to hold the line, taking down Monyet first and foremost. Re-swings. Some damage on him, Estrella, but cannot find that kill. Jemkin gonna go ahead and trade one back as Governor pops that heal. Picking up coming through, finds himself another one. Estrella now swinging out from behind the box. Keeps it at a 2v2, but he's low on HP. They're aware that that turret had been cleared out before. They know the Jip Boys is here. They haven't heard from the ISO. Do suspect that he's going to be approaching after having cleared out the turret. And on the drop down, straight up ready for it. Finds that shot. Xvero counter swinging out. Leads up the kill, and that's going to be a pistol round 3-3 in the series. There's RQ. Put their right foot forward here in the second half.
Yeah, Van got some decent information in the middle of the map, but still the entry here on the A site was pretty good. Stray and Jemkin get a kill piece, and that one was just... Sometimes you get lucky. Yeah. Stray picks up 3, and
Let's go, guys.
Let's go, guys. Pistol round secured. RQ, they got to start it now. Has to start here. Do you think they have it in them?
Standing ahead.
I don't know. That round was still so close that I feel like for some reason Talon's going to come back in this one.
So few teams have been able to pull off recoveries of this caliber. RQ. They need Talon to be the heretics to their G2 if they want to pull it off. The Billy to their DRX.
Well, they should secure this round. We have seen some eco wins so far, some thrifties. And here comes RQ onto the site. Talon just gonna actually fully back off, giving them the site. I say that though, and Ban is swinging in. Xvero ready to go, alongside of Jemkin and Estrella, who are all watching that angle.
Forward Cruz dealt with. Boys noted here at Raptors, swings out, just trying to do some damage, trying to set up for maybe Surf with that Sheriff to collect a kill for himself, but inevitably, Monyet.
One enemy
alert to try to find these final limbs. Governor, oh, does he drop down? Monyet dropped, that would be the, he's gonna knife him. Unbelievable. Now has the weapon, a chance to do some more damage, but Elmi Moore will be able to take him out. I don't think he's gonna be able to get the gun in time though. So that will be a gun lost.
Today,
yeah.
Don't worry, there are other ways.
As well as mental damage.
Yeah, the backstab coming through at the end of that one. And nice spam here into Ban, knowing that he can't live forever. And just able to utilize those rifles to a great degree. They clean up everybody. But yeah, some chuckles there as I know that music, Achilleos.
I do too, unfortunately. Looks like we will have a tech pause down on the stage. Let's see what the issue is. Something to do with the gear.
Maybe on the side of Ban. I mean, this guy has been very reliable the entire day for Talon. Playing the Jet on Ascent.
I have 3 different agents from him here today,
yeah.
As well as the debut on ISO, which has looked damn impressive. I mean, you know, Ben, you know, we've talked about this multiple times, but somebody who was under much scrutiny last year, took a while to heat up as he was shifted back over onto the Jet. You know, it was kind of like the fracture special for him with T1, but was improving with every single performance. And though we haven't seen much of him on Jet this year, that ascent was damn clean. A couple moments with the operator that got a little bit whiffy, but then he would just turn around and just, outdo, the shortcomings with some big performances. So overall, a very solid day from him here.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to see. I feel like he's made a very nice spot for himself here on this Talon roster, and might be one of the big reasons why they do pick up today's win, if they do, which at this point, 10-4, it's looking pretty likely still, especially if they can deny the bonus away. We're not sure how long this issue is going to last, guys, so stay with us to see the ending of this one. We've got the end of Talon versus RRQ, and then up next we also do have PRX versus DRX, which should be a banger. Always seems to be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just a classic matchup. Granted, yes, several new faces on DRX that are kind of inheriting the Pacific El Clasico, but sure that they're going to be looking to step up and challenge against PRX, who are still the reigning Pacific champions.
Yeah.
First, we have to get through this one, so hopefully not much longer, and then we can get things underway once more.
Yeah.
A bonus conversion here from RRQ, and all bets are off, so we'll see if they're going to be able to get that one done.
Yeah, that's really the question. As the players, they just kind of wade through this. Kind of unfortunate for RRQ. They're just beginning to get their momentum going. And then we have this unfortunate tech pause, but we want to make sure everybody is playing at a very high level with no issues. So maybe just 2 or 3 minutes.
Seems like it. So should be underway once again here pretty soon. We don't have to worry too much. T1's not playing.
Did you see how many yeah. You see how many waters Surface drank?
Hey, man, stay hydrated.
Yeah, but like
Chat,
compared to
like
everybody else, like I see like 2, maybe 3 at most, and he's got like 7. Surprised we haven't had,
It's one of those players who plays better under duress. Just chug water.
Yeah.
You can't leave the stage. And then you start popping off trying to get through the game as fast as you can. But I mean, the games have not been quick. That is for sure. So if that is if that was going to be the strategy, I think it would not be paying off for him. Just considering 15-13 into a 13-10, and God knows what the scoreline will end up being on this one.
Seems like this fan did not expect to be on camera, but pretty cute little doll there.
This is a good moment for the, if you're watching at home, go get yourself some water, stay hydrated, check your posture.
Yeah.
You don't copy the posture of a lot of the players.
Also, you're now manually breathing.
Oh. You have to do that to them, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, in that case, all right, you just lost the game.
Yeah, I did.
Just throw that out there.
I already had in my mind. I wasn't going to say it, but yeah.
Just all these boomer high school and middle school references.
Nobody gets it in chat. Not a single person.
We're in our 30s now.
Yeah.
Our mortality is becoming more and more apparent.
The stuff that tech pauses will do to you.
That is true.
To talk about this.
What's the longest tech pause that you've been through? Because we've both been around the block. We've been through some stuff. You've been here in Korea for a lot longer than me.
Yeah. Not going to name any names, but there have been some other games where I have been waiting for like an hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Okay, that's not bad. Compared to some of the ones that I've been through, being told about 3 minutes out before we get back into the game.
This one won't be an hour and a half or longer.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. I think for me, the longest was in the range of, and I don't even actually remember it, like the exact duration, because it was all just a blur, and it was about 5 years ago. But I want to say it was around 2+ hours, maybe 2.5 hours. The great Unco pause, for those of you who know what I'm talking about.
It's never a fun time, but Ben did put his headset on. So.
I mean, I guess we did have the opening day pauses.
Yeah.
So there were those.
I mean, it just depends on if you're talking about combined total time
or
if you're talking about one straight pause.
I think longest that I've ever basically been on camera for the entire time of pause was an hour and 45.
Yeah.
And that was LCK Summer Season 2016.
Yeah.
Piggyback broadcast. KT versus Jin Air or something like that.
Sounds right.
No one could get into the lobby.
Yeah. Well, we're still fixing things down there. You got multiple people on the case. It's funny because everybody has to deal with the tech pause, but it's Ban who looks the most stressed about it.
Well, he needs to make sure that everything goes back to working the way that it should, considering the performance he's had thus far.
Yeah. I do wonder what the issue is because it doesn't seem to be a headset issue. Just based on, you know, he had it off. I think he would have had it on the whole time if they were checking sound. And there's a lot of fiddling around underneath the desk there. Rewiring the entire computer while we're at it.
Yeah, I think the admin just realized that the cable management of the PC was just not super great. Somebody had messed it up a little bit, so he's just going in there, just getting some zip ties.
Yeah.
Keeping everything nice
Making
and tidy.
it a 4-hour project.
Yeah, get the compressed air.
Oh, here.
Clear it out a little bit.
Computer is literally being ripped out from underneath the desk.
Hell yeah, that's what we love to see.
Yeah, that generally means that the tech pause will be longer than just 3 more minutes.
All
But
right.
we'll see just how long it'll take, guys.
Yep. We'll obviously keep you guys updated as we get some more information. But for now, I think it's coming back to us.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
Always a good sign when you can see the casters again.
A good sign for more pause time.
Yeah.
We were almost through the series. I mean, Talon was, they were like, all right, the first 2 maps were too long. Let's win very quickly. And then they were like, you know what? Also, let's put on a tech pause. They didn't do this on
We've been
purpose.
doing this a
but-
little too quickly. Kick
Yeah.
the PC or something, you know?
Maybe he did accidentally. Probably not.
You have a pop off. You never know.
Yeah.
You got to stand up a little bit too fast.
Yeah.
Foot comes out from underneath you and you just end up
He
kicking
was
a little
standing
PC.
up a lot.
Yeah. Well, we're being told that we're going to go to a break, so we'll see you guys on the opposite side of this one. Hopefully it won't be too long, and then we'll get through the rest of this series. So don't go anywhere.
Now's the time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles I'm running, never touch the brakes. See that counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. This time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gonna move faster. Time is time, it has no master. Now, never, faster, forever. Now, never, faster, forever. It's time, now's the time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. This time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master. Now, never, faster, forever. Now, never, faster, forever.
Faster. Go. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Go.
Hello and welcome back. I have a cord in front of my shirt. I'm doing the badcaster thing. Anyway, we should be getting into game here rather soon. So we're told.
Yeah, about 3 minutes.
We appreciate you guys bearing with us. You know, these things can happen. This is what happens when you play a digital sport.
Yeah.
So
it's the vehicle of esports.
that's a good way. Yeah.
The internet.
That's that. There you go. Just whatever brand wants to take that. The vehicle of esports.
Yes. The internet.
Yeah. Acer Predator, the vehicle of esports.
And if it doesn't work, if the computer doesn't work, then here we are. Just looking at you guys.
Yep.
On stage, looking at each other.
Cycling
Lovely.
through them. But yeah, should be good to go. I'm just gonna fix this. Yeah, you know, whatever.
That was quick.
Yeah.
I never thought to do it that way. I always like put it over the shoulder like that. I don't
Yeah,
do like
it's the angle because I have my mixers over here, so it's a little bit more awkward to do over the
Mine's
shoulder.
right here.
Yeah, you gotta.
You guys can see that.
It's a solid. Yeah, you can see it. Our little DJ knobs that we can act like we're messing with.
Press the cough button.
Yeah. Now you just,
see
now
it.
you just can't
It
hear.
works.
You don't know
It's
what
great.
He just said some horrendous stuff.
You guys will never know.
But you'll never know.
It's a secret forever. Just as is the length of this tech pause, we'll never know how long it'll last.
Yeah. We did a PC swap.
forever.
Never really got confirmation as far as like what the overarching issue or the cause of it was. But
it just ain't working.
We've had some fun ones in the past. I think it was that. Well, granted, it's not on their side of the stage, but I do remember Monyet having a moment where there was a spillage.
Yeah. There's always a spillage.
Yeah.
The heat packs exploding. That's a thing. Maybe less so in Valorant, but happens a lot in League of Legends.
We've had a couple.
Yeah. Or the
here
water
in
just
VCT.
dropping all over the keyboard.
Sometimes you just, you're so hyped up, and your hands, you're not ready to grab the cup. You
Yeah.
still have the mouse grip going, so you just end up knocking over the cup.
Sometimes you're angry, you slam the desk, and the water goes everywhere. We're just, buying
here to
time.
vibe.
Yeah. Just hanging out.
Here's a question for you, in particular, because you're so bad at this.
Okay.
What was the last movie that you watched?
Do I even remember? I mean, you watch movies like every
Dune?
night, so.
Is it like Dune 1 when we went and saw it at midnight?
No, it would. I watched the most recent one, the most recent Dune. That might actually be the most recent one I watched in theaters.
Okay.
Which was like 5 months ago. Maybe even longer.
I still haven't seen it.
Oh, wow.
I've actually been
That's
bad about
crazy.
it.
Why?
I don't know. My last theater one was Pamyo, which is a Korean movie.
Yeah. I wanted to watch that one, but
I wouldn't recommend it. It's not very good.
But everybody said it was amazing.
Yeah, I'll wait for the next.
You have a lot. Yeah, you have a very different view of film.
That's true.
And movies and shows.
You
than
like
other
a lot
people.
of Korean shows that I find to be annoying.
Not a lot. There was one. Okay. Maybe two.
All right. Well, with the stage shot, that means that everything should be good to go.
Should.
So let's go ahead and get ready to get back into this one. As a reminder, 10-4. Talon still way out in front. RQ, they've been able to pick up the pistol here in the second half, as well as the anti-eco. Can they convert a bonus is going to be the question. They have a decent amount of firepower with which to try to make it happen. Welcome back to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us. Let's see if we can go ahead and close this out.
Yeah. Well, losing the pistol round, losing the eco, we're Talon, but they still very much feel in control of this map. The ISO coming out for the first time here. And, of course, the Clove once again. And this combo, this duo, has been working wonders for the side of Talon. Both Ban and Governor up on top of their scoreboard in terms of numbers. But
okay,
it's going to be Governor to start us off here.
Off to a solid start. Governor finding the headshot there. Auto Xfaro. Push forward, though, over towards B. Rotations coming through from Talon. His wingman goes to the plant. No util to try to interrupt that one, so close plant situation found here for RQ.
Now let's see how they're going to push through the wall first and foremost, and how they're going to clear out yellow here with this composition. Arbor wall at first to cut them in half.
Push forward. Flash coming out. Double tap shield trying to keep them protected, but that's cannot be found. Decent return damage, though, as Jemkin able to find two. Crash going to be sent. The push forward from Ban, though, is keeping the shielding. Retain was out on the Jit Boys, but now time dwindling Ban. 10 HP, Jemkin at 5. The Mosh going to be sent, and that should all but confirm it. Jemkin with a 4-piece will get the bonus conversion. RQ halfway to tying it up. Spike detonating, but he just survives.
Yeah, hanging on to that Vandal. Any amount that you can, that's going to feel really good. And that was an extremely close round. You have to know that if Talon picks that up, they get some momentum in their favor. But Jemkin is able to line up a couple, gets another, and then finishes it off here for his fourth. Not sure what he said there, but he was getting pretty excited about the situation.
As yep, I was going to say, he said something about sound.
I see.
And here comes the wub wub.
Wub 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 wub. Audio issue.
Yep.
Unsurprisingly.
Well, Monyet able to find the clutch, or Jemkin rather, able to find the clutch all the same.
Yeah.
As maybe didn't hear the tap on the spike. Something to that effect?
It's possible. I mean, you know, maybe his teammate's able to yell and give him the cue, and then he just throws in the mosh and finishes it off.
Chat, I know that you guys hate this, but no one hates this more than us, the players, the production staff.
Yeah.
So at least
I think the players hate it the most.
Be at rest with the knowledge that
you can't possibly hate it the most in the world.
Yes, that, and we are always fervently working to correct things when they do go wrong. And I think for the most part, across stage 1 and the latter part of kickoff, everything's been pretty buttery smooth. Looks like already though, audio issue dealt with. We're right back into it.
Look at how fast they cleared that up. Our production staff. Unbelievable how good they are.
Dizzy does get the spot on the 1.
Yeah.
Did they register how far forward he is the question. Looks like they're not even going to give it the time of day. As they just continue to shift their way silently forward here into A. Shit, boys. Has he been spotted? Maybe a pixel out of place in the gun barrel. And up over the rope. Monyet going to be able to take him down. Just eats the one singular share of shot.
Toxins going up.
Now A site primed here for the taking.
And this is basically impossible for Talon, but they're going to have to try.
Deploying drone.
I mean, they don't have to send it in, but let's see how it does go. Elmi Moore is going to spot him with the drone. And here's a bit more. There's so many angles.
Up on top of pipes. Push forward. Governor going to be good for 1 for the cleanup. Look at Swift here from the side of RQ, and it is. And just Monyet lost. RQ. 4 rounds consecutively now. 6-10.
Looks familiar. RQ, they say, hey, take it 1 round at a time, and also we can do exactly what Talon did. Monyet just up the rope, takes him down, and then eventually Jemkin picks up a couple. Elmi Moore and Xfero 1 apiece, and it's pretty textbook there to finish off the round. Just the slow and steady approach onto A, and eventually, you know, somebody's got to check for vision. Somebody's got to check for information, and they get their head taken off. Down on firepower, they lose the round.
Shield out. Op in hand, but slow start here from RQ, taking their time. Do they drone to clear? This is the big question. If they don't, it'd be a very dangerous position to be in. I'm also curious to see if Ban feels confident enough to go for that kill contract while he has the op in hand. Swing out's going to be coming through, and Monyet, maybe not expecting the repeak or not registering that his head was just clearly on display. Creep up though from Jemkin, going to be unanticipated. He's able to collect that kill now. Thrash going to be online once more. Second of the half already. Just 5 rounds in. Our Xfero now pushing forward, but not working his way up towards the window.
Uh-oh.
Knife going to be drawn out, tries to get the shots through, but cannot make it happen. Man advantage going to be there for Talon. Still comes up. Man plant comes down.
Thanks, little man.
Dizzy ready up over the top. Push forward. Jemkin trying to find a timing, but ends up getting gunned down. Governor swinging around back. Yellow. Elmi Moore not ready for it, nor is Estrella. They all fall to the wayside, and Talon not going to allow RQ to continue this streak. They win out the round. They get themselves up to 11 now, just 2 rounds away from closing out the series.
Yeah, that one looking much better. I think RQ just very persistent to try to push onto this B site, and it all starts out, you know, the jump peak, and then Ban just comes out around the corner. They don't expect that aggression, and then, of course, in mid, 2v1. Nice isolation from Talon. And Governor able to peek all the way around outside of yellow and clean up the rest of them. So that will be now a timeout. You guys should know the music by now, so don't be alarmed. And so 11-6, as RQ really need to get back on the horse right away, right in this next round. So they got to call the timeout here.
Well, they certainly do, and it's the second one committed. Talon still have 1 in their back pocket. RQ 5 in a row to try to tie things up, prevent Talon from getting up to match point. Can they make it happen? It's already been a decent start for them, but it's felt like just given the gap between these two teams. They basically needed all of these rounds to be consecutive for it to be a perfect half. As you can see here, will be some Vandals across the board for everybody. That Thrash still online for them.
Over there.
But half armors abound.
Yeah, and Ban, very rich at this point in time, actually has an operator in hand, still 3,200.
Can afford another one into the next round should he die here.
Area.
Should it not be recovered. Sorry for Dart, Cove set down, Jit Boys just wanting to get that ultimate online. Now does have it. Hunter's Fury opened up from Cruz. Tags up Jemkin once, down to 70. Kill cannot be confirmed. Double set up here at Garage. Governor in a far forward position. Do they peek into him is the question.
I mean, that's where the spike is. It does look like they still want to pressure on A, but at the same time, maybe eventually swing back over towards B and then go for that push.
They're playing enough to get the double tap out, so I mean, shielding now gone.
One more? Here's more.
Boys setting up the wall. Thrash again, going on the hunt. See if he can get a catch onto anyone here. The dive forward, the Tain not quite going to be found. But now the execution over onto B, getting ready to come through from RRQ, and the rotate off has come in from Governor. He's been displaced, but he's still nearby. He's still on the site and can still do some damage. Can play this a little bit more aggressively as he's got the ult online. Gonna go for the push. The answer's gonna be yes, but oh no! They actually steal away the planter.
30 seconds.
Quick spot. Shot's gonna come through. Ban able to find Xpharaoh. Spike still not planted, and now RQ sent packing back over here towards A. But Estrella, he's gotten himself into such a good lurk position. Ban setting up the wall, but not ready for this angle. Governor bled out. Jit Boys able to respond. 3v3. Spike can be planted. Monyet going to be one away from having that pit online. Now more if he can play further back. Does have that Hunter's Fury ready to go.
This is going to be crazy.
Up over the top, Jit Boys finding the shot off the rafters, finds himself a third, and now it is all on Elmimore. 1v2, the Hunter's Fury is so damn risky. Just sends out the single pump. Doc Dart lobbed in, wall crashing across, tucked away here on the corner, swinging out spots one, gets the other, Elmimore bails him out.
Recognition is nice.
Red Bull clutch in his hands, RQ win a 7th round.
Another Red Bull clutch goes their way, and this time it is to Elmimore, and just barely able to hold on to that one. The Hunter's Fury, I was getting really worried. I thought that might have been the cherry on top for the side of Talon, but no, it is RRQ sticking in this one.
And it all comes down to this.
Yeah.
This moment here, a bit of miscommunication. They're just joining this between Ban and Governor.
Now, what can you say? I mean, they do get the kill, they do stop the plant, but it also allows just a free rotation over towards A for RRQ. And that essentially does lead to them winning the round.
I mean, just leaves Governor with his pants down. He's not. He's looking for the planter angle. Not back yellow. Still though, Talon in the driver's seat. Still do have that next timeout ready, but they lose out on this round. Operator not really going to be possible for him.
Take flight.
Drop down. Elmimore not wanting to put himself in a position where he could get wall banged, so opts to go to the floor, and the drone is quickly cleared out before he could see much of anything.
Ready yet.
You are powerless.
Null comes up right as that null command comes through. Governor is trying to play anti-flash, but it turns back and connects right into his face. 3 swift kills found. With the op in play, no opportunity to try to go for a retake here. Looking like a damn near flawless unless somebody drifts into the crosshair of Ban here for the side of RQ, who will get up to 8.
Yeah, kind of insane stuff. Just really nice flash timing, able to push through the smoke and isolate a couple of duels and take them down. Talon aggressively trying to stop that push. They wanted to stop it right there, right then. They weren't looking for any kind of retake situation, but the second that fails, RRQ will win the round. And they are going on the hunt quite a bit here. They want to get some more information. They want to get these guns out of the hands as Van. Oh, he's going to miss it. Jemkin immediately takes his head off.
Bomb grenade out.
Now still on for that flawless surf. Also tucked back here. He's going to opt to actually challenge him for this. Finds the kill, but Jemkin quick to counter swing out. Finds the kill. Nothing retained. Nothing carried over here for Talon. No cash to speak of in RQ. Now just 3 rounds away.
Yeah.
Their own bank being built up.
Yeah, it's really what it is. You know, the flash outside of the clove smoke, and eventually, 3 duels taken, and then they clean up the other 2 A pretty straightforward round by the end of it, but extremely good execution from the side of RRQ. Actually make it happen. And now, you know, they've got this pit, they got the lockdown as well. If they ever get onto a site, it's going to be so difficult for Talon to have any opportunity to take down the spike.
Watching the back wall, keeping them protected from the Dizzy. It's recoverable, albeit in a somewhat risky position. Big boys now one away from having that Reckoning online. Surf the lockdown as well, nearly there. Push forward, revealing the one Governor going to be dealt with. Lockdown still committed, even against the Eco RQ. They know that they need every single round possible. As Cruz is just in a far too committed position, no real way out. Trying to play for timing, trying to play for a kill, do some damage, but none to be found.
Yeah, none to be found, and you see that Ban now he's going to have to rotate all the way over. Just try to get whatever they can at this point, but Jim Boys has got to clear out like 5 different angles, and Surface is going to follow suit. Here comes Ban with the classic.
Stopping his way forward here is LB Moore, and he does end up falling. But 20 HP, another shield going to be gained, but unable to find any further damage. RQ now 9.
Yeah, this was 10-2, and now it's 11-9.
They've only conceded 1 round so far to this Talon defense. I mentioned at the beginning of the half, when Talon started their streak, you know, how overall poor the defense statistics have been this year on this map. And right now, that statistic is rearing its ugly head.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of what we've seen a little bit of miscommunication. We've seen also very nice executions from the side of RRQ, just like Talon was able to do on the attacker side. And so both these teams just feeling much more comfortable on the side and making it work for them. But RRQ with the overall momentum, and Estrella once again.
This 0 point tells him all that he needs to know. He knows that somebody's in a far forward position. Sprays the angle for the retreat. Gets rewarded with a kill. Reckoning lockdown still available here for Talon. Still could try to turn this round on its head, but Jemkin has another thrash. 3rd of the half, I believe. If not the 4th.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Now it's being sent out. Doesn't send it too far though, brings it right back around to himself to get the pickup. Wait up to 10 seconds to be able to use it again. But for now, still silence. As quick jiggle out, and I'm not even sure if Ben had been spotted, but either way, they pull off the angle.
Well, not yet. It looks like he's being pretty careful and does want to slowly check this angle.
Thrash being sent once again. Now they know that the operator is back over at Snowman for sure. Cruz up over the top, waiting to try to hear the plan so he can try to go for the spray, but instead, he's got to be taken down. Monyet actually saving Elmy Moore's life in that position. His RQ could just continue to play this attack to absolute perfection, and again, with 2 players left alive and an op in hand, this becomes a save call. Sparrow, he's in a position to deny this one away.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to be able to save.
Does he wait for the second player? No. Opposite just open fire. Surf down very low. Ban just holding the angle, but now Monyet arriving. Just swinging around the back, just holding their attention is Xfaro. Hearing the rope, not ready for the bottom approach. Another flawless, another round where Talon lose out on all of their weaponry.
Yeah, just losing everything. I think they should be able to buy up here. I think this is where you got to call the timeout because these last rounds have been really rough. Estrella just keeps on getting spray kills through smokes, and RRQ, watch this, yeah, saves his life, has that angle, and then eventually it's just, you know, it's hunting season. And Surf with 11 health goes down. And, well, guys, I have some news for you. I thought it was a timeout. It wasn't.
All right, looks like maybe something with the in-ears here for Jemkin, so just going to be swapping those over. The last one was quick. This one should be quick as well.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of audio issues, especially at this point, it's essentially like, okay, you just swap out the headset. Okay, that didn't work. Swap out the earbuds. Yep. If that doesn't work...
And chat, trust me, you guys don't have PTSD like we do, so when we hear that music start up, we are panicking way more than you guys are.
Yeah. Also, Demkin, I mean, he has been seemingly dealing with this issue for a bit. I mean, they're still winning, and he's still putting up big numbers, so seemingly not affecting his play, but of course he wants to play at 100% like anyone else. But yeah, just gotta hope that this in-ear swap fixes it and we can just finish off the map. It's currently 11-10 with Talon still in the lead, but it has been 4 rounds in a row for RRQ and 8 rounds out of the last 9 for RRQ. So big comeback that was brewing and is now a reality for RRQ, and no timeout called.
Frost just going to be waiting in case this does get tied up. As a last-ditch effort to get themselves up to 12, but it is puzzling. Again, operator in hand means that Ban that much more risky to try to use that kill contract.
There are 4 members right now heading over towards the B site, and again, it's just Governor over here holding down B. And do have a couple of guys in towards mid that can rotate over pretty quickly, but you know, he's really been the key man as this does look to be a set play. So we'll head on to the B site.
Recon cleared out. Governor just eating some decay on the wall. Now the Dizzy coming through. They know that somebody's going to be playing up in front of that wall. Shock Dart also going to be sent his way. Double push up peek in towards mid. It's a Cruz on a bit of a linger, but now working his way back over towards B. So RQ selling this B hit decently well. Still fast rotations available for the side of Talon. Ban set up with the operator, able to find the first kill. Estrella going to be taken down.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. I mean, this isn't the first time they've done this. And it is still going to be Monyet just waiting, and he has a pin, so he can drop it on B. And essentially say, okay, I'm going to secure the site for my team, even down a member.
Still gets set. Cruz up over the top of the pit. And his lockdown going to be coming through, and Monyet going to be detained, and that's going to drop the fuel. As there's the swing out, Ban finds himself a second.
Oh boy.
Push forward. The clear out is Elmi Moore now, last one standing.
Scanning ahead.
Sends out the dart, the pink, revealing 2. Spraying across, trying to stabilize this one. The Cove now broken, but the push up coming in, and he cannot find it. Talon. They will get the round win. They will break the win streak here. They will get themselves up to match point.
Match point.
Yeah, kind of insane though the way that works. I mean, Ban was just waiting on A the entire time with the operator, and he was waiting so many rounds to get value out of this, but he gets this pick, it stops the A push in its tracks. Then he's got his ult ready. He's able to isolate one more kill, and essentially that makes it, you know, 5v3 in their favor. The Viper's pit denied. And it's an easy round cleanup there from Talon.
And crucially, Talon now they get themselves into a position where they have enough money for the next round here. Governor just quickly clearing out the drone, backing off. At least attempting to. This Ban now set up here in mid. Going to try to intercept these rotations. And should they come through. Nothing to scout him, nothing to note him. Now it's just absolute silence on that A side of the map.
Ban is just praying that someone peeks him right here. Oh!
The jiggle peek out. Sparrow goes for it again. He hadn't caught a glimpse.
Not the second one.
And he pays so dearly for it. Reposition, Ban working his way. Now up at top mid. Push coming through here on towards that A site. 0 point to check forward. Nothing noted. Also no ultimates to work with here for either team. Ban at an angle. Just waiting, watching. The drop down, tries to go for the flick. Jemkin in a bad spot. Continues to try to challenge. Continues to be spotted out.
Spike planted.
The pull back with the Pinal. Spike going to be planted.
They don't even have information on if they're swinging around from behind either.
Does it come to an end right here, or can RQ keep the map going? Now Swarm going to be lobbed in. Elmi Moore playing forward, unable to find the kill. Monyet challenging, managing to find Chit Boys. Now into a 3v3. Up over the top of the rafters though, and Surf, he's got the angle. Monyet fallen. Mosh thrown in. Wall falls, Ban going to be taken out, but Surf able to find Jemkin. The drag across Estrella cannot get the shots. Diffused to come through, and Talon to get the match victory. Hard fought by RRQ, but they fall shy as it is 13-10 once more as Talon close out the series.
Yeah, what a close one between these two teams. I mean, we didn't have multiple overtimes, but it was just about as close as it could get. And Talon at the end of the day, just too much of a lead. I mean, shout out to RRQ. They got really close on that one. They had so much momentum on the attacker side, but when things really got rough towards the end, Ban is able to step up, hit a couple of crucial operator shots that get them in the lead and gets them an ultimate, gets them that extra momentum to just drag a couple of rounds across the line. And also playing ISO as well on the stage, so good stuff. Good stuff from him and from the team, and that's going to bring another win here to Talon, as they will sit, I believe, at 5-2 in terms of their scoreline over the course of this year.
We believe so. It's been a hard-fought season here for them, and this victory helps get them in a pole position for those playoffs, for that top 6 finish. So far, just DRX confirmed, I believe, but Talon now one step closer. I mean, Frost was talking about it, the match versus PRX, not that big of a concern, blundered some of their preparation, but ultimately they weren't battling PRX for a playoff spot. Getting a win there would help them, obviously, but it was the likes of RRQ, the likes of T1 that they needed to beat to try to get there. So now, one step closer. We'll go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk because there is plenty to break down across this series.
Plenty indeed. This was a really exciting comp and it did not disappoint. And like Achilles was saying, they are one step closer to staying in for playoffs contention. Now, Ben, we have to talk about his performance on the ISO. And it was really interesting seeing him come onto the operator versus using a rifle.
Yeah, I mean, basically, this is now a aggressive chamber for Ban, right? You can pick up the operator, but now you can swing out a lot more confidently. Not with the thought that you're going to reposition and escape, but with the confidence that you're eventually going to get the kill no matter what. And having that operator, you know, whether it's going into the ultimate, whether it's holding an angle, it suddenly makes ISO even stronger from a team aspect because you're shutting down a lane. So all in all, I think very, very well-crafted composition and also agent roles here for Talon that really suits their individual strengths.
We can definitely see it happen in so many of these rounds, especially on the second half where Talon's on their defender side. That's where that operator really, really shines. I mean, Ban pushes out, you know, past tube, watches mid and ensures that nobody's able to cross that safely. And it's a lot of information. At the same time, even with the kill contract, he's able to pretty much nail some of these kills. With the Vandal, maybe not as much, but
hello, Monyet.
On the hello, Monyet on that one. Yeah, it's a lot stronger. I think at the same time, though, I mean, RRQ at the start, they had some ideas as to how to deal with the ISO shield. They tried to go for some wall bangs here and there, but they struggled a little, and ultimately that's kind of the thing that kind of hurt them towards the end. They managed to come back with it on the attacking side with positioning and a bit of utility as well, but it was just a little bit too painful.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that you're going to start to notice with these ISOs is that it simply just changes the timing that they have, right? They can push out a lot more confidently on the attacking side and things like that, which RRQ, you may have ideas on once you're in position, how do we get rid of the shield? But maybe you run into ISO before that, and that's when the ISO can shine. That's when Ban and I would say Governor tag teaming with him, being very aggressive with the Clove, helped a lot for Talon.
Oh, definitely. They definitely have been working on this, and it seems to have paid off, even with that tech pause. Definitely didn't ruin too much of their momentum moving forward. And, you know, I want to talk a bit about RRQ. They did have good ideas. They had amazing individual plays from the side of RRQ, but you know, they really needed this win to be comfortable going to playoffs, and now it's going to be really tough for them moving forward, Quack.
Yeah, pretty tough, especially if you consider their next opponents. I mean, there's a PRX in there somewhere in the mix.
At the end.
They
finish with PRX.
It's fated. It's right there. It's written in by the Riot scripters. It's going to be tough. I mean, they have to face their demons, and if they can't make it through, then can't make it through, right? That's kind of the story at the end of it. I mean, again, if you just take a look at the scoreline or the timeline at the first front of this entire half, RRQ were just faced with so many challenges. They really need to be able to adapt a lot quicker, and I think they were trying. They were avoiding the ISO completely, just trying to opt for retake plays, but it just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this because Jemkin's Gecko continues to still be a question mark. Now, maybe Jemkin wanted to pick it up, right, to help round out the composition on the team, etc. So I'm not gonna say it's necessarily objectively a bad pick. I actually think the composition has some legs, but also we just saw on the previous map what this guy can do on Jet, what he can do when he has the ability to go in and create space and position himself for these 1v2s, 1v3s. So is there a world where RIQ can go back to the drawing board and come up with compositions that really play on this strength? Because you picked him up for that one reason, to help break apart and blow up the entire round, and you're not able to do that on the Gecko.
Yeah, I mean, he's supposed to be the best Russian duelist, right, that we have. Is a triple initiator really necessary? Who really can tell? I mean, they had some ideas, and Elmi Moore, credit to him, he did have that awesome 1v2 clutch, trying to use the Hunter's Fury and, a bit of a shock dart to try to pump a bit of a fake. It can work out sometimes, but ultimately, when you zoom out and look at everything from the big picture perspective, it's gonna struggle a little. You can definitely feel it on this Icebox, especially when the ISO and the Clove were brought out together.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some great combos there in terms of like the ultimates, the utility, etc. So again, just credit where credit is due. Talon experimenting with the strength of the patches, really working with what the hand that they're dealt. And now we'll have to wait and see, of course, how they continue with that once the ISO gets some extra changes next week as well.
Yeah, that's right. How much do you think these changes will impact these teams next week? Obviously right now, ISO, if you're a pro player, ISO is just something else. But, with the slight adjustments, I do think, in my opinion, that ISO will be a bit more balanced, and I think it's okay. I think it's absolutely fair, but I don't know how much that would actually change potentially, even if their consideration of using him in certain maps.
I think if you're already using it here in this patch, I think you should still be willing to use it after he gets balanced a little bit. But obviously, it's not going to be as strong. Maybe it turns into a bit more of a pocket pick, a bit more of a surprise pick, rather than this is going to work no matter what because I have shields for 20 seconds. So.
Yeah, it's really the shield thing. I mean, I think that's a major factor. If it's that useful, they'll probably keep using it. But if not, I'm going to be looking forward to more like those Neons, Reynas, and maybe slight raise adjustments. But that's about it. I don't know if ISO will stay in.
Okay. And RRQ, William was talking a bit about their comp and that you're okay with it. I don't know. Last week, the idea of it is okay, but their performance last week on Icebox and just now, it looks like there's a lot more they need to work on. I don't know if it's as simple as, putting Jemkin back on the duelist like you guys were saying, but ISO clearly is a guy you want to be looking at for Icebox.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't know if it's well suited for this squad. Also, again, with the existence of agents like ISO, is it really the best idea? Maybe it's a bit more future-proof, right? But like Coach Frost said, no matter whether you like it or not, you're dealt a hand and you have to work with it, and things have to be timely. You're in a race to get to champions. So for RRQ, I think there's a lot more to now consider because now your back is really up against the wall to see if you even have a shot to get to champions at all.
We were discussing our MVP picks backstage, as we always do, before we go into the interview, and I think there was some debate here. Who is your pick and why?
So I voted for Ban, which was the end vote, as we saw just a bit ago. For me, it's, first of all, even though they were losing, the ability for him to pull out the Jet again and really be that entry that the team needed, and then the ability to flex onto the ISO and create so much space simply by having that impact a couple rounds. Sure, again, there were some mistakes now and then, especially in the kill contracts, but overall, the impact and the flexibility this guy has to be able to continue to have that confidence despite shifting around roles, I think is huge. Even on the Lotus, he may not have been the top frag, but that Cypher, again, gets you a lot of value. So I just think he's an invaluable player here for Talon.
Definitely. I was on the fence. I was on the fence thinking about, Cruz or Jit Boys, who always has that impact. Maybe even Governor was doing quite a bit, right, on that Neon. But once you look at things overall, although it was a little bit shaky, considering how Ban just went right back to Jet, the performance with the Operator was right there. The Cypher, maybe a little bit more to be desired, but still solid overall. And I think that's why Ben has to be our MVP today. I mean, the ISO was great, but he also had aces on top of that. I think that was one of the big reasons why Talon won this map.
Listen, he gave us two very, very good highlights for Pacific. The first ever ISO ace, And then the first ever ISO kill contract death. Okay? Well, twice as well. So, like, this guy deserves the award one way or another.
It was very entertaining. I hope you guys were as entertained. We were very tickled by it. And they won the round anyway.
The mosh pit at 1.2.
Oh yeah, that was funny also because of the physics of it. But again, I mean, listen, yeah, there were times where obviously he fell, but I think the fact that that was like the only way to take him out was by putting him into these positions where it was do or die says a lot about the impact he had on the map.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Ban had a lot of impacts either way, even with kill contract going the way that it did. But I like how a lot of the Talon players stepped up. You named a whole bunch and they were playing really well. Cruz especially, Governor as well. And if they keep performing to this level and consistently, this is the theme that all the Pacific teams want right now is consistency, at top form. I think Talon has a really good shot of just going in further than they ever had before.
Yeah, I'm just glad that the same style of mistakes that we saw last week we're not seeing today, right? Sure, there's other things to brush up on, but the whole ooh, we're just not sure of ourselves anymore. We don't know what to do. We're not winning our duels. What's our answer? We didn't really see that type of hesitancy today, and that's the direction that they were trending in stage 1, so it's great to see that they're picking up right where they left off. And I'm glad you brought up Cruz, because you have to really look at his whole career to understand how much credit he deserves. He is always willing to fill in the gaps that his team needs, whether it's role changes, whether it's IGLing or not IGLing, whatever it might be. And to do that, it goes to show why he's always still on the team, no matter the changes they go through. Yeah, Frost was saying it himself, how flexible Cruz is, probably one of the most flexible players out there. And just filling your team, I think this is it factors in a lot for his leadership skills on top of his actual skills in game.
Being able to play so many agents and still call and get that much information for a team is an underrated skill.
Oh, yeah, totally underrated. It's super difficult. With that, you look like you had a last thought. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the stage.
Cruz is great.
Cruz is great.
Cruz is great.
Cruz is great. Talon did great today. Let's go into the stage for that interview.
Welcome down to the stage. Now we've got Governor joining me on standby right now for a post-match interview with Talon Esports, taking the win and looking literally electric doing it. So congratulations, Governor. Now I first want to ask you about the Neon battles between Leo and Monyet. It's been 391 days since we last had that Neon versus Neon matchup, of course, versus RB and Forsaken. That's a long time ago, but how much did you enjoy facing Neon?
You experienced it in ranked. I've been experiencing it in ranked a lot, for sure. Never in a match, I think, have I played another Neon, or it's been a while at least. I think maybe when Fracture was still in the pool.
Yeah.
But, right away, I noticed this guy's playing, really fast. I'm used to, abusing Neon and, the tempo, the speed. But to play against that yourself, it's like, oh, crap, this is what I've been doing to people all this time. But, he played well, and overall, I'm just happy we got out with the win.
It was like a little bit of taste of your own medicine
Yeah.
type of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But your Neon looked really good, and Monyet's as well. Let's talk about the updates. Looking too OP. So honest review on the updates.
Of Neon?
Neon updates.
So I think she's more fun for sure. Her mobility got buffed hard, but something that a lot of people don't talk about is her stun got nerfed. You only have one stun. That's it was a big deal for us at first. We had to do a lot of workarounds with it because we really appreciated having the 2 stuns. But overall, I would say she's more fun. And I guess you could call it I don't know yet. Honestly, I don't know yet.
Okay.
But it's like a buff nerf,
All right, we have to wait and see. But what about the no error movement error? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no. Honestly, I am not fully used to it yet. But when I get kills sliding, it's just the funniest thing because because the enemy POV they don't they don't stand a chance. But there's definitely a skill scaling to it. It's not it's not completely easy to get that kill, but maybe more time. Maybe she'll have to get nerfed again when people start mastering the slide one tap.
Is that a bad news for you? Because you're the Neon master, and now everyone's kind of getting a.
Oh no, I like it. I think Neon. I've always thought Neon should be played more.
True.
it's fun playing against other Neons. Like playing Manye today was that was a fun game.
All right, so we're going to see a lot more Neon, I'm expecting. But with such a huge update though, do you feel like she's now in a place where she can even replace Jed or Raze in maps that they've been dominating for so long, and maybe on maps other than Lotus that we don't really see Neon on?
I think maybe a Raze replacement.
Okay.
So maps like Bind, Lotus, Sunset, maybe like some maps like Haven, I think, or not Haven, sorry.
Ascent?
Yeah, Ascent. Couldn't think.
Did we say Ascent? Yeah.
Yeah, Ascent. I think. I mean, the Jet KO comp is still kind of the most broken comp in terms of it's just so balanced. So I don't know if it'll change on that, but I think on a lot of the Raze maps, she can be a 1-for-1 replacement.
Okay, now let's talk about ISO real quick because besides Neon, ISO update, ISO buff was the big headline this week with the new patch coming in. You guys ran it. Some teams still have mixed feelings about it as well. Do you feel like, people are insta-locking ISO all the time in ranked, but do you feel like he offers the same value in pro play?
On certain maps, as we displayed, I think maps where you kind of just go fight, Icebox, maybe Breeze, sort of the aim maps. When you have on attack a player that can just put it on a shield, have full confidence, control the tempo, and just take fights, I think it's really strong. I think he's right now, especially for ranked, he's really broken.
Yeah.
Maybe in pro play you can't do everything you can in ranked, but in general, I think the nerf that's coming out is much needed.
But I feel like ISO plus Clove, that's invincible on Icebox, as we got to see. But thank you so much, Governor, with your insights and for your time. Congratulations once again, and good luck in the future.
Thank you so much.
And that was Governor, everybody. Now with this, match 1 wrapped up, we are going to head to a short break, but stay with us because we got another banger coming up between PRX and DRX, and that's the one you do not want to miss.
Patient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Right, let's go.
Let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。 立川と世界をつなぐタッチグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Now's the time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles I'm running, never touch the brakes. See that counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time, it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. Cause time, it's time. Wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master. Now, never, faster, forever. Now, never, faster, forever. Forever. Time, it's time, now's the time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. It's time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 2. Talon move up in the standings, but now we're going to see old rivals, PRX and DRX. And here we go. Oh, look, it's me.
Coach Alex? Oh, hello.
Yes,
Haven't seen you around here. Who are you?
I am Bob.
And are you the stand-in?
No, I am the new coach of PRX.
Okay. So
Alex is gone.
what are you doing here?
Like I said, I'm the new coach. Alex is gone.
So you're learning how to mold. Guess you're learning a lot. Hello, Bane. Now, what's with the dinosaurs? What are you doing?
I'm beating PRX.
Oh, beating PRX. Oh.
I'm loving the new strats that they have ready for today.
And also, this image. I mean, it's not wrong.
In the PSD, and I don't know. All right, this is great. Yeah, Pacific Graphics, #1, just like Pacific. All right, for those of you guys, Bulb, or you formerly known as Bulbasaur, he's now known as Bulb. He was part of the original gang of PRX, and he's now their assistant coach.
Man, how many people do you think know the true original gang of PRX?
Sure.
It's
ages
what
ago.
Alex was playing.
What's really fascinating is now DRX used to be one of the oldest rosters
Yes.
until all that changed, but I think PRX now might be that roster, especially with his assistant coach. And it was Alex, Bulb, Mind Freak, and Lish. David, Devi, they were all in the original gang, and now they're back together again, and that's going to be really interesting, I think, for the rest of Stage 2 with all these minds coming back together. Now, this is an old rivalry, right? DRX used to be top of this, William.
Yeah, I mean, they used to be absolutely the ones to choose if you had to choose who was going to win. But as we just saw on the record, in recent times, PRX has now consistently been above DRX. They've beaten them, obviously, last year to finally take the throne away from them here in Pacific, now winning that very first title. And, of course, recently in Stage 1 as well to knock them down to the lower bracket. So, overall, PRX, I think, showcasing that they've really found a new groove in the new meta of VALORANT.
Yes, that's right. And now we're looking at our two key players now, and we see Flashback starting to collect them all, like Forsaken over here, Quack.
Yeah, again, I mean, these two players are the main flexes for the team, and that's why you kind of want to look at them as well. Both PRX and DRX going through some changes, but very, very, lovely to see how the teams are improving. And at the same time, when you consider this week's, patch changes, like how are they going to play it? Is Flashback going to pick up the ISO? Is Forsaken going to pick up the ISO?
And the one thing that I thought was interesting on that stat screen that we saw was that, yes, I mean, obviously Flashback putting up very impressive numbers as well, but one thing Forsaken's gotten very good at is just how much participation and impact he has on the map. Even if he's not getting the frags, he's either surviving, right? He's going for the trades. The whole KAST number actually tells a very good story for Forsaken's playstyle, and I think Flashback is going to need to do that himself if he really wants to match PRX at a high level.
Definitely, and it is a tall order, but if there's a team that could do it, it would probably be DRX. And now we see Bulb. He's fresh off the airplane. He landed last night, ready to go.
The classic plane fashion with the hoodie.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure you can stay warm. I like it.
That's why his hand smacking was not top form yet. He's still like warming up to it.
Sorry, Alex is still around.
Ooh, okay. So the Ascent ban, I mean, PRX, it is a little shocking because I would have imagined that Haven would be the go-to ban for PRX now with it being replaced by Breeze, right? It's another map where it's not always easy to just bank on the Raze, especially now with the patch, et cetera, et cetera.
But it has been a long time since Haven was around. I agree with you.
I mean, you hear the crowd going crazy too because this is a map where PRX for the longest time just could not figure out how to win on it consistently. I mean, they had so much trouble with trying to figure out what comp to even play, and this is a map, of course, an age-old one for DRX, but none of the very original Vision Strikers guys are there. The original Breach Jet combo of RB and Stacks, absolutely gone. Blown to smithereens into different teams, and now they have to come up with new strats.
Yeah, and that's the thing, what are those new strats going to be? Alex and Bob just kind of shared a look back there as well, thinking about the next map to ban. And interestingly enough, it's going to be bind. DRX leaves Icebox open. This is unprecedented.
Listen, I'm almost feeling that PRX is kind of using this match to test their limits a little bit, right? Like banning out the bind, one of your best maps against DRX, and then leaving the Haven open. I have questions. Now, obviously, it is a new patch. So a lot of crazy things could happen. But.
Yeah, that could be a big factor in all of this. But we are going to be starting with Split anyway, so they are also pretty good at Split, especially with the patch in Quack. I mean, how is this going to affect everything? And DRX as well.
Yeah, it absolutely is a big factor. I think that's one of the main things because PRX has always been a team that kind of functions like they're like pressure fighters. They constantly keep you on your toes. They're always down up against you. And when you have all these interesting new duelist changes coming through, they're only gonna get possibly stronger. And that's why we're looking at Flashback and what he can provide to DRX is that if DRX adapts alongside this, with the whole new roster, trying to play out on a map like Split, for example, they might be able to play as something a little bit more flexible, right? Mako, as the IGL now, he's still able to sit comfortably, hold an area like vents or ropes as that Viper. But the rest of the team being able to, function and flow around the entire map, rotations coming through, they'll be able to kind of adapt and play alongside whatever, PRX's game plan might be. So it's very crucial that DRX, kind of shows us a new composition and finds something that allows them to flex around.
Yes. Yeah, so I think this is going to be very interesting now. Now, we have to talk about predictions, and we only have one blue voter today, and that is Kilios
Oh, no,
on the
he's
side
done it again.
of a DRX.
Oh,
is
no.
this cursed? Is it Kilios?
I have a feeling when he's the only lone remaining believer, it doesn't really seem to spell a lot of hope for DRX, because I feel like it just comes straight out of faith and nothing else.
Okay.
He's going to hate me for this.
Yeah, he is.
Just so we're very clear.
It's okay.
I do think it's probably a pretty close call for all of us.
Yeah.
But to me, it was, I mean, we saw PRX with discipline against a supposedly weaker team last week, right? Talon looked like they were much weaker last week, and PRX still wasn't ego peeking them. They still weren't hunting for kills. To me, that gives me enough faith that they're going to continue that against DRX today, which is going to give them the edge over DRX no matter how good their mechanics are.
Do you think this is going to be a close one, Quack, or is this like PRX all the way?
Well, I mean, okay, looking at the map picks, right? A lot of question marks, so many question marks. I think there is a very good chance that this could go all the way, but whether or not DRX comes out on top, that remains to be seen, right? I mean, even Paper Thin abandoned Achilleos on this DRX vote, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, he abandoned his buddy, his little wingman there. And I think this is going to be really close today, unless PRX has that same discipline that you were just mentioning. Let's go to the stage and welcome our RXs.
PRX.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm waking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score up in the boat.
And here we go. The audience is going mad right now for PRX versus DRX. And it seems like ages ago, actually, that we saw these two on the grand finals stage of Pacific finals last year. And here they are facing off again, but two very different squads, especially on the side of DRX.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the start of DRX never quite reaching the same peak ever again. Right after that, PRX goes to the Grand Finals of Champions. Gen G picks up the first trophy for Pacific. DRX not having gone to a single international event yet in 2024. This might be a league play match, but a lot is on the line for the Korean squad.
Just so much. I mean, DRX might be on top of the standings right for now, but this could be that first match, that first loss that PRX delivers to them.
And PRX is certainly hungry for that win because they want to go into playoffs, being in that top seed. They want to be the ones to take DRX down. Because DRX continue on this momentum. I mean, this is something that you would not want them to go in because you're going to have to face them at the very end. But DRX on the other side definitely gearing up to face PRX. They don't want to lose yet again to PRX.
Yeah, and I think we all saw the mechanics absolutely leveling up at an individual level for DRX. But again, the question is can you keep the composure, the teamwork that you've always been known for in such a short amount of time, while PRX has been going through a trial by fire on international stages already so far this year.
All right, well, we're all very excited for this rematch against PRX and DRX. We're going to go over to the casters, Valdez and Achilleos. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is the series that we've been waiting for. Granted, RQ, Talon, absolutely delivered. Went to the end, almost had the run back from RQ, but this is the one when we saw it on the horizon, we said, okay, mark our calendars, set our alarms, we need to watch that.
We did, and we're here. The time has arrived. PRX versus DRX, the two old rivals battling it out once again, and all of us have voted for PRX, right, Achilleos, except one.
Except for me.
Yeah.
All on my lonesome, and you know what, William, he said that I would hate him for the words that he said. Doesn't matter. I hated you well before that. No, I'm just kidding. But let's go ahead and take a look because we have some interesting stuff happening here. DRX sticking with that single. Duelist here with Buzz, but Flashback going to be bringing Clove forward onto Split. Not something that I was anticipating at all.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. New patch, new picks. We already saw the Clove and the ISO together on Icebox for our first series, if you guys missed that. So Yeah, just the Clove by themselves. And we'll see how that does go here up against on the side of PRX. Just the double duelist, kind of what you would expect to see on Split. That's kind of what they like to do. Same players on the same picks.
So double duelist here from the side of PRX. I mean, DRX, obviously, they'll have done their research. They'll know that this is what they like to do. So maybe they anticipate that this is going to be the composition coming through from PRX. No changes really whatsoever. But for DRX, they continue to mess around, to innovate here a bit with Flashback bringing out this Clove. Let's see how it does fare versus PRX, because while DRX in the past used to be dominant against this squad, they have not beaten them in quite some time.
Absolutely, and that just adds to the excitement level to see if they can do it this time around, as the stakes go ever higher as we do near playoffs and all that. So, exciting stuff here. Jumping onto Split, which was PRX's choice. And then we will immediately go over to Haven, which was re-added into the pool. So, very fun to watch DRX going back onto that map after a bit of time. So it does look to be a push towards B at this point.
Flash in, not finding much. There's the cage, a dash out from something, but Flashback able to collect the first kill from up in heaven. Pushing up into the poison orb is made now, going to be sent flying, landing right here on top of Forsaken, who is able to get away. Flashback finds the second divide, will fall, but Forsaken and Jing getting one apiece. We'll get back now into parity, but HP bar is falling a little bit low, but Mako cannot hold his ground. Forsaken with 3. They will go ahead and close things out. He and Mind Freak barely scraping by with those HP bars, but PRX find the pistol.
Yeah, that they do. You know, it's difference between a couple of shots going here and there, but the entry itself was pretty straightforward. You know, it's slow push on in. They get revealed a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's still, you know, Forsaken throws out the bird. He's able to get the flash, swings out here out of the smoke, and he's able to line up 3 kills. So big from him, and even able to save himself there right at the end and deny the kill. And yeah, PRX starting off with a big cheer from the audience as well after picking up that first round.
For the orb take here. Has to be pulled off though. Buzz able to find 1 kill, but otherwise it's a massacre as Jing collects 2. Flashback ends up getting caught by the full flash there. Now it's just Foxy9 to see if he can try to deal any real damage here to the side of PRX. Showing off the gun.
It is cool. I do like those colors, but
doing his best Plaid Chat impersonation, saying buy the bundle.
Yeah, buy the bundle. Foxy9 coming up here in heaven and seeing maybe if anyone is going to be lurking around that area of the map, but otherwise he's just going to slowly and surely try to die to the spike. PRX off to a roaring start here. Not really taking their time. This is what you would expect from them, pressing W towards that B site. Foxy9 just hiding.
Yeah, I think the RX just maybe not expecting that there was going to be that much presence in Garage from them. They triple stack it to try to just go ahead and get the orb, fast track a showstopper, but I think maybe they were expecting, you know, a lurk player, Mind Freak or Divide might poke their head around, but all of a sudden, there's just multiple players from PRX in their faces. They're only able to trade 1 back, so in the end, not really going their way. Is nice collection of 2 there for Jing, despite getting dropped in the end, but still going to be multiple charges for him to build towards his own showstopper.
Seems like they were talking about strategy there right towards the end, but that's all good. Getting ready for this next play, which does look to be a mid-hit at this point in time. They're going to throw down a smoke and a paranoia on the way through, but something is going to be spotted. Doesn't really take much.
He just continues to get away from these.
Yeah.
Trap getting the catch, but just not ready for the swing to actually find the punish. Lance back, looking to set up a smoke. Second trap wire now going to be, rather the trap wire going to be cleared out.
Cage triggered.
Cage set up, looking to try to play off this one way. Foxy setting up another one, but as that dog dives forward, does spot him rotating in towards backside. See if he tries to reposition, but reveal onto 1, but just knows that there's going to be other players, so he cannot try to face forward to get that kill, but Jing's still going to fall. Flashback, able to find it once again.
Yeah, just throwing out a bunch of sky blinds there in their face as they were taking a lot of time in that corridor.
Mako's got into a sneaky position, but it seems like Devi has a suspicion about it until this very moment.
Complete.
Mako now just happy to make some noise, backpedaling, getting himself out to safety. Very solid damage done here from the side of DRX, who look to try to shut down a bonus conversion in very clean fashion.
Not very close at all. All of them pretty much full health as here comes something.
There. Yeah, made his way across. Buzz, maybe not ready for it. Never mind. He's ready for it. Well, gets himself a second kill. Forsaken now. No time remaining. We'll just hold on to the Phantom. Opts for the save.
10 seconds left.
Look at this KD player. 3-0-1. He doesn't want to die.
He doesn't want to taint the 0. Makes sense. No, he's just going to back up here, save the gun. And he's up against 5 members. So essentially a flawless round here to the side of DRX, who will not let the bonus happen. You see the replay here, flashback up top. They get the vision on the one guy, and then eventually, they throw a bunch of blinds as they're not able to push through garage. And some lurks there from Mako to clean up the rest of the members. And that does put DRX on the board here. So now it looks like PRX considering a hit towards A. Although a bit of a split at this point. Spike over towards A, but a couple of members maybe trying to lock down garage first.
Shadows trap. Double smoke off here on main. Mako playing into this one. Jing getting past that Trailblazer and nearly getting clipped in the head. Those bullets were whizzing right past his ears. Now challenging here against Bane. Mako looking to run him down off the back of the paranoia. Bane with covering fire, able to find Forsaken. Another solid start here for DRX.
Yeah, very nice stuff. I mean, just Bane right there just waiting as he knows that there's potential for another guy to peek out and try to get that return kill. Doesn't allow it and picks up a second one with a crisp headshot.
And smoke for smoke here. Try to cut off main. Spike will be retreat, but they have to commit another one just to cut off ramp. Tailwind now going to be expiring. Something on the hunt, trying to see if he can spot anything out, but DRX not really giving them any opportunities. Still holding 3 players over towards this site.
Something just kind of running in. Some pings coming down. I mean, they know he's here. Buzz doesn't seem to want to challenge him just yet, but here comes Devi as well.
30 seconds left.
Pushing up to the front of A.
Tucked away, but Mako, he's pinging this out. He suspects it. He's trying to swing out from this smoke. Mind Freak able to find one, but now something dead. Devi finds himself an elimination, but still in a bad spot. Mako collects a third. TP's back in here, but behind the screen. There's Mind Freak in an impossible position. Spike stranded up. They haven't looked to try to do a little bit of extra damage here, and will be able to do so. With 5 HP, has to just backpedal away. And once again, it's going to be a player just holding onto a rifle as DRX tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah, not bad value there at the end for PRX, but obviously still a solid win here to the side of DRX. You see that this initial trade is really the big one. So Bane's watching the off angle right as Mako pushes and makes some noise. And then eventually the cleanup comes there at the end. And talking about some strategy there once again. But yeah, some nice is coming out from him. Mako on top of the scoreboard for now.
Rapid fire set up there from Foxy. Buzz just jiggling out of vent. Jing going to be spotted here by Bane. Just swiftly pull back off the angle. Double stack here in heaven. PRX drifting their way in towards garage. 4 players nearby to this B site here from DRX. Really fast reply from them, and it looks like Devi not going to try to lurk forward up in towards A. Just cuts back across through sewers.
Something always just pressuring, trying to catch someone off guard. He will not be allowed a chance this time around.
I think the Trailblazer spotted him. See a ping coming down, so I think he's gone unnoted, but Bane able to find something here on the entry. But Jing answering back in a big way, finds Mako and flashback. Showstopper online for him. Push up here in towards heaven, and Devi wins out the fight, and now Foxy, the last one standing. Nothing else to do.
Spike planted.
Just to go ahead and sit back. Sets up the trap wire to give himself some added protection. Now we've got some time.
Yeah, just hanging out, waiting for that spike to explode. Foxy's sitting back.
Let's do some housekeeping. Let's go through some stuff that we know that the chat is asking, because we know them so well.
Okay.
So to start, Mako is IGLing. You know that there's people who haven't caught that news yet. So with stacks out, Mako has been IGLing is what we're told. Bane likely doing some side calling. If you want to know whose map pick it is, it's in the top left. The little icon next to split, that's the team.
Now people are going to ask in the chat just to troll the people that, you know the meta.
Yeah.
They'll be like, hey chat, who chose this map?
Probably.
And then someone will react like, Achilles just said it, aren't you listening? And then just troll face, got him.
Also, what we all know at this point, the Iron Chat moment. People are just saying it to, they're putting the question marks in just to try to bait you. The joke is past. It's no longer funny.
Yeah. Well, Jing gets in there. Very nice aggression onto that site. I mean, just essentially taps on a couple of heads. Not much that DRX was able to do to stop that. As something, once again, just swings out of the smoke. Doesn't get any damage done.
Oh, did he not notice? Oh, had to have noticed now, yeah. Forsaken.
It's just a random floating head. It's unrelated.
Forsaken playing with fire, but doesn't get burnt there. And now it's going to be a full cut back through sewer. There's a triple stack at top mid, though, here in Ven. And this is going to get messy real quick. No flashes available. Try to score this one. Swing onto the corner. Divine take it down. Showstopper now drawn out. Flashback. Trying to res himself back through it. Mako shuts down Jing, but something comes up with three. Forsaken finds flashback. And in the blink of an eye, we have a 2v3.
A lot to unpack there. I mean, just a lot of kind of instinctual maneuvers there. Jing, holding on to that, not able to fire Showstopper. His team still able to pull out ahead here with the man advantage, and now Mindfreak is very far forward.
Oh, this is a really good position to be in. I mean, DRX, they have the read that this is going to be the shift back over, but Foxy looked like he was suspicious of it, but not prepared enough to go ahead and find that kill. Now Mindfreak just drifts his way back over onto the rafter, as Bane has his work cut out for him.
Spike planted.
Slow creep forward. Clear the angle wide enough to spot Mindfreak. No, he does not. Dog in from behind. Slows him up. Tries to send a pop flash, but Forsaken just swings around. Finds that kill. Now 4-2.
Yeah, it really comes down to that big clash in mid. Just the timing. They wanted to push out from the defensive side, get some information. Meanwhile, PRX are in rotation, and something catches Flashback trying to run away, and he just kind of lines them up. Meanwhile, Jing is essentially just distracting for the rest of his team, and Forsaken and something getting 1 and 2 apiece respectively to win out on that trade, and then eventually, Mindfreak is able to position very far forward, get that big pick, and it's a 3v1, and they get the round. So PRX already showing that here on Split, they're looking quite comfortable.
Push up now in towards Mail. Bane, take it down. Draw onto the weapon, and something is just collecting too. Judge here from Buzz. We'll be able to find 2 kills in response. Showstopper now out. Something right here in front. Tries to get away from it, but cannot. Spike now stranded here in mid. Buzz not going to be ready for this angle. It's not. Mindfreak able to find it. Now it's all on Foxy9 with the stinger in hand.
Man, Buzz, he just has these moments where he's like, no, I'm not going to let this round just go by the wayside.
Oh, okay. Well, 5 HP, surely. Flashback, setting up a smoke with Mindfreak already well ahead of this one. Is basically going on the hunt here. Will go ahead and get off the trail. Swing back around from Foxy9. Can recover a weapon. Doesn't have the cam on him, though. Try to set up for the retake. But a Vandal in hand.
30 seconds left.
With a headshot. It'd have to be swift. Might just be able to make it happen.
Planted.
Got it now. Oh, the drop down. They've noted each other. He's got to ride it back up. Oh, but he's not ready for the re-peek. Mindfreak closing it out, keeping PRX well and truly in the lead.
Yeah, nice try from Foxy9. I mean, getting the first kill with the Stinger is already a lot to ask, but it's all about something to begin this one. I mean, unbelievable. And then,
yeah, we didn't get to see that one.
not to be outdone. Meanwhile, Buzz was, trading with the judge and got the showstopper kill onto something eventually, just to make this round interesting. But it still went the way of PRX, and that's gonna get this timeout out of DRX.
Yeah, I mean, Split, a very in the past at this point, but very much their former stomping ground. People talk about Icebox, Haven, but Split was where they had, I believe, their longest win streak. 25 maps played of Split or something to that effect without ever dropping it. But times have changed. Roster's different. Right now, Jeremy wants to try to turn around the rest of this half. Granted, we have seen plenty of teams come out and just really excel on the attacking side, but you have this Cypher in play for your squad. Expect to have a bit more of a stable defense.
Yeah, it does feel like for the most part they have been avoiding Foxy9 on the map. It feels like he's oftentimes left alone as they push sites where he is not. And so he's going to set up the tripwire all the way over on B and then set up on A for himself. We haven't seen too many pushes onto A. There's been a bit more B and mid focus from the side of PRX here on the attack. But this time around, maybe looking to pressure through A. But again, more utility in their face.
Jing just rotating through sewer, something with attack op in hand. Pushing his way forward over towards B. Smoke going to be coming up. He'll pull back away from the angle. Trailblazer in the meantime, chasing up towards ramp, checking into heaven. Foxy just taking some pot shots, trying to see if he can get a timing hit. Yeah, it seems like PRX just going to start working their way over towards this B site once more.
Yeah, I mean, just full rotation over. Maybe some pressure through mid, too. You see Devi trying to poke his head in, see what he can see.
Toxins going up.
Ooh, hello.
Being able to escape. Mako, Paranoia at the ready. Tailwind for Devi. Already finding one as Buzz. Ends up getting taken down. TP in from Mind Freak. Mako not able to find that shot. Oh my god, he's midair drifting. Finding the kill. Foxy catching one, trying to re-challenge, but the double face getting ready to come through, and he can't even find the first one. 3 players left standing. Ob still in hand. PRX now 6-2, and that is just disgusting from something.
Yeah, I mean, Bane, he's back there. He's making noises, running around. Something just finds the angle, hops into the air, and you can tell he's feeling it today. I mean, just unbelievable stuff from something. As we're going to take a look, once again, Devi actually gets this first kill on a Buzz in mid, and then, yeah, just picks up the Phantom and able to float through.
I mean, it's a Phantom. You're basically just barrel stuffing. The shots are going to connect, so mid-air or not, comes away with that one. Now, peeking in towards mid with the op in hand. Buzz, once again, with that judge, is just going to get spammed out.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz has been playing mid a lot, and he has had the judge. He did have that one big round where he picked up 3 kills. They still lost it, but they kind of know that, with that forward smoke, perhaps one of these rounds, Buzz will try to play a bit more forward, and they just spam it through.
Oh, and yep, catching a glimpse before the smoke does bloom. Mind Freak on up with one, TP forward, flashback. Hearing that, noting it. In here alongside the box. A Bane to try to offer up some covering fire, but cannot. Stinger collecting one, gets the dink on the Jing to put him down to 56, but Foxy again asked to pull off the impossible. As Forsaken has the op now, staring in towards Alley.
Yeah, and Foxy, he's going to go up here. He might meet Mind Freak.
And a headshot, but at that range, it's not that much damage in the scheme of things. Paint Shell and Paranoia going to be sent his way. So they're just going to go storming downstairs. The drop down. The jiggle peek. The shot. 7-2. PRX.
Yeah, these
Back
rounds.
And forth to start, but this is now very one-sided.
Yeah, these rounds are getting kind of stompy at this point. I mean, PRX are just rolling over them. And I mean, what are you going to do about this? Forsaken is just like, yeah, well, that's where Buzz has been, and I'm just going to spam it. Buzz was there. And that's what happens. And then they immediately push on a B. There's not a lot of firepower here for DRX. And it's just textbook from them. Well, from the PRX textbook, I should say. They have their own book that they refer to. A little bit different from everyone else. And now they are running through the garage.
Cage set up. Foxy just trying to get himself repositioned here on the site. Buy a little bit more time in this time. They're prepared for the TP play. Splashback collects 2 kills. Does end up falling, but Jing answering back 2 in kind. Was now arriving, swings out, but Jing not bothered, not distracted at all by the boombot. Cleans up a third. Devi once again with the operator in hand, finds that shot. Now it is all on Bane. Young upstart, but there's still even a showstopper on the opposite side. The swing onto the angle. Devi ready, waiting, striking. 8-2.
The noises I'm hearing for the crowd as well, it almost feels like a boxing match where one guy is getting beat down and everybody's like, oh! Like some of these shots that they're hitting are kind of insane. Flashback does make it pretty interesting, but eventually he gets taken down, and Jing is really the hero of this round for PRX to keep the streak going.
Nice.
And yeah, some nice words for the team as well. And he is on top right now with 10 kills. And PRX at 8 already. And it's very fast pace. I mean, they're not wasting much time with these pushes either.
4 Sheriffs and a Vandal. Hero carried over here from Flashback, and again, mid-presence on this push from DRX, but nothing spotted. Just Foxy alone here at the site as he's trying to work his way in a little bit deeper, but the spray again just really wreaking havoc. Push out something good for the off shot, draws the shorty, but he ends up getting full flash, but he's still able to exit back to safety. The push for it, Mind Freak collects 2. Flashback now with a backstab. 2 kills himself, which is the third, does have it. He's got the res as well. Now it's just he and Foxy, and he needs to try to hunt for the kill. Into the corner, looking for the vulnerability, and Flashback right back into the game as he looks for the ace, and he has it! And what a way to break the win streak. Flashback has been the constant here for DRX so far on Split, and he is able to deliver a 3rd round victory.
Well, if you're going to stop them in their tracks, that's the best way to do it. Just ace to the face. And Flashback lines up 3, gets the res. They're trying to hide, they're like trying to play the corners, but that just gives an opportunity for Flashback to peek them one at a time. And you can see it's like, oh, I had to carry the weight of that round on my back.
Welcome back to the stage.
Yeah.
The 2nd series back since his departure. And, you know, we were curious about how he was going to look, but if it wasn't evident already from that 1st series, he is not meant to beat. Buzz, however, not having a great time, taken down as Jing collects 2 kills. Devi going to be traded out, so Pit not going to come into play here in this last round of the half, but Seeker certainly will. Now let loose here by Forsaken, and they're going to identify that there's only 1 player over towards this B site. A little bit whipping back and forth between the 2. They're over at A. Bane able to win that one out, but Forsaken now opens up B site for the taking.
Yeah, maybe there's Seekers utilized. And he's going to line it up. He has the knives, and ooh, not able to get the kill, but we know something. He's looking for it, and he will get it.
Does not matter. This shorty claims it all the same. It's going to be 9 and 3.5.
Well, there you go. Doesn't feel like this map has a curse in it. I'm not feeling it. Although, you know, from the attacker side of Split, the double duelists, it's PRX. I mean, this is... It kind of all lines up in that sense, you know? So let's see what DRX have prepared for this attacker side, as they have some very high win rates. These are 2 of our most winning teams here in Pacific.
Yeah, but 89 greater than 71.
It is, yeah, that's true.
so heckin' good at math.
Yeah. So we throw those numbers up once again. PRX don't lose many rounds. Let's put the heart together.
Quick, get the sign!
Aww.
Love to see that. We got the respective jerseys on as well.
You know, one of those signs is larger than the other. That kind of bothered me.
Sorry, something is Goku is amazing.
Oh, man.
That is...
Look at that jawline.
Oh, that's so funny.
A for effort. Like it. Love it. Look at the amount of fans we have here.
I mean, we knew that this one was going to sell out. Not only is it, you know, DRX, of course, the OG Korean team, but Also, PRX have just built up such a global fan base. Well, nice to see the fairly split representation here in the audience. As both teams neck and neck as far as pistols are concerned, but PRX were able to get the opener. DRX, they want to try to claw it back. They need to get this one here.
So let's see what this attacker side looks like for the side of DRX. Setting up in sewers. Looking to pressure towards A and towards mid. A lot mid.
Something off to a roaring start. Jing as well getting involved. Everybody taking a piece of the pie. Mind Freak finds two, and well, you blink, you miss it. Payne's the last one standing, and Devi instantly cleans it up, having a perfect read on that lurk. And that is not going to be DRX getting themselves a pistol round win. PRX will get the double digits instead.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are ready for a mid showdown. And something starts it off. Very crisp. Gets a little bit caught off guard by the rest of the members, but then there's just so many people there. That Mind Freak comes in, Jing's there, and eventually the one tap from Devi. Headshot, too. Very happy, and understandably so. That might have just locked in this map here for PRX.
It certainly feels like it. No force spy here from the side of DRX. Only the shorty really purchase here for them. Mind Freak up over the top. Spray into the smoke, and already Bane going to be taken down. Now the drop down, the paranoia invested. Buzz finds one with that shorty. Swap over onto the ghost, and flashback will find an extra kill. Knives are drawn out. Devi just slashes him across the face. Oh, what? Giving him some scars as he gets the Sheriff out to finish off Mako. 3-piece for Devi and 11 for PRX.
I don't even know. It's just insane.
It's PRX, baby.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you can say. Well, let's take another look. First off, you know, they spot them. A lot of spam through the smoke, some low health bars, and then Devi, the one. And he's like, you know what? I'm just going to go get him.
Unbelievable.
The epitome of W gaming. You don't need a gun to do that.
Well, Devi has been absolutely incredible in the series that we've seen so far in Stage 2. Something trying to hold things down here at ramp. Clear it on that Trailblazer. Foxy just lobbing in the cage. He's just going to be jumping over the top, though. Knows that he's not pushing forward.
On Fox, yeah, I think probably better to back off a little bit there. A couple of members of PRX nearby. Some cover going out, some smokes here, but an angle spot through. Mind Freak just holding on to the Sheriff to deal with this.
Smoke dissipates. Paranoia connecting on the Devi. Flash here on towards Mind Freak, but that dissipates as well. And now he finds a headshot. Jing with the bucket, able to find one. Mind Freak comes up with a third. And with Forsaken swooping in, it is another bonus conversion.
Match point.
And now map point for PRX, who just continue to speedrun their maps played.
Yeah, and Mind Freak up on top has only died 5 times. Just lurking everywhere on this map and lurking in the corner this time around. Doesn't miss a beat. Just 3. One by one. The headshots rain down from Mind Freak, and you know he's hyped about that. Him and Something have been hyping each other up this entire time. And what are you going to do? I mean, when the Sheriff is just beating out rifles and you can't attack any site, it seems.
Well, let me say this. As Chobra walks past me and gives a wry smile. I predicted DRX. I didn't know that they got Alex some help coming into this one.
Yeah, not fair. Not fair.
Might have changed my my expectations. But either way, split clearly. PRX is found Something, ready for the lurk. Mako at the same time, just managed to find 2. TP across map, though, now Mind Freak here entrenched on the site. Swings out, finds the first, finds the second. As he continues, but Buzz will shut it down. 20 HP from him. Jing. Last one standing here for PRX to try to close out the map right here, right now. Paint shell still in hand.
Lobs into the back, Buzz.
Spike
Oh,
planted.
never mind. Shorts it. He comes flying through, and Buzz cannot get away. Now flashback at risk, but still does manage to find that kill. DRX holding on by a thread.
Yeah, I mean, if not for flashback, like, obviously, multiple members making stuff happen there. We didn't get to see Mako with the 2 Guardian kills to start it off. Probably going to see that here. That's the 1 headshot, and then just waits, and he just holds the angle, and flash doesn't matter. And then eventually flashback to clutch it here. Also had an ace earlier. And just trying to hype up the squad. I mean, it's rough. It's already been a rough map so far, so just gotta maybe look towards the future, or you could just get 8 rounds in a row. That's welcome as always. Let's see how it goes.
Very disconnected position here, though, from Forsaken. Phantom in hand, just jiggle peeking, spots out multiple players. Rotations can now begin here from PRX. It's a slow take from DRX, so sight not theirs, plant not coming through, and this does just give more time for PRX to get into a position for potential flood retake. And as the jiggle peek comes through, that's going to be Mindfreak taking down Buzz now on the hunt. Plays that anti-flash quite nicely. Rocket gets sent out. That's going to be Forsaken taken down, with Boxy9 also caught up. A 3v3 with the op in play. This could prove to be a little bit difficult. Something could just go ahead and retrieve the weapon from Mindfreak, I suppose.
Spike planted.
Catching a glimpse, Buzz tagged up a bit. Fight going to be coming through. Pinch locked in the back as well. As no chain, getting full flash. Does get taken down by Bane, but now he's traded out. Something with that kill. Swaps up with the Guardian. Flashback with the res.
Enemy remaining.
The Black finds 1, and there's the finisher. The shorty of all guns to put him down. PRX not allowing for any kind of comeback to get started here for DRX. They close things out very dominantly here on Split.
Yeah, that was a stomp. I mean, yes, DRX did get 4 rounds. It wasn't a 13-0, but, you know, one of them was a flashback ace. There were a couple of extremely close rounds that DRX barely got. But PRX, huge performance here, and we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that first map.
Oh boy, what a way to start. PRX starts off this match, keeping their crown, at least between these 2 teams, in place, and they're looking to choke that top spot from DRX, and they're well on their way, judging by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely in the swing of things for the entire map. I think proving that so far in that map 1, they were dominant both individually and as a team as well. Like the trading, the timing, etc., much more clearer from PRX compared to DRX.
Much tighter teamwork. I just wanted to acknowledge the nod. Victoria dropped Singlish a little bit, choke the spot.
Singlish words, yeah, gotta choke it.
We need to choke the
You should be
table
Chopra, and he could be Chopra.
What is going on?
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely right. I mean, PRX playing a lot more tighter with the teamwork, and everyone's just like really flooding these sites. That's what I was talking about. This is that pressure fighter style that PRX has, which is why it makes you wonder, like, what was DRX's game plan? What were they, really trying to do against PRX? There were so many rounds where it almost felt like they were just trying to fight them head on, and it didn't quite work out. But there were also moments of brilliance where, you got players like Flashback really coming through with these insane mechanics, going up for that ace on the Clove.
Yeah, I mean, the Clove ace, very, very impressive. I thought it was a good example of what Clove can do. However, on that defensive side, most of the time, the Clove also wasn't providing that much value on the map. I mean, you're playing a double controller comp, but neither controller is really specific in just stalling. Omen has a little bit, but outside of that, you're much more about setting up better fights, but you're not set up for that in a very, very traditional 4-1 type of setup like Gen G does either. So there was a little bit of a mishmash going on for DRX. I think DRX expecting maybe PRX to respect smokes a little bit, which we all know that they never do, so a bit of a question mark. I think Achilleos also pointed that out again during the cast towards the end where, all right, well, PRX, got some help for Coach Alex. They've been playing with more discipline. Things are looking up and up for PRX, and Mindfreak topping the board as Yeoman. I mean, this is everything you want to see from this squad.
Absolutely, and you're going to see in the highlights now, again, how comfortable PRX actually looked on this. I mean, yes, they're doing their very aggressive playstyle, but it just looked seamless, very smooth, and DRX didn't seem to know how to react in a way they normally do, actually.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the aggression because, yes, while I would say that they were playing more aggressive than they did against Talon last week in terms of PRX, it was always with someone else. Anytime I saw someone like Jing peeking again for the fight, I would get a little worried, and then I would realize it's because he knows he has the timing for someone to trade for him. It's not that he's just stranded going for the peaks like they used to in the past matches and past seasons. So that's a very positive outlook.
Yeah, he would always have his teammates right there next to him. I mean, something is going up right next to Jing as well, and that always keeps PRX in the fight. And DRX, you know, you can kind of sense that the idea behind this composition, yes, it's aggression. You want to play along with positioning as well to try to pinch some of the PRX chokes, but it doesn't quite work out. I mean, you don't have the stalls, and you're always just trying to fight pound for pound, and PRX is just going to beat you outright, especially when they're playing together this tightly. So it's very tricky, it's very difficult, and you can see that clove, but again, you're just missing that little bit of an extra thing. I mean, like, we always saw Mako performing so well before, but now on the IGL role maybe, or, you know, in the past he would have played a Viper, but now on the Omen, and it's just kind of missing a little something.
A little something.
It's definitely missing something. He's on the other side.
He
but,
is.
You know.
Fun again.
Oh, yeah, well, he's already on the PRX side. Oh, God, I don't even know how to save that. I'm going to move on. I'm like, that was so bad.
I've done it.
It was so bad. I'm
I've really broken apart the desk. It has finally happened.
I'm going to take a minute drink and have a sip. But I'm really liking what PRX has been doing. Now, last week, we liked what we saw, and we're like, well, it's just because it's against Talon, but we're seeing it again against DRX. It looks like they went back to their fundamentals and just cleaned a lot up, and that's really, at this point, might have been that missing last piece for PRX to really, you know, cross that finish line. I mean, like, the big trophy finish line. So if they continue in this direction, I think it's a good sign. But we are going to be going into Haven. And Haven, we were just talking about earlier, historically not a map for PRX. And it is historically a map for DRX, but this is a different squad.
Yeah, it's a very different squad, and I would actually say, as we see even in the stats from last year, if you really look at the long-term grand scheme of things for DRX, their win rate on Haven actually wasn't as dominant as it used to be in the very, very old Vision Striker days, right? Before we all went international. So it actually started to get really evened out closer to a 50%. Still, you know, obviously they had their bread and butters, but now, you know, you don't have two people who have constantly working with something like the Breach Jet combo, something that you can always rely on. What do the comps look like? On the flip side for PRX, I mean, across all the different Challengers regions, we've been seeing Neon show up on Haven. We have been seeing ISOs show up as well. Deadlocks could still show up. That could be a thing. There's a lot of options here for change.
Yeah, it's a lot of question marks, especially. I mean, DRX, you know, we're thinking about how things might change up, but meanwhile for PRX, it almost feels as though they don't actually need to change all that much. The only thing that kind of improved was just their teamwork overall. Like, nobody's peeking out individually, not a lot of ego fights, and they're just able to make that work because of that. So we're kind of going into this map a little bit blind, and both teams really need to be able to adapt on the fly.
Well, speaking of going in blind, that is definitely the theme for Guess and Gain game, because that's how we always go into this game. It's very stressful, and I'm about to hit wood rank again if I do not win this one. Let's throw up that question there. For VCT, it looks like I'm just going to be really horribly ranked. The question is actually the kill-death difference between two players. That's Forsaken
Difference. So not ratio.
Yes.
Right.
Although,
so
yes.
like a 1-2 is worse than a 2, or 2-1 is worse than a 4-2, because a 4-2 is +2 kills, whereas a 2-1 is +1.
We're like casters.
No, I'm
like,
just saying. I just want the viewers to know.
If anyone's going to math it, it's going to be...
It's already been chosen Forsaken, which is an interesting pick. Because I want to talk... Let's talk through this right now, because Buzz actually had the higher difference when they used to play Haven back in the day.
Yeah,
but
listen, I know exactly what the viewers are thinking. DRX just got bodied on map 1, so PRX, any player on PRX is going to have a higher KD is what they're thinking, or a KD differential.
But that's...
Don't logic it. Don't logic it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be... I don't know, man. Okay, you guys go first. And then I'm going to pick. based on your rationale.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Go! Oh, make
wow,
your
we're
cases so I can
torn.
choose.
I have no
Get
case.
me out of
I'm
iron.
just like, difference, I can't math right now.
Okay,
I
what's
just
your
think
math?
Thorn's great.
I think on Haven, right, we're probably going to see Buzz, again, continue to stay on the Duelist. He just lost. Angry Buzz is a very angry Buzz. It's also, again, just a lot of comfort individually. You just need one guy to set Buzz up. Forsaken has been playing a lot more supporting roles. So while he might have a lot of impact, win or lose, is he going to have as many kills to really set apart from the deaths?
All right. I accept your explanation. It was more thorough than Quack. So.
Yeah, I have no explanation.
No, but I agree. And it depends
Chad,
what...
this is all my big picture to bring Victoria down to wood ranks.
It's working. I'll take you down with me. But it depends what Forsaken is going to play.
Yes.
He is a very flex player. I will never forget, it stays in my memory. The last time we played Haven, in my memory, was with Yoru. It was such a strange comp. And here we go.
Oh my god.
The ISO and the Yoru.
And the Yoru. Something on a fit.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Well, all right. Suddenly Forsaken's kill difference looking pretty strong. Meanwhile, DRX still sticking with the clove, so a double controller, no flashes to set up Buzz on the jet. On Haven, mind you, for DRX.
Is this DRX? Are we really looking at the...
I am very curious because, man, the set plays have to be so intricately crafted, and Clove is not as long range as some of the other, traditional initiators per se.
Oh boy, guys, you ready for some Valorant? Achilles and Valdez, let's head over to you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 firsts for PRX. Obviously, the ISO, it goes without saying. But something playing Fade, he has never done this before. So we get to see how he looks coming into this one. And Forsaken is back onto Yoru. PRX, they've gone pretty crazy with this one.
Yeah. Not sure what to take from it. It's a new patch. There's a lot of moving parts and stuff like that, but also they just kind of stomped on the first map, and maybe they just want to kind of try this out and see. I doubt this would be like first time trying on stage or anything like that, but I do think that, maybe trying to bring in some spiciness.
Oh, Divide, creeping out, takes a bit of damage, still finds the headshot though, and Flashback not in a position to try to jump up. He'll swing around the back, finds something, taking him down, dropping the spike for the time being, and now creeping across to the opposite side. Vulnerability does crash across, but Bane pushing forward here into A lobby is able to find one as they look for the double face in, and Mindfreak just going to be able to win out in that fight. So now a 3v3, Mako and Divide both tagged up.
Yeah, and Flashback right behind them.
Buzz good for the first headshot there. Mindfreak will find one, and turns back to find a third. And now it's just going to be an Omen battle, both one tap away from death. Mako creeps his way up. Sat here in sewers, Mindfreak in the cubby. Spike in hand, but eventually one of them going to have to make a move, and the onus is on Mindfreak.
Yeah, I mean, Mindfreak probably just going to wait. Calm himself down. He already has 3 kills in the round. I mean, this guy has been the main carry, actually, so far as
30 seconds left.
The sight
Ships
lines
in the
cross.
night.
Yeah.
Mindfreak, where does he try to set up the smoke? Sends it over towards B. Mako now on the move, and they are just absolutely in parallel to one another. Time, however, dwindling. Mako tucked it in short. Oh, the swing out, and Mako has it. DRX will pick up their first pistol win of the series.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, the onus is on Mindfreak, so he eventually has to push in. Doesn't have any idea where Mako is. Mako probably knows that he's probably lurking somewhere around long A, so it gives him the slight advantage. Starts out with a lot of aggressive pushing from the side of DRX. Flashback is in there, gets the flank here. Not to mention the earlier kill. Mindfreak kind of goes crazy, which is the only reason why this round is close in the first place at all. As they're really hyped up after that one, as they should be. They want to get it started on their map pick in a big way.
I mean, Haven was always a bread and butter one here for them. Recon not spotting out anything as swing in. Jing utilizing that shield, keeps himself protected. Push forward, Bane having to backpedal, sends out the shock dart. Being able to wait that one out, push up into the smoke, and Bane does take him down, but also eats a decent bit of damage, and the Bulldog's going to be recovered now in Forsaken's hands. Looking like maybe a pivot, but at least a fan out around this A lobby side. Buzz with the Outlaw in hand. Posted up on a line, staring over. Forward short is the drone, just going to get cleared out. Jiggle peek, flashback spotting one, challenges in, Divide going to be taken out, out the smoke. Looking for the setup, no, it's the Marshal rather, not the Outlaw, I should say. As the cleanup is looking good. Just Mako on the floor, Frenzy in hand for something, see if he can deal some additional damage.
Yeah, that's really the only question. Foxy just going to pick up this orb before he goes down.
Pick up the trap wire, and they already have one at B. He enters in through garage.
He's got a big smile on his face.
Oh, I mean, the team pretty much always going to be having fun, at least here in the regular season.
My camera is
won't be able to get the dart, but does get the spot on him. Something around the back, double push up through A lobby. Bane going to be kind of back the opposite way as, ooh, almost gets a little whiffy there from Foxy. Freaking out a little bit on the back end, but still standing. PRX and 2-0 start.
Yeah, good start for them. As initially, you know, the first frenzy kill from Jing are getting a little worried. We're like, oh god, here comes the ISO. And doesn't amount to too much in the end because there's just too many people on there. Foxy 9 giving us a little...
I hope you guys don't have motion sickness.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa. That kind of got me there on that second one. Yeah, but now full buy here to the side of PRX. And it looks like they want to go for a fast hit here onto A.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about, you know, this ISO for Jing is that he basically can play this like he plays Phoenix on Pearl. You know, put up the shield, go rushing in, except this time you can do it every single round. As Forsaken trying to enter, but cannot study that spray. Being able to find one, but Jing cleans up two. Shield out, activated with Delpus. Take him down. Cloudburst swings out of it, finds a headshot onto the Divide. Mako with a Sheriff, and the tap! Tries to swap over to the Classic with something down to 10 HP. DRX looking for the bonus conversion. As it would be a work of miracles here for something to try to get the win at this low HP, but Flashback will just go ahead and kneecap him as DRX start things off 3-0.
Yeah, I was... that was kind of crazy from Buzz, Angry Buzz, as Trevor was saying there on the desk, talking about what this guy can do after a big loss. And it does start out with Jing, you know, he's got the extra shields, he comes on in, but eventually they do take him down as the spray comes in from Buzz. And then Buzz gets to work. He's got his Bulldog in hand, picks up two, and eventually they've just done enough damage. DRX on their viewing party as well. And that's going to be a very early timeout from PRX. Bonus goes the way of DRX, and PRX do not like what they see.
The first timeout call of the series so far here for PRX. You can see one of the few teams, to be honest, that does typically lead to wins after the timeout calls. Granted, this one, be curious to see if it does, would be basically a Thrifty. As they really force up and spend down.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't surprise me too much because it is PRX. Sure. Will they do it in this position on Haven against DRX? Perhaps not. And for now, you know, it's relatively early on in this map, so Alex doesn't look too angry. He's got his buddy nearby, help him out with that, and kind of discuss after. You know, they have to hang up the phone after the fun phone a friend time during timeouts. But yeah, just going to be a bunch of Sheriffs and half armors here for the majority of the members of PRX.
Mako spotting one, just going to be a quick key into backside from Platt. Now he's just out into the open, and he's going to be taken down.
There they are.
He does some decent damage, but now at risk as something finds a headshot to the flashback. That's the fake out. Full flash connecting on the Buzz. Tailwind's over into the side. Cloudburst going to be sent something. Finding himself the second kill. What? And it's going to be a flawless Thrifty to get PRX on the board. The percentage goes up.
These guys are just insane. I mean, what is that? Flawless Thrifty?
Hope you enjoy ISO vulnerability sounds.
Yeah, well, I mean, this starts off with Mako trying to take a 1v3, and, you know, understandable. I mean, he's got his Vandal, he thinks he can tap on some heads, but unfortunately he's going up against 3 Sheriffs.
That is unbelievable.
And you know, the first one, sure, okay, Mako, maybe don't take the trade or whatever, but then the fact that they get 4 other kills without anybody dying.
Not baiting.
That was tricky.
Yeah, not biting on that one, but Jing, he gets the isolation pick. Oh, they attempted the no-scope. Shorty draws out, Buzz able to find one. Flashback, only able to collect Jing before getting taken out by Forsaken. Now TP's back out here in towards C lobby. Double approach. A 2v3, Mako working his way up through garage. Drone try to lead the charge here from Bane. Dark connects, and that does get the spray down now into the 2v2. Big TP gonna be sent, Paranoia not gonna be connecting, and Mind Freak, Snappy with a headshot, takes it out both. The backstab coming through from Forsaken, not gonna be necessary. It's PRX now, just one away from tying things up.
Mind Freak is just locked in today. I mean, this guy does not miss a headshot as we're taking a look at this. Now starts off with that ISO kill, and then Mind Freak lines it up, and unfortunately for Mako, he stops right in that sight line. Some high fives, and PRX are really in the driver's seat now. There are 4 ultimate abilities here for the side of DRX, as the knives will be pulled.
Dart not spotting out anything. Smoke off on the entrance here as Bane is getting very aggressive. As there's the haunt, there's the reveal, there's the kill. On a silver platter. Hand it over here to PRX. We'll tap at the ready, and knives, I mean, gonna prove to be a pain point to try to clear these out. Jing already finds one. Buzz lost a bit here in the sauce, pushes out of that cloudburst, but they cannot really find any damage. Quickly dealt with his flashback now, last one standing. 3-3.
And remember, he had his ult in the last round. He's 2 away from having it again. Oh, nice from flashback.
Yeah, solid shot to stop it from being a flawless, but can't prevent the round win. They're all tied up now, and there are ults aplenty available to the side of PRX and DRX. And things can get even scrappier from here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody's got Sheriffs who's trying to take an aggressive angle if they're not gonna run in and check that use of utility. So
He killed me with Phantom.
good old Jing.
Tough.
Cutting through. Let's see, it looks like PRX are gearing up for a push on a C once again.
But noise being made, Mask about to come on it. There's the wall, leads the charge. Couple shots through, but Forsaken now spotting him out. Nightfall crashing across, gonna get the catch here onto one. It's Foxy9 in such a bad position. There's the dropout, there's the shorty, but instantly, kills found in response. Flashback with 2, Bane finding Mind Freak off the back of the Hunter's Fury, and now suddenly it's all on Divide. Flashback, the only one, taken a little bit low there. Just sat here on top of Stack. Mako gonna come wandering forward. Does find the headshot. DRX able to break this 3-round win streak from PRX and reestablish a lead.
Yeah, this is what we like to see. I mean, back and forth play, a competitive map, and DRX are making it interesting this time around. That one, you know, we were following the Yours vision, and it kind of felt like, once again, PRX were just gonna kind of roll over them, but that was not the case. Flashback. He's like, I'm just really good at shooting, I think is what he said. Like, and he is. Those were a couple of really nice shots in a row. Getting a gasp from the crowd as we got to see from his point of view this time around. So they pick up that orb, and now it looks like they are not going to head towards C. Maybe not wanting to go into Foxy9's setup here.
Prowler gets a spot. Fly with the attack operator once again. I really love that he's been picking this up more and more. Well, see that shield, not going to be able to do much about it. Attack still has it rolling. Buzz just having to go ahead and evacuate the site. I mean, you look at the util dump, everything being sent forward. Alarm bot notifies them of this push from behind. Divide able to find one. Instant res there from Flashback, but needs to try to come away with this kill. In the meantime, he's just going to get shut down again. Divide punishing him once more. Forsaken makes his presence known, setting out some shots, but Mako is only at 1 HP. TP down, reinforcing this position. The drone to try to lead the charge. Forsaken
capitalizing. Bane taken out. Now 3 players left standing. Shots up towards Buzz. Unable to find the connection there, but Mind Freak swinging around the back. Finds one. Buzz over the top. And gets the shot through, but now knows that he's being encroached upon. The swing in, and he goes wide right between the two. 4-4. Tied up once more.
Yeah, pretty fun round that time. Just so, it feels so troll when you're like holding an angle with the operator and the ISO's just running straight at you, like making a ton of noise. Doesn't matter because he just knows that, especially if an operator's holding that angle, there's nothing that you can really do. And yeah, really nice swing here from Forsaken, just a little bit too close on the drone angle, and then eventually gets cleaned up.
You should make it that an op headshot kills through the shield.
Yeah, I like that. Although, it's pretty difficult to do.
Wall being sent. I mean, this is one of the other annoyances. You can send out that wall and just collect these orbs for free.
Yeah. Especially on maps like Haven that just have like a very thin corridor.
Right here.
The
wall's going to cover it all.
Yep. Okay, flashback with a push forward, able to find one. Gets that movement speed. Spam across it for a second. Just, I mean, here's the drone coming, and he just spams through the door. Bane gets dropped. Just like that, I mean, the efforts from flashback off the rip, completely nullified. C-site now open, Device still lurking, hanging back. I mean, it's 2 ops in play here as Buzz gonna get caught, trying to get himself into garage. Spike now planted. Jing just 1 away from having another kill contract.
Cage trigger.
Foxy just cannot make it happen. Jing finding the last shot, now gets that ult online once again, and PRX get themselves into the lead, 5-4.
Yeah. Very nice round once again. You saw that flashback trying to do what he did in the pistol round, which is essentially just push up mid and try to catch them off guard, but something lines this up. And then, as you mentioned before, just kind of knows exactly where Bane is going to be standing. Very unfortunate for Buzz. He was holding that angle and then spins around right as Devi swings out. And that's going to be a timeout for DRX as they do lose control of the lead.
Now, one of the things we need to see, and obviously we're going to start being able to collect this data now that Haven is back in, is how does this map play out from here on? You know, has it changed up? Is it still going to be fairly favored on the attacking side, or will defenders be able to, put their feet down a little bit more? Minor sample size so far. Curious to see how that does develop throughout the rest of Stage 2 as well as into Champions. But for now, PRX looking like it's still decently good for the attackers.
Yeah. Seems like ISO enjoys this map a lot. There's a lot of long...
ISO enjoys pretty much every map.
He does right now. I mean, but there's a lot of like long sight lines where the operator's going to be holding. Oftentimes, we already talked about the wall and its usage with the orbs, especially on the C-long position. Just feels like, just in general, just getting a lot of value from its base kit as a agent in the game, regardless of some of the changes on the way. But we'll have to wait and see, as you mentioned, as we get more and more data. As here comes PRX right down the middle.
Mako spotted. Let's drop back. Vulnerability sent out, not finding the connection there. Paranoia does catch onto a couple of members here, PRX. Device still with op in hand as Mako pushing up into the smoke, and something is ready and waiting for it. Swings out, finds the first, looks for the second, can't quite make it happen, but now flashback in such a bad spot. He's going to be detained here by Jing. It swings out, is able to win out of the fight. King of the Gulag, as Foxy will also die.
One enemy remaining.
Just like that, the cleanup is swift. The timeout doesn't mean anything at all for DRX.
Yeah, not quite yet. And once again, Jing really enjoying himself. Just a fun game of ISO, getting some huge value. Throws out the ult, and he's able to win that trade. Mako just kind of looking at the wall. We see this one. Jing has yet another shield, able to hold on to it right as he comes out.
Right as he snaps out.
Yeah.
He's just so ready.
I come out, dude, I come out of my ulti, he shoot.
I come out of my ulti, he's shooting at me.
Doesn't matter, because of ISO.
Flash sent, recon destroyed, no pings coming through.
Destabilizing.
Stuck away, push up into the smoke. I mean, he's just running and gunning. Double tap available once again. Forsaken hounding down Buzz. As Mako trying to just get himself TP'd into a position, it's just instantly felt.
One enemy remaining.
Ching is just on a tear. Foxy cleans up one, grabs a weapon, finds 2 kills. Suddenly things start getting a little bit sussy as he finds the 4th. It's going to be the K down, the neural depth now invested. Something going to be noted. Plant is in. It's going to have to be a headshot here from something. Or onto something, I should say, for Foxy, as he's only at 20 HP. Expecting this approach, and he's just not quite going to be able to make it happen. Solid efforts from Foxy9, but PRX keep themselves out in front, now 7-4.
Yeah, it almost just feels like PRX are having a bit too much fun charging into Foxy9 there right at the very end. And credit to him, he lines up the shots, picks up 4 kills, but still, you gotta feel like Jing is really enjoying himself on ISO. He's just able to run them all down as here's Foxy9. Speaking of running down straight into Foxy9, and he's just able to take one by one, just saying,
nice try.
Yeah. And it was.
It was. Fortunately, it's, 4 of Foxy's 5 kills were that round.
Yeah.
It's been a bit more of a quiet game compared to what we were seeing from him versus Zeta in the previous matches in Stage 1.
Yeah. The tempo brought here from PRX, as always, difficult to deal with, especially when they're winning. Just seem to non-stop will get in your face and never give you time to breathe as well. Buzz gonna get this first kill.
MSC is able to get the connection there. Forsaken, getting a bit turned around. Buzz is able to find that kill. Something trading it back, but now Bane holding things down. DRX wanting that 5th round here. It's now all on Devi. Tucks back. I believe noise made. She'll peek out. Bane knocked down to 70. See if Devi try to pull this one off the swing out. Looks for the first, but Mako will be able to put it down. DRX, 5 rounds here on the defending side. We'll see how they fare on the attack.
Yeah, for all the craziness, DRX did start off pretty well on this map. They did get 3 rounds in a row, including that first bonus. And then since then, just able to pick up 2 rounds, which was a bit unfortunate for their sake. But all things considered, 5 rounds on the defensive side, not half bad. And you can see that Alex, he knows this map is not over at this point in time. Excited to see DRX from the attacker side of this map and see what they have prepared for this. I cheer for DRX, but I love DRX.
I love PRX.
Yeah. That's fair. I think that a lot of fans feel that way. For both sides, right?
Plenty of fans out here to show their support. I mean, always a great clash when it comes down to these two teams. Buzz being able to get as much value as he had in this position while tethered. Very much a solid performance from him in the round. Now let's see how the pistol does fare. DRX narrowly out in front, but PRX, they played 15 more. No.
Over there.
I'm doing bad math. 10 more pistol rounds.
10, yeah.
There we go. We've had a long day.
25s are the same, and then, 30 and 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had a long day, and the coffee is not doing its job right now.
Yeah. It's getting later here. We just passed 10 p.m. in Korea, where we are casting from. And,
right here.
Yeah, that first series went for a while, and we're making it here on to the second series, powering through.
My wife might have also trolled me. She's been cutting caffeine, so there's decaf coffee in the house, so might have made decaf. Sending out the vulnerable. Foxy able to get away from that. Does got a nice deep cam setup, though, in Sewer. Prowler coming in, and we'll be able to go ahead and get the spot out there on to something, but Forsaken creeping forward. Foxy, well, there's multiple other players. Shield comes up. He still gets a dink on the Jing to put him down to 20. He cannot find that kill. Cypher now dead. And looks like PRX maybe making the call to start rotating across, at least over in towards B. Blinding. Paranoia goes across. No one to be caught by that. Same with the dart. See sight opened up, and PRX not far off.
Yeah, they're swarming in as fast as they possibly can, just getting ready for this retake. And a lot of utility already used to try to get onto the site, but nobody was there.
Swing out Mako with the dink. Buzz will put down 2 with that Sheriff in hand. Wall now raising. It's an easy shot for him as Buzz finds himself a 4th. It will be DRX collecting both pistols here on Haven. Now just 1 round separating.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I mean, that is the angry Buzz you expect. Just brings out the Sheriff for the first round, for the pistol round, and it really just comes down to him lining up the shots. Just trying to drive me through from garage, and he is able to pick up 4. Bane does finish it off. See, like a very slight acknowledgement.
Just vibing a little bit.
Like,
pretty good. Granted, it was after the bonus conversion from DRX. We did see PRX their first round win. In the first half was off a Thrifty. We have a little bit of firepower behind him. 2 Sheriffs and a Marshal, so still damage that can be dealt.
Absolutely.
Really quick peek over towards Sewer. Not going to be spotting anything, but it's a triple push up here from DRX. Oh, did he get a glimpse here, Buzz? Looks for that vertical flick. He does manage to get a connection. Buzz going to be knocked down to 49, but Buzz himself able to collect the kill. The advantage now here for DRX, but PRX once again getting everybody moved over towards this site very quickly. Looking for a potential flood retake. Flashback into the corner, the wall goes down, and Defy, he's blinded up. He still finds the headshot. Something taken out, Buzz able to find that one.
Right here. Right here.
Now for PRX, how do they try to get themselves back into this one? The Marshal on the floor, still do have these 2 Sheriffs, but Defy at 35. Makes it markedly more difficult for them to try to find some additional damage. Jing also now whittled away at tuck down to 22.
Right here.
Seems like the call to die to the spike may just be made here, as everybody just pulls back over towards Connector and Spawn. DRX now can make their exits, hold on to these weapons, and it's going to be a big carry forward into the bonus. 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian, a Phantom.
Yeah, definitely will be pretty huge, and a chance for DRX to do it again. It's
Defy. Welcome to the club, Defy. Getting themselves up to 1,000 kills.
It's huge. I mean, Defy definitely one of the big names here that has been around for quite a while, and does make sense. Almost feels like could have hit it sooner, but so many great players on his team.
Cage triggered.
Cam again set up. Foxy pulling away before the C's can come through. And something just grabbing the orb. 3 charges towards that Nightfall here for himself. As Foxy now playing with fire. Spots 1, he gets the dink again. Putting up that damage, but unable to confirm the kill for taking down to 10 HP. By holding here in garage, and finds the first, looks for the second here on the Bane, but Buzz pushes up, managing to find that kill, but man advantage still here for the side of PRX.
Forsaken solo as well.
Something for that shot, takes a bit of damage. Now Bane able to find Forsaken finishing off the Yoru. We're into a 3v3. Jing here, a window, but Bane is ready for it. Strikes him down, and B site's been cleared out by Flashback.
Standing ahead.
Recon to try to check, and it's looking like DRX maybe able to convert another bonus, but they're going to be actually cutting over towards A. Something now just cutting noise. Drifting his way up in towards Heaven.
30 seconds left.
Do they read this?
Last player
Oh, up
standing.
over the top. Buzz is
Spike
prepared.
planted.
Has him protected. It was looking like something was going to catch a nice timing. Bring it back into parity, but now it is all on Mind Freak. And he is very much in a safe spot.
Yeah. Just waiting to see if anyone does go hunting. And it does look like Buzz is already on the chase just a little bit, just clearing out A long, maybe looking to see if, if he was going to push in. Might be pushing through A long, but that is not the case. Just going to be sitting back. And it doesn't seem like Buzz will check into this anytime soon. So DRX.
Push towards him, though.
Although, yeah.
Chance for Mind Freak to do some damage. Footsteps going to be heard, but yeah, decides to just go ahead. Tuck back even further into that attacker spawn. Spike detonates, and DRX find themselves back into the driver's seat. Just one lone rifle carried forward here by PRX. Can they do it again, is the question.
Seems somewhat unlikely from the defensive side. Nice attack here from DRX. It's been Bane and Buzz all the way. The two of them, even Bane checking the flank, ready for the position. And yeah, pretty excited.
I'm so heckin' excited.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Well, looks like some more in-ear swap outs here. This time from something. Get these changed up and right back into the game.
Yeah. And then the hope is that there's no further issue. We had this happen with Temkin a little bit earlier, if you guys weren't watching, and took a couple of very short pauses.
My God.
Wow.
That is gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Holding the cloud burst. I mean, we've always said it, but yeah, the art game here in Korea with the fans is unrivaled.
True. Very true.
And a lot of them are making these signs right here in the venue.
Yeah.
They show up, you know, like 2 hours before the match gets started, grab their tickets, get their wristbands, and then just get started.
Get to work.
Working on their fan signs. Very talented artists here, and that's going to go straight into a timeout from PRX. And I was curious if this was going to be the case, because we saw the same timing from them, dropping the bonus, allowing for the conversion at the start of the map. They called it, they got a win, they started their own streak. Does that happen again from here?
Well, they do have that one Vandal. I mean, you just got to hope that some of those entries are denied from the side of DRX as they look to push in, but they have been pretty clean with it. They just essentially send Bane, they send Buzz, and they go in together and get the job done. And I mean, we'll just see how it does go. 15 seconds left on this timeout. Alex and his new buddy there in the coaching booth getting to work, trying to hype these guys up for another potential Thrifty.
So far, the mood has remained decently calm in there, so maybe he's a calming presence for Alex. Just keeping him level-headed, not angry. We saw him get, practicing himself, just trying to, bang the desk a little bit before the match got started.
You got to warm up those hands before you put them to work. So the fans are still going crazy, even in between the rounds.
4-player stack at A. That one Vandal carried over by Mind Freak, and then the Sheriff's back into play.
Cage trigger.
There's Mako. He's faking out a TP. And just to avoid that C's, and DRX getting a pretty good read here, it would seem. Work their way over towards that C site where it's completely opened up.
Yeah, they will enjoy free entry, and there's really not that much utility utilized just yet. So they'll get in very cheap and get this plant down early. PRX is just going to have to rotate over and try to go 5-man into the site with 4 Sheriffs. And Mind Freak has been crazy today, and he is the one that holds on to the Vandal.
Was playing close. Prowler to chase in, gets the spot there on the Jing. Cleans up a second here. Drops down into the smoke. Looking for more. Shorty not going to be rewarded quite just yet. Some more shots here onto the corner. Something fishing for some connections here. Flashback, swings forward, finds one. Mind Freak takes him down. Something finds Buzz. Suddenly starts becoming a little bit more questionable, but Mind Freak eventually will fall. Something. Phantom recovered, finds himself a kill, but just does not have the time to try to win out the round. Just makes his exit. DRX continuing on their merry way.
Yeah, another round in a row here. That is, in total, including the last half, 5 in a row for them. So definitely a big swing of momentum. This will be the buy rounds here for PRX. you know, something able to take some guns out of their hands alongside a Mind Freak at the end of this push. It starts off with Buzz in the smoke with the Phantom. Like it's a game of Clue.
I was about to make that same reference.
And yeah, at the end, you know, some traded back, but the economy here is very healthy, obviously, for the side of DRX. So it doesn't make a big dent by any means. And PRX have their work cut out for them.
Wall to escort, but they do get ping revealed. Oh, once again, DRX showing some presence over towards A and then just cutting across the map, but wandering right in towards Mind Freak, who has been incredibly solid here for the team thus far. Paranoia gonna buy himself a bit of time. Buzz now winning forward. Mind Freak still playing back plat. Buzz taken down as Jing arrives. Trade out by Foxy. Mind Freak still here, but the rest of his team starting to fall. Comes up with one. That's gonna be the cleanup continuing. Is now Forsaken. He's got the op in hand. And he's gonna have to make the call to save it, you would suspect.
You would think.
Smoke comes up. No one pushing up into this one.
Spike planted.
If he picks up a weapon, I mean, they're just going to spray into this thing.
Yeah. Well.
Spray starting to fly. Knocked down to 89. Now the op stranded. Looks like he wants to actually try to play this one out. Big TP sends the fake out, clears that tripwire, but eventually will be taken down as DRX get themselves up to double digits.
Well, he definitely didn't have to do that. That's pretty obvious. But, you know, Forsaken trying to send it, trying to see if he can pull off an insane clutch in that moment. And, you know, this decay on the back left on the Mind Freak just prevents him from entering a lot of these duels, which allows DRX to just flood the right side of the site and take a lot of individual one-on-ones, and actually not even one-on-ones, like 3-on-1s. You know, a couple of kills traded back. But DRX's entry was pretty solid there with only Mind Freak on the site to begin with, and they isolate him for a large portion of time.
Big push out here from B into mid. Again, just the one hero rifle attempt is Bulldog in the hands of Mind Freak. Everybody else with Sheriffs. Fanning out, and DRX are fairly split apart. Trapwire to cover that approach in behind here at C. But, I mean, this is Bane and Buzz completely and utterly surrounded. Wants up over the top, flash connecting. Bane now revealed to push forward. He's able to find one before getting taken down, and now Devi swinging out of C, finds that headshot. A site taken, in control here of DRX, but 2 weapons recovered.
Yeah,
that plus the man advantage. This is a good spot to be in because Jing also has that ult.
Yeah, absolutely. Mako taking his time to plant that one as well. It's going to give PRX a chance to rotate on over. Just want to make sure that entire site was cleaned out. But now 4 members of PRX charging through the spawn over towards the A site.
Dimensional Drift checking up in heaven, checking out at hell. Foxy going to be pinged. As there's the ult coming through, and Foxy going to get snatched up. Kidnapped by Jing. The wall falls, Foxy able to win out that fight. But now he's put right back in, and Forsaken is ready for the alley-oop. Flashback, lurking his way in. Here's the tap.
Player standing.
Now, last one standing, time dwindling, tries to rush it down. And he can't buy enough time. If he gets that kill, maybe it happens, but it's gonna be a thrifty again for PRX to break a DRX win streak.
Oh, that's rough. There's just, it's such a tight window for him there to try to get in, kill the spike diffuser, and also deny any chance of them getting another guy on that. So very, very close. Even if he spams through, maybe somebody else could get on it, but yeah, Forsaken very nicely done by him, just understanding that that duel could be lost, and he's able to trade it back, and then, oh my god.
What? Jason.
He just hears it, and he's like, okay, I know exactly where he's standing.
My brother, what is that?
That's just game sense. And maybe a little bit of luck.
Cam set up here. Already going to be dealt with. Flash going to be sent. Buzz able to find a vibe, and now before flashback gets taken down. Now the flash connected, but Forsaken not ready for Foxy. He's able to collect that kill. Double tap popped here as the neural theft comes through. It's man advantage for the side of DRX. Flashback, though, not necessarily dead in a fantastic spot to be able to offer up smokes for this C-site hit. Can put some in towards Garage.
Not ready yet.
But nothing to try to lock off back site where Jing is already inching his way forward. For the headshot, finds the first one, finds the second, taking Buzz out of the sky. Foxy able to get one in reply, but now the plant coming through, and that's Bane. He's got that Hunter's Fury in his hands, but will not be able to utilize it for the post-plant. Barrel spotted Foxy. Cleans up Mind Freak, and now something all on his lonesome.
Sees into the back, the cam cleared out. 8 bullets left in the mag. So he goes creeping forward, and Foxy narrowly avoiding getting spotted, turns back, finds himself a 4-piece. DRX now up to 11.
That was a really cute play there at the end from Foxy9. Just sensing the push coming in, he avoids it, and then they peek together. Very nicely done. Starts off with Buzz floating in the air, and he does get taken down, but at least does a bit of damage. And that does allow the trade back on the Jing. Obviously, would have liked just a clean kill. But either way, that is still a win over to the side of DRX as they make their way onto the C site. And now they have 11. And let's see, now Forsaken trying to poke out here, and Buzz is going to win the operator duel just like that through the wall.
Able to deal with him very swiftly. And with this type of buy in play, be curious to see if Divide does want to commit something like the lockdown into this one. Granted, the Hunter's Fury is available from Bane on the opposite side. Buzz just ready and waiting for a jiggle peek. There it is. Mind Freak gets taken down. Now, likelihood of committing the ult gets reduced significantly. Jing, however, trying to turn things around, and he does. Swings out, finds one, but then is quickly collapsed upon. Ult's going to have to be saved, as is this operator. Something just drifting back across towards that A side of the map. And given that he's so far away from having another Nightfall available, DRX could go very much on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, you already see Flashback just pushing through B. Hasn't seen anything yet. And he's the main guy on the hunt for now. We do see something is going to be checking towards A long.
He's in the open. If Flashback swings out into A long, he would spot him, and now he's starting to creep forward. Taking a little bit more space. Drone checking around into spawn. Nothing noted there. He's always just so damn close to him. Flashback, checking left. Nothing spotted, checking right, and he's got him in his sights. Op cannot be carried over. Money completely absent from the pockets of PRX. 12-8, TRX are looking to take us to Icebox.
Yeah, and their attacker side of this Haven has been beautiful to watch. Buzz wins here, holds the angle, gets the second one on a Mind Freak, and then eventually, you know, Jing does get one, but the Paranoia, just too much value, holds for too long, and Flashback eventually does find that last kill, and that's what they're cheering about. As they know, there's not much left in the
DRX
tank.
chains around their neck.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Cutting through. These guys think they're optic. Buzz able to avoid that as fake on the TP. Forsaken just dropping back into the site. Something just clearing out that cam. I'm not going to spot much of anything there. It's Buzz, Tailwind at the ready. Got your tech coming through, but he's not ready for that stinger. Forsaken able to catch him. Flashback, however, finding two. Something and Forsaken both going to be taken down. TP now from Mind Freak, arrives up into heaven. Drops down, finds a kill, finds himself a second one. Flashback going to be able to res. Now it's all on Divide. He's running away, trying to escape. The chase coming through. As Flashback desperately needs his kill, and Divide knows it. If he dies here, it's going to be a weapon. Hand it over to him for the 1v1.
A chance, a real chance for PRX to somehow keep this map alive.
But there's a recon and a Hunter's Fury here from Bane. He's got 2 shock darts.
Yeah, it's not a good chance.
One at the feet of Divide is enough to take him down. Seems like Divide trusting in his own abilities here and his own aim. Try to close this one out. Not wanting to use that lockdown. Hunter's Fury opened up. He gets rid of that. He's going to try to tempo push against him. He knows that he's tucked back. Has to get in onto the spike here soon. Bane with the cancel.
So funny.
Sends out the recon, looking for the ping to clear out the shock dart at his feet. Bane will close things out 13-8 as DRX will be taking us the distance. A full 6-map evening of Valorant as we have Icebox on the horizon.
They're so happy just to buy themselves Icebox. Excellent performance from DRX here on Haven.
Much more at home clearly here. The Clove, you know, they continue to carry this one forward. Struggled quite a bit with the ISO at the beginning as well as that Yoru, but they found their footing and they closed things out relatively cleanly. So now a map 3, but first let's go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst desk.
Looks like we're going to Icebox one more time. DRX found their footing, especially in that second half there, carrying them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, once they were able to really take their own initiative, of course, on that attacking side, it was very clear that DRX is now really shifting towards that kind of pack mentality, right? Going for the trades, things like that. This composition was kind of built for that on Haven as well. Yeah, they found their groove. They were able to set up Buzz for success as well.
That's essentially what it is. I mean, the secret to this whole map, I mean, why DRX won is just take a look at the pistol rounds, right? DRX won both pistols, and it happens because it's a lot of these individual fights where, you know, PRX, even on the attack, they weren't able to have that firepower to really power through. Meanwhile, DRX are holding a lot of these tight corners, close positions, where they're able to kind of like jiggle back and forth, take individual fights against PRX and whittle them down. That pressure fight just doesn't quite happen because of these individual one-on-ones where DRX constantly wins, especially when you got players like Flashback and Buzz just back in top form.
Yeah, that's right. And now looking at this, I mean, the first kills doubling on PRX here, but, you know, first kills, just it's not enough.
Yeah, again, I think it just goes to show that PRX, some rounds it really felt like PRX is going to steamroll this map because of, you know, the first kills and the way they were winning some of these rounds. But at the end of the day, the way they were able to try to find the timings, whether it's attack or defense, etc., clearly was not favoring them, because if you're able to get the first kills and DRX can still rally back as a team, that is a bit of an issue for PRX, especially when you're using agents like ISO that are built to win these 1v1s.
Yeah, you expected to see that happen a lot of times, and it does work on the attacking side of PRX sometimes when they're like just pushing out. Actually, on the defensive side, when they're pushing out as well. That shield can be really pesky. There was that one round where Buzz had the Blade Storm and he was like expecting to get the kill, but alas, Jing had the shield on, so it's a little bit annoying sometimes. But at the same time, I mean, at the end of it all, it's really just PRX. I mean, how many highlight moments did we see where they had to take like multiple, you know, 1vx situations? They were always, you know, shooting down a single person first, but they had to flick to another. Like, we constantly saw Mind Freak in situations like that, and I think that's why they weren't able to find some of these trades despite getting so many first kills.
Now, we were speculating a lot at the beginning about these two particular team comps. It's new. They're both new, obviously, on Haven. How do you guys feel about it now that we've seen it both play out?
I'm going to be honest, I'm still not entirely sold on the Clove here on Haven. I like the Clove being used on some of these other maps, but on Haven, I do have to sit there and wonder, is there really no other agent that could be doing the same thing better for you, right? The way that Flashback is piloting it, you know, maybe even just the ISO. Obviously, it doesn't have smokes, but there are some questions there. Obviously, Flashback's still very mechanically gifted, where you can make use of things like the pick-me-up, obviously your own smokes, etc., etc. But, you know, for PRX, I think the comp itself has some legs. I mean, I don't know if we saw the full potential of it, but really, again, it goes back to the timing of when are we striking. Yeah, sure, on the attacking side, you're striking as a group, and that's been very beneficial with the combos you have, but it wasn't always at the right time that leads to something like the clean plant, the clean post plant, things like that. Yeah, the post plants are a little bit messy, a little bit dirty sometimes, but I do agree. This composition looks a little bit rough around the edges. It's not fully optimal, I think, Victoria. It looks good because the players make it look good. They're able to frag out, and that always is fun. But, you know, you might, if you want to keep the Clove in, you might want to swap the Omen out for something like the Viper, perhaps, and have something with more stall potential, something with more utilities that can damage your opponents. And also, as we were seeing some of Buzz's highlights with the op, this composition for PRX doesn't actually have a great agent to be opping other than Devi on that Killjoy. But again, with the way Haven plays with so much space that you have to create as that Killjoy, that can get a little dicey, so maybe something to workshop a bit more on the side of PRX.
I am actually really looking forward to Team Secret playing either one of these teams, but against DRX on Haven. This will be very interesting when the time comes for that. And ISO on Jing, we were speculating who's going to be playing the ISO. You know, it could have been something, but Jing on an ISO looks very, very natural. Now we got to do our guessing game results. It came really close, and it looks like I chose the correct analyst.
Wasn't ever worried. Wasn't ever worried, you know?
It was by one, guys. It was by one. Forsaken, it had a 19, you know, you guys saw it, 19 kills, 15 deaths.
I'm pretty sure Buzz taking out Forsaken in like the second to last round is what really made the difference here. So props to Buzz. I'm very thankful.
I was feeling pretty comfortable in the first half. I just want to say that.
This is
What they had us in the first half, we're not gonna lie.
That's the first half.
But not quite towards the end.
Thanks, Chobra. I know you had the best
have your back.
intentions.
Come on,
Yeah,
yeah,
always.
of
That's
course.
just what
I'm
you
always
do.
here to set you up for success, Victoria. Why else? What other intentions would I ever have?
That's right. That's why you're my favorite analyst. For those of you who don't know, you are represented by Wingman. You are the audience. And guys, do keep in mind on our Twitter, our socials, and VCT Pacific, we are letting you guys ask questions. You are Wingman, so questions for the coaches, for the players, just you'll see it, just respond to it. We'll feature it here because we like you. We like Wingman here. Now, we also like seeing good maps. So we're going to be going to a third map, Icebox. Thoughts? I'm gonna just leave it open, Mike. Thoughts?
I want to see Jing play ISO again.
Oh, me too. I could
place
not
of
get
the
enough of
Sage.
it.
Now, obviously, not having the Sage on Icebox, if you have been playing the Sage, it can get a little wonky, so it all depends on how much they practice it, because the Sage alone, I think, has looked very good for PRX. But listen, you take the ISO, the way you can take control of pipes, etc., you can actually be much more aggressive. You're not going to get people asking why you're not using your util or your ult or anything like that, because you're always going to be fighting for yourself anyway. So I'd be very curious to see that. I imagine we're seeing the same thing from DRX, though.
If he does play ISO, you want to see a double duelist? Or you think, no, not double duelist, just one ISO?
No, I mean, I think if you're PRX, you do play double duelist, right? You've got something. You should definitely keep him on the jet whenever you can have him. Sure, you're losing the Sage for like really safe plants, etc., but I don't know if that was ever really the concern for PRX on Icebox. I don't know if they were really using the Sage as like a shuttle for the spike anyway. So I think they could do with just the ISO swap in.
I agree. I mean, the double duelist works really well. You still want that dive capability with something. The ISO works good, and yeah, maybe in place of the Sage, you might lose your like wall boosts here and there, and that's not such a big deal, especially if ISO can combo the undercut with like, nano swarms, snake bites, and whatnot. However, looking at how DRX played, like so aggressive, and it can be really clean at times, especially when Buzz is on a tear. I do feel that the adjustment has to be some of the strats and positioning. Like, it's not just the ISO, because DRX with this like trade mentality, with flashback coming in, they can be very, very sharp, and PRX has to watch out for that.
I would actually love to see PRX use Talon's Icebox comp just now and then see what happens with that. That would be super fun. DRX, I don't imagine they'll be shifting too much, considering they just used this, featured it last week, and it, was very successful. Great use of Clove. And yeah.
And Buzz, of course, just absolutely going to tear.
Well, that does help.
Yeah, I think that's the reason. I actually think if something went to the Gecko and then you had Jing playing the ISO on paper, I think that's a better comp for PRX. Yeah. But you have a player like something. Of course, Buzz, an absolute tear on Jet with the operator. I think you're going to need to match that tempo. So I think it's a very tough call to take something off of the Jet here on Icebox.
Well, we are about to find out.
Okay.
Nothing changes.
All right.
Okay.
Which is fine.
Yes.
I mean, wanting to see Jing play ISO again was kind of a personal wish, but this composition doesn't have any issues on its own. It's a very traditional kind of makeup here for Icebox for PRX. Now the question is how well can PRX stop the new tempo of DRX, which is reminiscent of old PRX?
Yeah, that's the scariest thing. I mean, on this map, DRX, they were actually making use of the Clove incredibly well. A lot of metals were being thrown, and it really forces you to disperse around the site. PRX really needs to watch out for that, and I wonder how that Sage can come into play. They are starting out on the attack, so maybe just some surprising plays. The last week when they played this against Talon, it's a lot more teamwork, and that's really what brought them over the edge. Is it going to be the same story today? Can we see PRX delivering DRX their first W this year in VCT Pacific League play?
This could full well be it. Also, super weird seeing Alex have someone else in the coach's room with him. Still not used to it.
Very weird.
No dash smashing.
With that, we're going to go to our casters, our lone DRX predictor, Achilleos, and Valdez, who's with the rest of us.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is a bit weird seeing somebody else in the coaching booth there alongside Alex. But worry not, Victoria. I don't think he'll be stolen away. Let's see how they fare, though. As DRX, we saw them play this map versus Zeta.
And that was a 13-0 dominant performance. I don't think we can expect to see remotely the same coming into this map, but oddly enough, something else that's weird to see is Gecko-less Icebox. No one playing it, Sliggy can rejoice.
I guess so. It is definitely very interesting, but you know, as the meta develops and certain teams favor other picks over it, can happen.
Swing out, something going to be dealt with. Buzz down to 53, but Jing as well getting tagged up as the heal for himself.
Toxin screen down.
Not going to be getting too much health back. Now push out into mid, some tags found, but a headshot nailed there by Mindfreak. Mako going to be taken down.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. Show your head, it gets taken off immediately by a Sheriff. Unlucky. Just a great shot from Mindfreak, and now they're just gonna kind of wait for DRX to push in, and they're getting the read on this that they are.
Some more damage exchange, but I mean right now PRX just held back here into the spawn while Divide goes on a solo mission, creeping forward, trying to create some space and see just how clear this A site is. For now, it's just silence across the board. Push getting ready to come through, 0 point. Try to fake over towards B. Footsteps going to be heard here as Buzz trying to find this headshot. It's Forsaken down low on HP, but now Nanoswarm at his feet. Divide will find that kill. Flashback also here. They nearly line up for him as Bane is about caught with Util in hand. The swing out, he just can't quite steady it. It's all on Foxy. Last one standing. HP bars in tatters here for the side of PRX, but they have that man advantage.
It's a man advantage, and if it's not headshots, probably a couple of shots apiece.
How do you try to isolate from here? Smoke offered up to allow him to maybe try to go for the half hold. A couple shots flying, the jump forward, but it's going to be Forsaken, wrapping around from behind. PRX regaining a lead in pistols, now 3-2 in the series.
Don't get shot.
And so far, whoever took the first pistol did go on to win the map. But obviously, very early to tell. This shot was insane.
Mindfreak is on one today.
He is. And after that, you know, just a little bit of craziness. Eventually, Forsaken just jumps on down. A little bit too much to ask that they would not check that for the entirety of the defuse, and we saw he was pulling off of that anyway as he was being charged. And not able to take the 1v3 in that position. Can't blame him.
No cheekiness whatsoever here from DRX. Full classics. Minor investments on the util. Couple shots out as the turret gets cleared, and looks like DRX believing in this being a B push, so everybody's starting to make their way across the map.
It does look like PRX is going to send it here on a B.
They wait forward. Plant coming through. As up over the top, Mako able to find one. Foxy getting Jing as well. Spike for now interrupted as Buzz. So that Guardian put one down, but now it's all on flashback. Can't quite make it happen. Divide will clean up the last two kills. Vandal, the Guardian, going to be carried over into the next round, but decent damage dealt here in the eco from DRX.
Yeah. Jing just walking on up, trying to plant in their face, saying, okay, I've got some support from my teammates, but you know, enough classic fire in through onto him, and it is able to trade some kills back. Something, the one that is holding onto the Vandal in this case. Ooh, that shot was pretty dirty. And gets the job done here. Does Divide a couple of Sheriff kills at the end. And they're able to hold on to that Vandal, as you mentioned. Seen a lot of bonus rounds converted on so far today from both sides. PRX and DRX getting those.
Buzz faking forward into the 0 point. Sees these nano swarms flying through. PRX not liking the lack of info, it would seem. They're going to rotate out.
Bot coming back.
And with this rotation, they are gambling well. Orb now set up here in mid.
Hi, bot.
As they start working their way across in towards B. All comes back up, and it is only Foxy 9 on this side of the map. I believe Alarm Bot already cleared out, too.
It doesn't have much utility set up here, outside of a Nanoswarm on the spike plants.
Bomb grenade out.
Shots flying. DRX starting to work their way around towards this side of the map again. Something up on top of Yellow, and it's going to be Devi who's actually able to find the first one, peeking out behind Yellow. Gets rid of Flashback, and that's going to be a solid start here. You're talking about bonus conversions. PRX, they want it.
Toxins going up.
Going forward. Flash goes out. Buzz not getting caught by that one, but as he continues to swing out, they're just getting gunned down. Push out of the smoke. Foxy able to find 2, but that is about it. PRX start things off 3-0 here on Icebox.
Yeah, what you mentioned before is really the big difference maker. The fact that, okay, no alarm bot, turret was shut down in mid very early on. The push was going on to A early on, but DRX heavily committed to that A site. They had 4 people on that site, and it's only the Killjoy over on B with not a lot of utility to spot this push coming. So they get in, they get the plants, and that just allows them to set up a firing range that, yes, they don't have the firepower, but they have the positional advantage. And you see people trying to charge through toxic screen, just trying to follow up and trade kills back. But yeah, essentially PRX is able to get a free plant and just set up from there.
Flashback. Watching. We'll go ahead and make some noises. I mean, everybody, again, here from DRX starting to rotate over towards A. But once again, it's PRX situated at B.
Oh, boy.
As soon as they evacuate, PRX just go ahead and creep their way back through.
Well, they're getting the reads on these pushes. I mean, the timings of these are... DRX is not figuring it out. Although at this point, maybe after this round, they'll get a sense. Not a round that DRX should have a big chance to take down with mostly just Sheriffs. And now, once again, PRX situated in a great spot outside of Yellow.
Push forward, Buzz now dashing up. Finds a headshot. Jing going to be taking down something, dropping into the fragment down to 50, but quite steady that aim. Mako able to find 1. Devi returning fire, looking decent here, and he'll be the closer. And 3 kills. Decent damage dealt here by the side of DRX, but still no closer to finding a round win. 4-0 start. PRX looking very much reinvigorated after the loss on Haven. And with the timer stopped, I suspect it's a timeout call. But we'll wait and see.
We have had multiple different types of delays today. But yeah, just, you know, Sheriffs had to charge in there. Buzz hit a really sick shot at the beginning of that one, but it didn't quite matter by the end of it all. Once you've got 5 guys lined up against each other in that one corner, the Vandals will win out in the end. So timeout DRX here after 4 rounds in a row going the way of PRX. And yeah, a couple of unfortunate ones. I think if you're Termi, you can say, okay, well, guys, we're not really getting the reads on these rotations. We really need to be a bit better at that. Otherwise, you know, we lost the pistol and then the second round. So we're not out of this yet by any means. PRX, certainly a couple of solid plants on the B side that DRX was just not ready for.
See what the adjustment looks like. Will be another buy round coming here for DRX. Trying to get themselves situated with a round win. Already given up this much. Going to be a pain point for them. Again, you know, we didn't have that much information on DRX with Icebox coming into this stage because the Zeta game,
yeah,
bit of an anomaly. Hard to judge when your defense and attack win percentage is 100.
Yeah, it's one of the anomalies. It's a bit of you just kind of going crazy, Buzz going crazy, but also the enemy team not really having a chance and getting very far behind. PRX
does have that op. Curious what has spurred on this Devi sniper arc that we've gotten, but I have been loving watching it.
Well, he's good at it.
Oh, well, they're both going to go wide. They're both terrible.
I immediately cursed him. He's just not doing it.
Push here. Flashback on the bill. Find that first kill. And Buzz taken out by Mind Freak. And already the wheels have come off in this round. Bane pushing forward. He's able to put Forsaken down on the floor, but he is absolutely resible. Being brought back into the fold. And Mako now left on his lonesome. Wow. 2 very snappy shots. Wow. Cannot find more off the back of that one. Devi puts the op to use, and it's 5-0. Shades of split once again.
Yeah, it looks very similar. It feels very similar, too. I mean, Mako was kind of crazy with his 2 headshots. I do want to see that again, but it was still just a crazy push. And now watch this movement. It's just like, what are you going to do? Like he's trying to shoot the guy who's just doing figure eights in the sky. Like, of course he's going to be very distracted.
Taps from okay.
The taps from Mako.
They're just gorgeous.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Okay, that's why. There's the sniper arc.
Finds another one. Just a classic for Buzz. One away from having that ult online, but he's not going to find it from Mind Freak. He'll find it in Death instead. So now it's a Stinger and 2 Sheriffs. See if they can deal any kind of damage here against PRX. Otherwise, looking like a flawless round. As Devi very much cognizant of this flank.
Yeah.
Shuts down flashback, and they say, okay, you know what? Let's just fake out for a brief little moment. No, let's come back into A. Foxy and Bane taking some forward space, not hearing anything, and they're about to walk into the spider's web. Shots flying their direction. Up over the top is something. As Foxy goes unscouted for a brief little moment. He's able to find a singular kill. But 6-0 now for PRX. This is looking very, very bad.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, DRX, they do have 5 ultimate abilities online, and powerful ones at that, so we take a look. Very nice peek here from Devi. Takes out Mako early, and then, you know, Buzz, he's just trying to take a risk. He has a classic in hand, so he's never going to win that fight, and eventually, you know, just some short words there and preparing for the next round.
They're by 5 ultimates in the pockets of DRX with flashback positioned quite far forward. But, I mean, this is a triple stack over here at B. If PRX decide to just pack it up and go back towards A, then finding value from here is going to prove to be even more difficult. Creep up starting to come through. One going to be spotted. Flashback able to find the first kill. Has to go for the res, but speaking of reses, there's Jang bringing something back into the fray. And the op shot does not connect. Mako lurking, finding one. Then is taken out as Jang gets himself a 3rd kill. Buzz now hounded down as Mind Freak on that full flank. They are just picking them apart piece by piece, and Foxy, I'm certain he was spotted by Mind Freak. He's going to try to hold on to this weapon.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? It does feel like they are being picked apart. I mean, you watch through the eyes of Buzz as they're just peeking multiple corners at the same time, and Buzz, he wants to hold one angle, but it just gets too hectic. He's trying to cover a lot of different angles. He's trying to shoot into multiple people with an operator. It's just not gonna feel good. Very frustrating round for him as eventually
Mind Freak's about to have an angle on it.
Yeah. Well.
Oh boy. Can he dig himself out of this situation? Something the first one to clash. He's waiting for this push. There it is, but something just... Oh, he just holds on to it. Strafes out a little bit wider than you always anticipate. Comes up with the kill. Nothing held over. Is DRX. This icebox not going their way. This series very much getting out of their hands.
Yeah, you see the res v res battle.
Abang, I jump.
And it's gonna go the way of PRX. And yeah, the other person that was there was Buzz, and he couldn't really shoot into anyone. He couldn't find any good angle for himself. Every time he moved away, somebody peeked out of the angle he was just covering.
Knives now pop. Buzz on a walkabout down here out of 2 with the flash. Excellent, absolutely everybody, but now the shooting range opened up, but instantly kills, replied, knives, gone, something. The headshot connecting. Up over the top, the Bulldog putting some damage down, but Forsaken swings up against the wall, finds the 3rd final kill for himself. 8-0 from PRX.
8-0. And, you know, DRX have some of these ultimate abilities that require you to kind of get in position to use. I mean, sure Mako can drop down a pit somewhere from the defensive side, but the call is not to utilize the ult, it's to come out here and challenge in mid. He's got the Blade Storm, and just the resets were just so dominating, and then the spray through the smoke, seeing him right before that Cloudburst goes down, and a second timeout here, after one of them after 4-0, the next of them after 8-0. What do you do from here?
Oh, a final bid to try to recover this half. Run back, 4 rounds at best for themselves. And right now, DRX very much getting outgunned. A lot of it probably having to do with the veterancy of the IGLing. Mako very much knew to pick this one up. And the early rounds, the rotations, calls coming through, gambling on the wrong side of the map. And it ends up biting them because being in a retake position compared to being on the site, ready to take the fight, a lot more difficult. Still 3 ultimates here available to DRX. But the lockdown, I mean, Devi has just not had to use it. He's 12-2-0 at the moment. He's had this thing for an eternity, but there's been very little resistance. So he feels like it would be overkill to go ahead and commit that into the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you don't need abilities if you just shoot them.
Yeah.
you just snipe them down, and that's good enough.
I mean, at this point, if Devi, with the way that these rounds have been going, if he had used the lockdown, I think he would be tried in the hop. You can't do that.
Yeah. Well, here comes something.
And there goes Mako. Foxy does manage to intercept, finding Forsaken. His own lockdown prepped and ready. Will be used, but first on the trigger here is Devi, finally committing that into the round. Is everybody just getting zoned back away? Actually, destruction coming through. No detains, but not really any space bought here for DRX. Tuck back with the op for now, and they get the spot out on the Bane.
Crowd liked that one.
Slowed down. 4v4. Smoke here, back yellow. Something just poking and prodding. No command now coming through. Swing out of the smoke. Double face. They're going to be rewarded with some kills now. It's all down to Mind Freak. Spike now planted for him. Foxy clean with a shot. And that's going to be DRX getting themselves on board after committing the second time out.
Yeah.
There's a long road back if they want to get themselves in a position to try to win out this map.
Yeah, it's good for them that they get the 1 round. I mean, take a look at this. Starts with Foxy9, delays the push, gets the cutoff on a Forsaken, and then eventually, pushing yellow all together as a team. Foxy9 gets that long shot. And I'm sure, I didn't want to say anything, but it would have been insane if DRX 13-0'd and then got 0-13'd. But it's not going to happen this time. So DRX will avoid that fate, which would be pretty awful for their sake. And they will at least get the 1 round for now. And we'll see if they can build something off of this and make this a competitive map.
Buzz up over the top, sees the peek out, sends the shot, not going to get the connection. Turns in, finds himself. Kill there on a Forsaken. Smoke sent over on the pipes. Flashback, just staying tucked here for the moment. As the kill on the Forsaken slows things down, grinding them to a halt.
Here.
Little jump peek. Take note of Mind Freak. Nano into the corner. Pushes Flashback away. It's a decent little bit of damage in as Buzz trying to go for the flick. Something. The wrist breaker again, just dashing forward. Doesn't get taken down. Bane able to note him. Finds that kill. Smoke now dissipating. Devi seen. Continuing the challenge forward. Shorty and Hammer. Devi actually comes with a kill. Jinx swinging around the backhand of sight. Finds Buzz and Foxy9. It starts with a kill on a Forsaken, but it completely gets out of hand for DRX.
Yeah. That swing around the left side from Jing just absolutely tears down the defenses of DRX. And Mako, he was the one who paid it over at B. And PRX were like, okay, challenge accepted. We'll just attack one site. And that's all they needed.
Mako set with an impossible task. Wall will break down. Time is certainly not on his side as he actually try to play for this one. Here's the rope. Devi notes him, but Devi just able to line it up a little bit faster. PRX not allowing for DRX to get 2 rounds. They're up together. They shut them down, now 9-1.
Yeah, the economy for DRX still in the gutter. You see it starts like this.
Oh my God.
Something just dancing. And yeah, the swing from Jing is really the one that I wanted to note because the timing of it is just perfect. Right as they're feeling the pressure from the opposite side, he pulls around the left and catches them just totally unawares.
Scrape together purchase here, 4 Vandals, and then a Stinger for Foxy9. As Devi just re-swings into Buzz. Flash out, flashback dead. Mako finds one, but there's the res. Suddenly, a 5v2, and still with the Stinger. PRX not giving DRX any inch, any ounce of an opportunity to get back into these rounds.
I mean, the second it looks competitive, they just up the tempo. Had to take a little bit of time on that last A push, but this time they just send it into B. One flash and the job's done.
Bot coming back.
Alarm bot to try to check on that close plant spot. Nothing there. Devi just so ready for it. And Bane is looking to hold on to this Vandal. Mind Freak on the hunt for it, however. Pushing his way forward. Bane tucked back, but so many angles to check. Looks back in towards main at the right timing. Does manage to find one. Stops it from being a flawless round. Granted, with a kill onto something already, it wouldn't have been. Now, I mean, he is just surrounded. Blood in the water. The Sharks looking to feast, but it seems like he will be allowed to stay alive.
Round before the switch.
DRX, an attempt to try to make it a 10-2 half.
Yeah, and that buy in the last round was already pushing it with the stinger, but now they just have even less. And yeah, I mean, Devi's like, oh, okay, that's where you are. I'm just gonna go. And the rest of the team just follow up with a nice flash on in. Just a forward position there, out in that area. Towards green from the side of DRX, and they just get absolutely rolled over.
See how dire things are coming into this last round of the half. I mean, glass cannon for 2 players. Already the force back. Flashback trying to play this position once again up on top of pipes. Swings out, puts some damage down onto something, but once again cannot confirm the kill. Pops the ultimate to try to get himself out to safety. Buzz in the meantime, covering fire, comes up with 3. Forsaken going to be bleeding out here on the floor. And now it is all on Devi.
Last player standing.
Uncle Sniper, 16-3-1. Trying to pull off one of the greatest clutches that we will have ever witnessed if he could make it happen. It just seems so damn impossible for him.
I mean, Buzz as the Blade Star, I mean, there's 4 people looking exactly where Devi is going to come through.
Comes back, spots one, swings in, finds the shot. 40 seconds to play with. Spike out in front of him.
No way.
Placing alarm bot.
Alarm bot set up. Spike recovered. He's just
30
gonna go for a
seconds
blind
left.
shot. Jumps out, finds Buzz. My God, Devi. Absolutely on one, but it is gonna be DRX getting themselves a second round win at the end of the half. I mean, similar scenes to what we were witnessing with Talon versus RRQ. They were able to run it back quite a bit, but PRX right now looking like an absolutely different beast.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, this is a very one-sided affair. We do see the attack and defense win rates. I mean, DRX 12-0 on attack. If you want to take that into account, they certainly did look very strong, and we do have more data compared to their defensive side here for this year. So maybe they do pull something together, as you mentioned. You know, we saw that they were able to pull together some rounds and come back from behind, even on Haven. So this is obviously a much more one-sided affair so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if DRX gets something going here on the attack.
I mean, it was on the attack where they started versus Zeta Division. That's where they were able to get that 12-0 start into the singular, pistol round victory to close out the map. But again, just very different teams.
30 seconds left.
And we are comparing here. I mean, Devi continuing to just put up some crazy numbers.
18-4, yep.
Uncle Sniper is absolutely dominating here today.
Well, we'll see how he starts out this round because he has to get the turret and some armor. It looks like that is going to be the choice for him to use up all 800 of his crits. So the fans are still going crazy here before we do get into the second half.
Silence as the barriers drop. Mind Freak, very same position. Found a kill on the attack. Instead, we'll just go ahead and put a couple shots over onto Foxy9. He'll use from Jing, just keeping everybody very much healthy. PRX, though, similar scenes, maybe expecting
bit of a pivot over towards B, or at least they just want to try to collapse down here in through mid, but it looks like they're just going to cut back across over towards screens. A flood retake very much possible for them. Third on the alarm bot, damage taken, flashback, knocked down to 40, Foxy 9 at 70, Buzz at 7. The odds stacked against them here at the moment. Your point getting the catch onto a couple different players. Popeyes going to be sent out with Divide, able to find the first kill. Forsaken getting involved as well. Now Mako taken down, and it is just an absolute slaughter. A flawless in the pistol. PRX 4-2 in that regard across the series. And now up 11-2 in this map.
Yeah. You mentioned the flood. They do let them plant, but I think a lot of things.
What a kindness.
Yeah. Oh, you guys got the plant. Great. Yeah, I think just a lot of things. They're spotted on their way in. They're taking damage. Buzz on 7, and another player very low as well on like 60. And eventually, you know, one right click, they're just pushing through smoke, and they just come in so fast that eventually you just can't cover all your bases, especially as you're losing members. And
wow,
you can see the coaching staff, they know now that it's pretty much a done deal.
Well, looking like the force up here from DRX. Unsurprising given the circumstances. Down by 9. It's going to be Stingers across the board. A couple people assessing whether or not they're going to be taking armor into this one. And there's an outlaw on the opposite side. Buzz dropping down, spotted by Mind Freak. Jing up over the top. Oh, what? Single shot, single kill. Buzz instantly dropped. Lonnie hits the floor. Double rope across. Jing sneaking around the back here. Will get taken down. Bane able to find one. Obviously, weapon upgrade not going to be obtainable.
Spike planted.
Smoke to hold him at bay for now. Tuck back behind the box. Spike plant in, and playing into the Singers from this position can be difficult. As Bane finds another, but something gets the collapse. Bane and Flashback both going to be taken down. Now, 2 players left standing. Foxy has recovered a Guardian. Barrel spotted. He has to tuck back into something. He's trying to encroach on that position, trying to close things out, but Foxy gets him through the wall. Something dead now, it's all in the Divide. They're both so low, he's got a judge in hand. The tap onto the spike. The bite sent out. Some noise made. Drops back down, seemingly Divide, realizing that this one is not going to be going their way. DRX will be able to fight back. The force buy paying off dividends for them. And they do manage to survive.
Well, that's one way to do it. You know, some of the more straightforward rounds, a little bit more difficult, but Team Stinger comes in here.
Payne's looking like Fallon out here.
I mean, a couple of crazy headshots, and this shot from Foxy, too. And then this one as well.
Keep using the Guardian.
Yeah, it's almost like he surprised himself. He's like, whoa. It's pretty good.
Well,
that it was.
It's not over yet. It's obviously DRX dropped that thrifty earlier to PRX. It certainly can happen again. 25-1 now is Divide. 0 point, spotting him out. We'll just back away from green.
For a second, I thought you were saying he had 25 kills and 1 death.
Oh, no.
Not quite that level, but still insane stuff.
DRX. A little bit more pause. 25-1.
Yes. Here comes DRX right down the middle.
Full push up. Past tube, looking like maybe they want to still end up over at A as couple shots being sent over towards Forsaken, sent to the pop flash. Connects onto him as well, though. He only gets a smattering of damage crawls on Mako and Bane. Now pushing their way forward here into A, but do they read that something is all the way up at lobby? Buzz in the meantime able to find 2 kills as Jing will answer back, taking down the Jet. And yes, looks like with the 0 point they have noted something's position. Slide across the rope, eat a little bit of damage. Drops down, flashback, smoke dissipates. Will take a little bit, but eventually is able to hold his ground, find that kill, and DRX will collect a 4th round win.
Yep, after getting the eco on the last one, I mean, not really an eco, they did buy up to a bunch of Stingers. After getting that round, they were able to, of course, go ahead and get enough money to full buy and then take this one down. Not much of a resistance from the side of PRX put up here. Buzz did go down to Jing, but that was it. And so a very clean round on top of it all. And DRX, they got to begin their comeback now and make this an interesting map. And it looks like DRX are just going to go straight into A after some shenanigans, and there was a pretty heavy stack on B from the side of PRX.
Slowing things down again, but look at PRX. Just full sending it back over here towards A. Full weaponry to match. This could be them getting themselves up to match point. They want to cross, Forsaken. Opening up with a couple pot shots, sending out that flash. Mind Freak able to find the first one as Buzz gets taken down. Things from here become all the more difficult as Flashback will also be eliminated. Forsaken forced out of his little cubby there. Taken down by Bane. Mako and Foxy. They answer back. 2v2. Now just the 1v1. The KJs.
Last player standing.
To duke it out. 45 seconds remaining. Both tagged up. Foxy at 70.
And Devi
He's creeping down mid.
Reading this, yeah.
He is getting such a strong read on this one. It's Foxy
30 seconds
cutting
left.
out across, out wide. But I believe they've missed each other, but the footsteps are still going to be heard. Devi perfectly aware of where he's trying to go. They're not yet available. Foxy holding for the plan, none the wiser. Devi, absolutely godlike today. Gets PRX up to 12.
Match point.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get better than that. Killjoy versus Killjoy. Devi up against Foxy 9. The two guys that are actually on top of the standings right now for this map, and it was kind of a crazy shot here from Mind Freak. It starts off very well for PRX, but then eventually, you know, a kill apiece going the way of DRX, they are able to even it up and make it into this very fun 1v1. And Devi's having a great time. Nice little chuckle there at the end. He knows what he was able to do. Just fantastic read from him.
22-6-2. Absolutely incredible. And now Something is looking to shut this down, end this series with a judge in hand. It was 13-4 on split. PRX looking to make it the same scoreline as there's a swing out. Was snappy with a headshot. It does manage to take him down. It's a little bit of damage, but otherwise not too bad from him. Forsaken just sat here. Moving up within the poison orb. DRX sufficiently happy with that one kill. Now look to work their way back over towards the A site. They've had two players set up there, but PRX again just having the read.
Yeah, they keep doing this, starting strong on B, but then rotating right on time for A. Down a member this time, though. Let's see how it goes.
He was just trying to audio bait with that 0 point for the turret. Gives up his position. Buzz, in the meantime, able to find himself a second kill as Jing does fall. Plan coming through from Bane. Couple shots through the smoke, cross on the Devi. DRX in a good position to try to keep themselves hanging in there.
Toxins going up.
Looks like widely, yeah, PRX going to make the call to go ahead and back away. They know that their economy is not in a solid spot. Foxy 9 wants to try to take some more weapons out of their hands, creeping his way up here in towards mid. Devi a little bit more ready for it. Finds that kill, gets himself a 23rd in the map thus far. But DRX will be allowed to keep themselves alive in this series for now.
Yeah, gonna pick up a 5th round. It's not quite the blowout, as DRX definitely clawing a bunch of nice rounds their way. And boom goes the spike. There we go, as we will go on to round number 18. But yeah, is the momentum fully in their favor is really the question. Very nice kills from Buzz. He gets that and then this. It's kind of insane, and that's really what it comes down to in that round. And so Knox will call a timeout.
And he will. He wants to go home, it would seem. Decides to just go ahead and call this one. Obviously, DRX already used theirs after round 8. So Alex with a quick intervention looks to try to put an end to all of this. Maybe even build up that post-timeout win percentage a little bit more.
I was like trying to read his lips and actions. Almost like he said you don't need to rotate as much as you are. Like you don't need to be as like proactive around the map. You don't need to do all these crazy movements. Obviously, that's just conjecture from me, but there has been a lot of movement from the side of PRX, and it has worked at times, but also the pushes from DRX, they've really hunkered down and tried to make them as clean and crisp as possible. Maybe that's the last thing that Termi said to them, you know, once you make it to attack, just make sure you're really crossing your T's, dotting your I's, and you guys will have success. So far, it has worked out. It certainly helps that Buzz, you know, feels like the closer they get to losing, he just gets more and more powerful.
Still finds himself in a deficit. But if he continues to have more entries like we just saw in the previous round, then maybe it is possible. All PRX need is one singular round. Buzz faking on the Cloudburst updraft. Jing, however, in a very far forward position. Just Spectre and Ham. Defy again, the one to deliver the goods. Spots on the leg of Pain. Just continues to swing in. Defy will find it. Buzz eventually able to wallbang him out of there, but still significant damage dealt. One-man advantage available here to PRX. They still have a null command. They can even go for the res if they really wanted to. Make it a full 5. And honestly, why the hell not?
I'd say, yeah, I mean,
might as well.
Yeah.
And now that he's back into play, okay, nanoswarms have gotten cleared out. I was going to say he could pop them.
Spike planted.
Something in flashback, just waiting. Opposite sides here of this smoke.
Can't use that.
Alarmbot forward. Sends out the next one. Now the null command coming through. He anticipates somebody to be here in this position. A couple shots ringing out and flashback. Tucks back away, rotates, but just gets spotted. Needs some damage there from Devi. Locked to try to clear them out. Buzz putting some damage down onto something. We cannot find that kill. Forsaken delivers 2. Now it is all on Buzz. He's only able to find the KO. The defuse comes in, and PRX off the back of the timeout will bring this series to a conclusion. 5-2 all-time over DRX. 4 wins in a row within VCT. PRX continue to assert their dominance here over DRX.
Yes, they are the better team for those matches, and today they were absolutely the better team. We did see Haven once again, DRX bringing it to a third map. And you see a cheeky grin on the side of Foxy9, as it looks like not as happy as Bane and the rest of his teammates, but you know, it's a tough loss for DRX. I think that PRX, though, they were really on something today, like something with crazy movement, and Divide just insane trades, like on every gun in the game. You can pretty much do it with anything, and yeah, he was my choice for MVP, not a big surprise. I think that PRX looking stronger than ever. DRX nice fight, but PRX were the better team today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Devi MVP nomination has to be fairly unanimous. The guy was just, he was just on a different plane here today.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always so damn good, but this was something different. Leaned into the sniping a hell of a lot more than we've seen in the past. This one, he was constantly keeping, you know, the outlaw in his hands, and he was putting up fantastic numbers with it. So, I think it would be a bit of a shock if he doesn't come away with that one, but congratulations over to PRX. We'll now pass things back over to the analyst desk to break down the action from today.
Thank you, Kilios and Valdez. PRX continues to be undefeated as far as it goes with DRX. They are thwarted once more and in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to Icebox, you see PRX almost making it seem like they might just sweep it through in the very beginning of this map. And it's a combination of a lot of things, right? It's individuals just performing better. It's movement like this where he's now using his insane mechanics to actually play for the team and create space for the team rather than just creating space for himself like he sometimes did in the very beginning when he joined. I mean, this is an evolution, pretty consistent evolution of PRX, which I think should give a lot of hope to the PRX fans.
It's like very interesting jet tech that we don't see too often. He's like updrafting and then dashing backwards into his team where it sets up the big firefight, and it's a little bit unfortunate for DRX. I mean, that said, they weren't just completely washed over, right? At times, it just was that PRX complete bulldozer of a push. You know, you would have Devi with an operator covering a lot of different angles, and I think that's ultimately the thing that put PRX on top of DRX. But still, when DRX are actually holding some like off angles, crossfires being set up, they still have the mechanics to win out in some of these huge gunfights. I mean, we saw those Guardian shots that Buzz was throwing out against them, but ultimately PRX they have shown the improvement. This is a huge step up from like Master Shanghai. They're playing a lot cleaner, a lot better post plants, a lot more teamwork.
Yeah, I would say that the discipline is continuing from last week, right? Very different styles, very different opponents, but I would say that the consistency is starting to build upon itself. Meanwhile, for DRX, I think that's exactly what we're still missing from this younger, newer roster. Consistency, a little bit more calmness. We're seeing them not use utility when they had him, right? Not using ultimates when it clearly would have given them the advantage. So something about the comms, right? Kind of losing track of things, which is obviously, unfortunately, what DRX used to be known for, was being very, very thorough.
That's the craziest thing. It's like a whole new era. Like DRX in the past, they were known for their set plays. That was what DRX was all about, is that breach jet combo, stuff like that. Now this is a whole new different look, and you know the trades sometimes it's just not quite there, especially against a team like PRX.
Actually, I have no doubt that DRX, being DRX, with Termi still there, they will refine much faster than how PRX has been doing. But to you guys were saying, I think even before Shanghai, like yes, the Master Shanghai Icebox performance was a lot to be desired. But if we're looking at the first time they played this comp on Icebox in Stage 1 versus now, there's so much improvement already. And I think there is no agent change on it at all. Right now, they seem to be just fine-tuning and perfecting everything at this point, and they've widened their map pool, so this is a very promising future for PRX.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how we could count on our just one hand last year how many times PRX would pause to set up and execute. Yeah, probably.
Sorry. Actually, I thought you were going to say map pool.
Well, that was also much less. But now we're seeing them purposely do it, even if they don't need to, right? They're starting to think about macro conditioning, et cetera, et cetera. So again, was it perfect? Definitely not on Haven, but overall, I think today's performance continues to build upon the improvements we've been seeing. And for DRX, one thing I want to point out is that we're seeing this trend, whether it's Genji, whether it's PRX, even Heretics out in EMEA, is that Valorant has been trending much more towards a trade-based, macro play style, right? You have to be able to trade to keep control of space. You can't just do it off of util anymore. This DRX squad, both the coaching staff and the new players, I think it's taking a lot for them to get used to this.
I think they definitely recognize it, though, at the very least, and that's why we have this specific composition. We are always seeing a consistent clove, just that, the abilities aren't quite there yet, and they're still trying to figure that out. But at times, you do see glimpses of that possibility. They are holding some of these off angles and the crossfires, like I mentioned before.
Holy, 344 ACS on the Killjoy? For Devi, I mean, the opping definitely helps, right? 25 and 7 KD. And it's great to see him opping again. He was always such a great opper. It's just that, something comes in. You're in the Jet meta last year. Obviously, he shines very well on it. But I like that. I like that they can now say, okay, Devi can op, actually. And that gives us a lot more room to work with the actual execute, because he's basically shutting down the rest of the map with that singular weapon or whatever weapon's in his hand. So, again, really working to the strengths of the players on this roster.
Yeah, the players. That's the biggest thing. Because although the MVP on this map was, without a doubt, Devi, it was tough to kind of really pick an overall MVP. I feel like everyone stepped up a little bit. Something has been consistently improving. Jing on that ISO was pretty fun to watch, but Mindfreak was being really strong and useful in some of these clutches as well, and not to mention Forsaken Yoru being back in play. I think the biggest thing was just, if this was really like, a Devi, David IGLing and calling, then that's really the biggest thing, because this entire map is not just the trades or the firefights, it's also the calls, the strats, the mental conditioning that comes into play. There were rounds where, they would intentionally repeat the same strat just so that DRX would try to, find a counter to it, and then PRX counters that counter.
I will say the only change I don't like about PRX is I think we were all expecting double desk slams, and then we actually saw none. Now that there's two people in the booth.
It's like they get canceled out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
That was.
I want to see Alex stand up for himself and keep his character no matter who is sitting next to him, That's what I want to see. You don't need to adjust whoever is next to you. I just want Coach Alex to know that.
Bulb one-ups Alex and slams the desk even harder.
There you go. That's an option.
Sidekicks the desk. Pure Taekwondo style. Okay, we're looking at the standings now. And because as a result of this very matchup, PRX is on the top of the standings. I assume this is because of the head-to-head, despite their match high here. So both of these teams going to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the round differential also just with how dominant they've been. So very, very big move for Paper X. I mean, winning this head-to-head was very important just because DRX was already leading with a 6-0 scoreline. I mean, we all assumed Paper X was going to make it, but now you have a lot more breathing room to work with the patch, right? Really build towards champions, really kind of thinking big picture on how do we wrap up playoffs and then all the way keep momentum to Champions Soul.
Yeah, thinking about champions. That's the big game, right? And yeah, you know, that's the first L that DRX takes in this entire league play for the year. But apart from that, on the standings, I don't know if you guys noticed, Talon's not number 3. Talon is number 3, sitting with 5 wins. So everyone's thinking about the long game.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, all these coaches that we've been interviewing here, they've been talking about it, and clearly they've been showing up with the plans coming into fruition there. And hopefully not too many white hairs grown in the process of it. Yeah, but I mean, you guys were talking about Alex's desk earlier, and there's just no more molding, and it's like he needed to talk it out with someone, and like maybe that's all he needed. A little Bulbasaur.
Is that what we want, though?
Yeah, is that what the people want? Is this the character development we were all really wishing for in VCT
like, what's
Pacific?
What's going to happen to the Alex Desk Twitter account? Like,
oh my gosh, we just put someone out of a job. Right? They don't have a social media account anymore.
Right? Like,
oh my gosh, what's going to happen?
I don't know. Maybe, don't you guys want to see a happy Alex? What? It might be.
Whoa. We never implied that he wasn't happy. Maybe the slamming the desk keeps him happy. You never know.
Think about, like, you could do a montage of all the old moments that happened, you know, like the bottle, or he almost slammed it, and he's like,
oh, yeah,
or like when he
true,
actually kicked it and the PC crashed or something.
I will say, it was very amusing back when they were, you know, showcasing, introducing bows and whatnot, but Alex's death slam is actually really good. Like, you can hear the noise is very different from Bob going for it.
Experienced.
Yeah, he's very experienced. You could tell.
Yeah.
Like, Bob didn't quite know how to slam the desk.
Yeah.
He hasn't felt that pain in his soul yet. It needs to come from within. Your heart needs to be broken.
You need to really feel it.
You need to feel the pain of coming so close, and then your team just doing Paper X things and then getting runner-up. Oh, the pain. But I don't know. They're looking really good right now, and maybe that era is over for Paper X. Davai was our MVP for today, but the whole team did great today. So we do have Jen on standby for interview with someone from Paper X.
A well-deserved win for Paper X. Joining me on stage will be Davai. Now, congratulations, Davai.
Thank you.
On your 1,000 Pacific kills. That includes the knife kill you had, and the operator kill you have, and many other kills you had. So, what does it mean to you? 1,000 kills.
I mean, it's great, you know. Means you are doing. I don't know if 1,000 kills means. I guess you're doing well. So, I mean, yeah. Props to myself and the team for making it possible. So yeah, maybe aiming for 2,000 soon.
2,000 soon. In like,
I mean, not so soon lah.
Okay.
Maybe one more year. Maybe.
Yeah. All right. Well, now you face this iteration of DRX for the first time today. How would you compare them? You know, compared to the old version of DRX.
I think this roster is not as specific as it seems. I think more aggressive, maybe because of new players, new talent. You know, they're hungry for kills. Yeah. I would say different system compared to the old DRX. Yeah.
So, you know, compared to the execute heavy DRX that we had in the past, and with the aggressive kind of young blood in DRX, which version of DRX was harder for you to face?
To be honest, I would say, just in general, I think the old DRX, like with the on Haven, like with the bridge and the Sova and the post run up from hell, you know. So yeah, I think in terms of like utility wise, I would say that comp.
Yeah, it's just a lot to think about when you're hitting a site, right? Now let's talk about ISO on Haven, because I knew you guys would pick it up. We all had a feeling that you guys would be the first one to, you know, pick it up and try it straight away. But what's it like to have an ISO on your team? How does it play out?
I would say it's good because at the moment with the current patch, ISO I would say is a very OP character if you sharpshooter like Jing. So I think he's a very good agent to pick at the moment. But after the nerf,
Yeah, the nerf.
it looks okay, I think.
Okay.
I mean, you won't have the second shield, and the shield will only lasts for like 12 seconds. I guess it's still okay, but not the best. But against an Opper, yeah, still okay.
Yeah,
And
obviously.
the ulti is still good. You can technically active the shield as well. And I would say, not bad.
Okay, what about counters to ISO? Because like I really want to know, because I hate ISOs on the other team. How would you counter ISO?
To be fair, maybe without the ulti, I guess you play with the mollies, I guess. I mean, if
Okay,
you step on one of the mollies, then the shield will break, right? And in terms of ultis, I guess you gotta break the shield before he picks you, and maybe some shorties, you know?
Okay,
So,
yeah. That's like the hardest part though, breaking the shield.
Maybe we just hide behind the shield, no? So I guess you gotta be good at aiming. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you do some swing.
You just shoot better. That's how you counter ISO. But on Haven as well, let's talk about what DRX pulled out. Clove and Omen double controller. What was it like going up against that comp?
Oh, technically, I would say they kind of like did very well against us. Kind of like caught us off guard with the comp and the way how they play. I thought they're just gonna be doing a little bit more passive, but on their defense, it doesn't look that way. I think Flashback was just pushing and punishing us, and I think they did a great job on that. And also on their post plan, I think it's kind of like impossible to retake if you don't have certain comp like Breach to isolate them, because they're just camping in the smoke, right? Yeah, with the Clove and Omen smokes. So yeah, I think maybe we gotta, if we play this comp again against this comp, maybe we gotta cook something else, you know. So yeah.
I'm learning a lot, so I'm taking down notes right now. But thank you, Davai, for your insight, for the interview as well. Congratulations once again,
you.
and go get some rest. It's been a long day, so thank you.
Long day.
And that is all we have for today. But make sure you come back tomorrow. I got 2 good reasons. Partly because it's my birthday tomorrow. Can I get a happy birthday?
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
This year is a better year for you, and yeah, hope to see you in Champ.
Maybe get 1,000 kills in ranked myself, but yeah. Thank you. And another reason, because we have GE facing Bleed, and then we have a Japanese derby coming up after that matchup with DFM versus Zeta. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.